Today, the top drivers for the ClubSport Series here on IVRA make their way to Virginia as they look to roar around VIR today for the 700 kilometers of VIR. Good evening, good afternoon, and good morning from wherever you are across the iRacing world. Justin Prince doing Coyle with you, our producer Dustin Owens, as we get set to go racing for VIR action. Lots to say when it comes to today's action on the racetrack. These drivers getting ready for round number 5, Dylan, as these drivers have had a lot of close battling across the U.S. this season. And in turn today, it's the second to last round as we look to see how drivers set things up before the one non-U.S. race in Brazil.
Yeah, absolutely. Glad to be here with you, Justin. You know, VIR is one of those racetracks that we talk about being a difficult drive, not just a race. It's a difficult drive to just take the car around and throw some laps on in warm-ups, in qualifying, because there is so much area to go off track and stay off track. And basically, it's going to be difficult to find your way back onto the race circuit. But we've gone through a bunch of tracks, 5 so far, 1 more to go after this one. Or I should say 4 we've gone through. I got to get my numbers right. But,
yes,
you know, with 700 kilometers here and probably around a 3 or so hour, 4-hour race, it's going to be a good one.
And in turn, keep in mind, lots of cars about to hit the racetrack. Remember, with this series, when it comes to GSI ClubSport Series by IVRA competition, you have 4 different classes that hit the racetrack. Here's a look at the event format for today. The touring cars currently on track right now for qualifying. We'll see that in a few moments. Sport qualifying, Cup qualifying, the LMP3s, the order of how they qualify. Each group gets 15 minutes, just 15 minutes, to set their fastest lap times. Then there is a warm-up gridding period, additional 15 minutes. Today's race distance, 134 laps for those 700 kilometers here at Virginia International Raceway. So with that being said, there's a lot to consider when it comes to the classes themselves too. For reference, the LMP3s, that's in regards to the Ligier GSP 320. That's one of the newest iRacing cars on the platform. The Porsche Cup cars, the 992, a part of that respective class. Club features 4 different cars available for GT4. Then the touring cars with the Audis, the Hondas, and the Hyundais, looking to rip around the racetrack. That being said, there's a lot to consider when it comes to the racetrack today. These drivers are already getting ready to zip around said racetrack. As a matter of fact, the touring car qualifying already underway. That being said, let's take a look at how those drivers are when it comes to the standings, if we can here. Because so far, one storyline has come on top. If you are the driver of the 148 car, congratulations. You've been in a very fast car, because 3 wins and 1 second place finish is how things have gone, Dylan, for that team.
Yeah, and that's a big margin to go into the final 2 races with. But, hey, it's not like it's one that, without a mistake, without some problems in today's race, cannot be erased by Impulse Racing. But it does appear that if you're not in a top 2 position, there's just no way to win by the end of it for TCR. But these cars are quite fun to watch. There's a lot of contact that can come from the slower speeds. These probably no more than 140 miles per hour once we start going down that long back straight. But there's not many passing corners here, so we'll see what happens.
It should be an interesting time for the touring cars today. 3 drivers with the reasonable chance to battle for the championship. But again, today going to be critical for a lot here today. So as these touring cars make their way around the racetrack, let's take a look at how things are going in the session. Right now, Impulse Racing is at the top of the board. 2:04.7 is that respective time. From eSports Core, the top 3 on the racetrack. The fastest in practice for reference today was Wave Italy with a 1:56.1. So these drivers just trying to get up to speed, if anything. As the session progresses here, they still have another few minutes before that checker flag for their qualifying group.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, each class gets 15 minutes of qualifying time, TCR, then Sport. Of course, then we go to Cup qualifying and then the final LMP3 session. So It really works out well, right? Where we do see that timer in the top left corner counting down the full qualifying length. But these drivers know when they have to come in, which they've pretty much got the entire session for themselves left.
So bad news for the team you just seen at the top of the board for a quick moment there. Obsidian Racing started off things a moment ago at the top of the board. Well, just received word from race control. They left the pit lane too early for the qualifying session. That means they have a 20-second time penalty to have to deal with in the race itself here today. So off to not the greatest start for sessions.
No, not at all. And again, we talk about the speeds of these race cars. I don't think it hurts any class more to get a 20-second penalty than in the TCR class, but it's just something you got to deal with. Not the best way to start out qualifying an actual, full official time sessions. Practice, you can get penalties, and you got to practice a specific amount of time here in IVRA ClubSport competition, as Justin, you and I were talking about before the broadcast went live. But still, once you're in qualifying, that's when you're trying to throw down these fast laps. And let's just take a look here through the S's, the first half of this lap. It is not easy at all.
Keep an eye on core team throughout this lap, by the way. That was an invalidated lap, interestingly enough, for now. 158.7 now in turn is what's put up there. It's actually a little further down on the start-finish line. But regardless, that's still 2 seconds they need to pick up and fast. A lot of others, like Jordan Bachmeyer with Brabham, and many more have drafting help. Wave Italy is trying to use some draft off some of the cars in front as well, like XPD, Emerald, TCR. And in turn, the drafting games are on. Wave Italy now doesn't want to be at the front of this pack. They want to recharge for another lap.
Yeah, not a bad run or a bad idea at all. You get a lot of advantage with that slipstream that comes down the backstretch. And the only problem I almost foresee is that dirty air. Not that much you got to deal with, I guess, in the TCRs, but I don't know. Slipstream is so helpful when you're in behind. Oh, that's a big off right there and a long amount of time to get back onto the front straight. Not good for that 162.
You see some of that shuffling there. In turn, Beat Sane still trying to push. He's at the top of the board still for the session for his team. He's working with Damian Owen Harris throughout this session here today for the race. Now you look at Impulse. Miguel Freitas, we've seen a ton of him over the years here on RaceSpot. He's currently got that car in the 4th position. He needs 3/10 to try and get to the top. You see some of the different colors on the pylon. He's currently estimated to have a very tiny increase, if that. Obsidian is in the green as well. Others are in the red with all the swapping. We'll see where Impulse is down this time around. A few minutes to go in this respective session for the touring cars. 156.5, that's top of the board.
Yeah, that's an awesome time right there. Beats everybody else by at least 81 thousandths. Daniel Herrera, though, all alone back here halfway through this lap time. And so far, it looks like the 133 is in a really positive spot when it comes to pace. Already 1.6 seconds up on pacing time. We'll see if he's able to keep this going down the back straight.
And remember, this is the team that already has a penalty for later on, so we'll keep an eye on if they're able to get the pace to overcome said penalty potentially as the race goes on. Remember, if you want to follow along with the social media side of things for today's action, use the hashtag IVRA, hashtag IVRA, to be able to keep an eye on how things are amongst the teams on social media today. Also, live timing is available by going to timing.RaceSpotTV to be able to keep an eye on your favorite teams and drivers throughout today's race. Here comes Herrera down the front straightaway. Obsidian showcased a lot of speed with a lot of drivers at the World Championship level in the past year plus. This time, the speed on the time, 156.6. That's good enough for fourth for the time being.
Solid time. I mean, all these drivers, all these teams are within just a couple tenths of each other, at least in the top 5. That's going to lead to some good racing once we go live. Only 8 cars in the TCR category, and almost all of them, I say 75% of them, going with the Elantra versus the Honda Civic Type R. So if that tells you one of the stories, it doesn't tell you the full story, Justin, because the 2 cars that are up top, first and second, what are they? Hondas.
In turn, is that down to just the manufacturer difference, the BOP? Why do you think that may be with Hondas? Although the Hondas keep on going back and forth.
You speak too soon. And that is a big off right there for the 162. Trying to get back on track. I mean, pretty much was taking the corner, but in the grass. But that is a big leap up into P1 right there. I mean, pretty much the top 3 all went much faster than the 161. Goodness me.
In turn, these drivers have a few more minutes on the clock here for this respective session. There you see 56 minutes to go overall in qualifying for today's round. Wave Italy currently still at the 4th position. And so far, when it comes to the raw pace we've seen from this car, keep in mind, in the practice, we touched upon them being at the top of the board. They can go as fast as the ones here. They have another 10th in them if they really push here.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. The problem really is, Justin, is exactly what we've seen happen so often in this qualifying session is going off the track. Here's the other thing. You go off the track, you lose so much time. You lose the slipstream down this backstretch. Not only that, look how much time is left in the session. Well, you can't really see for TCR, but it's around 3.5 minutes to go for these drivers to qualify. Look at that, a little bit of a lockup. The left side brakes and off track. That's huge.
And that is off in the grass. In fact, Impulse Racing saying trying to make sure that time doesn't get impeded by said cars in the grass. See how the 161 does. One of the most consistent drivers in touring cars on the platform. Coming up to the line, and no time. In fact, it is a 156.3. However, that's only good enough for second now, with only maybe a lap, if best, to try and get a time on the board. Now, for those curious, where does that comparison come from? Well, an iRacing community site on Reddit discussed things on who's the most consistent in touring cars. There were 2 drivers that tied for the most consistent rate in open and fixed competition: Hussein and Michael Polasek. Here's a look at Freitas, by the way. Right now, trying to gather things back up after, you know, the excursion in the grass. He's with Jan Bull today. Turns to his teammate.
Yeah, he's way back there as well. Not going to get any benefit of the slipstream through the S's, but this is their last laps, really, if they even are going to get another lap here, because next up, the sport class with the GT4 cars, and I mean, I don't know. I feel like we've seen the potential times, Justin. I don't know if there's one quicker one that they can go. I mean, they're gonna prove me wrong. I know that. The theoretical potential, as you mentioned, they've got a little bit of time that they can still squeeze out of these TCR vehicles. Real question is, without any real help in front, will the 148 go a little bit faster? Will drivers in behind go faster? Around 17 and 18 here.
This is Michael Schoetter. in behind the wheel of the 148 machine. 1 minute remaining. Race control is just confirmed. 156.2. They were quicker with nobody in front by a couple 100ths. Drivers behind them not picking up the tempo enough. Wave Italy had an off-track Miguel Freitas. That's an invalidated lap. Here's a look at Herrera. Right now needing to pick up 4/10 to have track position.
Wow, that was that was an interesting end to this qualifying session, at least what I think is going to be the end. They might be able to come around. Some of them get one more lap. Of course, we're seeing Daniel Herrera down the back straight here. Of course, another kind of pit lane that is not really in use anymore for most series or most races that happen here at Virginia International Raceway. Beautiful scenery. It is an overcast kind of day. I wonder, Justin, as we kind of almost close out TCR here, if the sun peeking out sometimes through the clouds or being covered is going to have an effect at all on some of these cars, or maybe these classes more than the others.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting as the day goes on. It's 79 degrees Fahrenheit for reference. Checker flag, and Herrera immediately presses the brake pedal.
No interest.
Yeah, already several drivers on their final lap just ending things up by immediately tapping on the brakes. Some of the drivers not even going to attempt to try and finish up the lap. It looks like Wave Italy might be the only ones really trying to put up the full speed up. They need to pick up about 2/10 to have a chance at the pole. Is this just going to be a push towards the pit lane, or is this going to be a push for a lap? And it's a push for a lap. Will this be enough to try and steal the pole away on the last lap of their session? Checker flag again is waving. 156.185. Hussein to the top of the board to end the session.
That's an unbelievable mark to end on. We've got more timings going on. 122, 162. Jumping up some spots right there. But it's the last of the drivers in qualifying to make times. And Hussein obviously getting that machine up on top. Pretty solid qualifying session for the TCR machines, and Honda back up on top.
Let's take a look at the results here when it comes to qualifying. Again, this is how they'll line up in about an hour's time. Hussein setting the pole time at the very end of the session over Team Hoichenfeld. About 15 the difference at the stripe. Impulse Racing finishes off the session in third with Miguel Freitas. Then it's Sam Blees behind the wheel for Hydro Race Geodesic Racing in qualifying in fourth. JD Rodriguez fifth. Then it's Jordan Bachmary in sixth position. Rounding up the drivers today, Obsidian Racing and Corti for the entries in touring car. Let's take a look at the sport points coming into today. They're the next session on the racetrack. Impulse leads in that in what has been razor tight. Hydro Race Geodesic Racing second. That difference less than 15 points. Glacier Racing, UJazz, German Sim Racing, all within a close enough distance, within about 100 points or so, to make it a tight championship battle. You also throw RJD in. Anybody up at the very top slips up today. That allows everybody else back in for Brazil, Dylan.
Oh, it's so razor thin right there up top, but even going back for a podium spot, 2 points between Glacier and Huge-Ass. Unbelievable as we move on to the final two races of the season. As a reminder, when it comes to that points format, the winner, the individual winner for their car in the race gets 100 points, 90, and then 81. It keeps getting tighter from there on out. But there's a lot of points still to gain, and one mistake, one race that maybe your championship rival finishes outside of that top 5 position and then you win, that could be a gain of 40 plus points.
It's going to be extremely important to be able to get good points today and also get good speed throughout the race today. Qualifying underway for these drivers on the circuit. Now, how did things fare out of the final practice session for these drivers? Glacier Racing, for reference, had the top time with the 151.8. Irion Racing second car, 454. German Sim Racing amongst the top 3 in final practice. But qualifying's a different beast in all things being considered here. Already, several drivers trying to sort out their respective packs. You see K. Kramer Racing Esports in the middle of a big drafting train of about 6+ cars here.
It's probably going to be some of the same story as we just saw in the TCR class with these GT4 vehicles. They'll have some slowdowns by being a trailing car going through a corner, but when it comes to the front straight and obviously on that long backstretch, you're going to see all the gains come right back into focus, as we saw the 424 machine deciding that it wanted a little bit of a slow down from the front to the back of this gigantic pack. Justin, I feel like that's at least for the start of qualifying, might be a smart move. Just get a good solid time from being in the back. See how other drivers are taking these corners early in this qualifying session. I almost would not prefer to be up front early on.
In the session itself or for the race?
In the session itself. If we're talking about this group of cars, I feel like being up front is good once you have, you know, gotten some fast installment laps. But as we saw from the last session, you're going to set a lot quicker times as your qualifying run goes on.
Starting to see some of how these trains form up here, as to be expected. This will be some of the fastest laps on the racetrack here, with this being lap 2 for everybody. And keep in mind, the speeds for these drivers at full pace already matching the touring cars on the warm-up laps. That's how big the difference is in terms of the vroom vroom speed for today. In turn, about 4 seconds quicker, these cars, compared to the touring cars we've seen in the qualifying session at minimum. So, Maximilian Silver following behind Otto Busigen in terms of this qualifying lap. Let's see what the time lines up at full sun this time. All the way up to the flag stand right here. 1:52.3. As the times come on in, Impulse looking fast. K. Kramer, if anything. With the time adjusted, 1:52 was the actuated time.
I mean, there you go. You're going to see that timing board filled up with TCR and now Sport drivers. We look at the track conditions, 26 degrees Celsius on track. It's in the late morning. I think it's only going to heat up from this point on when the sun is allowed to go out. You saw there was some smoke and a spin in the background. Couldn't quite see who that was, but you saw the timings change. Goodness me. Once we get... Yeah, what you got, Justin?
It's Rusty Spatulas, I believe you're talking about, and Echelon Simsport, who have just both gone off the racetrack. We've had a crash in qualifying, and that is a first, at least in a while.
VIR. It's part of it. You get one set of the one side of the tires. So we get a replay here on the grass, and you try to brake. You've got no traction on that left side, all the traction on the right. That's just completely overshooting where you're supposed to brake into corner number 1. Was it just a momentary lapse?
Yeah, that was hard enough to work. Carter James obviously needed to go back to the pit lane there. And pretty clearly, that likely going on the penalty sheet for review as a result of that contact. So, already off to a wild start. It's K. Kramer up at the top of the board. That's a team, mind you, with Real World Racing affiliation. You see right now some of the yellow and black machines looking to really, if anything, work all together. You have very similar race car colors in here. You have German Sim Racing, you have Fiercely Ford yellow. You also have in the mix of this huge ass. So all the yellow cars and greenish yellow together.
I feel like the GT4s at any track are going to provide some amazing excitement. This timing board is gonna go crazy right here. Watch this. It's gonna look like Christmas lights on the final day, or I should say the first day of December. Look at that, switching completely. It's red and green, so
well,
wasn't that far off, Justin.
I mean, remember, green means good, red means you're slower.
Mm-hmm.
So And you mentioned, we were talking about at least before today's action, this is a track that's had some recent graphical updates. The IVRA, of course, having a lot of changes over the years, including no more oak tree. Yes.
I don't want to talk about it.
You don't want to talk about the oak tree?
No. No. I do hate not having it there. The end, the second half of the circuit. Turn 12 is just not the same anymore, Justin.
It's still one of the more difficult corners.
As you see, turn 11 seems to be a bit difficult right there. There's where oak tree would be if it was still there in real life.
Well, here's a joke forwarded from one of the drivers, I believe. If a tree falls in the woods, does it make a sound or does it just crunch onto a sports car at VIR?
It doesn't anymore. Can't anymore.
Apparently that joke coming from one of the drivers from Geodesic's white entry here today.
It's solid. I'll allow that.
That's the 72 car, by the way. Anton Rieger amongst their drivers when it comes to this class. Trying to find a lot of pace on the car. Justin Ream off the track. He opens up the door for Vertex to have a good solid time. Let's see if it is solid. It is for top 10 in the 152s. The pole time is still 151.9 though by Glacier.
We see that 4:55 with that top time so far. I mean, this qualifying session is starting to reach a close, but it feels like every time we come back to that start-finish line, new times, new fast times are being set all throughout the field. 18 cars first came out on this track for this session, but we've got 22 in the sport class, whether it's a Mercedes or an Aston Martin, a McLaren currently up top of the board. And we do have one lonely BMW, which it always seems to be one that wants to go against the grain, Justin.
You may have noticed there was a car that just went against the grain. That was Kay Kramer in the background. Well, they have a pretty big slowdown because they missed the entire past 3 corners. Well, this is the track where you can end up getting lost in Narnia with how many grass sections there are. Well, what happened? Well, Zorner, sometimes it's either you spin it to where walls are or you spin it to where there's nothing.
I mean, there is nothing.
I thought he was going to slide clearly across the racetrack with the speed he was carrying for a bit.
Could have been a very dangerous machine if he did decide to wheel that machine into the exit of turn 12. But back onto that start-finish line, we're really close to the end here. Glacier still up top with that 4:55 machine, but the gap has come down around half a tenth right there. That 4:44, getting a few hundredths. I still don't know if it's enough. Do they have another tenth and a half?
That's a huge question right now for a lot of these drivers. We've seen already some of the top times, surprisingly, have been without drafting help. Now, keep in mind, we talked about how draft could be big down the straightaways, but we've seen, too, there's a lot of drafting games that come in hand throughout a session like this. It's almost like you want the speed for maybe a little bit, and then not a single car in front of you for the corners.
Right. I mean, isn't that the case when it comes to any track, any series? You don't want to worry about cars in front when you're trying to turn. And the reason that is, Justin, obviously this is pretty clear for anybody who's been around racing for a while, as the blinkers come on down the straightaway to get out of the way. I don't think I think they're just playing games right there. But that air, right? These cars are made to deal with undisturbed, clean air right in front. of the vehicles. That's how they get this aerodynamic grip. It goes through all the grooves in the race car. I mean, the grooves aren't there just for show most of the time. A lot of the time they have a performance advantage. That's called wind tunnel testing, right? You can also go through the sims as those two almost looking like they're bump drafting as we head on to the start finish line. Remember, this is P2. What has happened there?
Yeah. 2/10 faster for a moment. He just lost it all down the straightaway.
Unreal.
That's part of the reasoning. Gets right back to the gamesmanship we've seen. By the way, Justin Ream, he's still in 9th. And he's been lightning quick in just about every single car throughout the years on the platform. His team not at the top in the championship, but he has already seen the 462 go to victory lane in a row to land on this season. That time by 152.1. That's not good enough to be able to get the pole, but it is for the top 5 for the time being.
Yeah, and as I was saying, Justin, when these cars go into the corner behind another car that is already getting the full clean air experience, they disturb the air, and it's not normal for how those cars are built to handle undisturbed air. When that happens, going through a faster corner, when it relies on that aerodynamic grip, is all the crevices and the grooves are not getting what they need to keep the car planted to the ground, to the track. Therefore, you got to rely more on mechanical grip, which also means slowing the car down some more. But then that's all negated when you're going straight, because then you don't need any grip from aerodynamic forces, right? You just want to get as undisturbed air as possible, or no air, right? No air would be better in some ways, even though the engines would have to work harder, but that's neither here nor there.
There is a disturbance when it comes to the chances for one car, because we already have seen a couple bits of contact this session. Wave Italy Racing Team's 486 car just received a 10-second penalty because early on the session, there was a car off for a split second in the final sector. The 454 machine, one of the echelon machines, I believe it was. And in turn, because of that, it was from contact, moderate contact specifically. They'll have to serve 10 seconds during the race. 1 minute remaining, by the way, in the session.
Yeah, the stewards have been very busy in this specific qualifying session. Pretty much within a span of 2 or so minutes, there are 3 incidents that are currently either under review or, as you were just saying, has been reviewed with that 10-second penalty for that contact. But we'll have to see if there's any more serious ones. I mean, we've covered a lot of what's happened here, and it's been a pretty fun, a pretty exciting qualifying session if you're a fan of problems and mistakes that drivers have to find the solution for. This is almost over. These are the last laps, I believe, for all of these drivers here.
Yep.
In this sport class in GT4 competition. And currently, I mean, a lot of them are in the green, but I see no purple except for the 462 machine. For a split second. So we'll have to see. It's going to keep jumping all over.
Justin Ream might be the one to keep an eye on. There is checker flag. We've also got an extra 2/10 on the estimated pickup for Dennis Brezik right now. This is a driver in 13th. German Sim Racing needs to get a move on. The GSR.de by ACV car. Looking to see if they can get the 1, 2, 3s to the top of the board. It is to 3rd. Just a 1,000th of a second back of Fiercely Forward. That gets him track position. Now, with the check flag waving, Justin Ream and a couple others expected to fly in quickly. Both the Hydra Race Geodesic cars on flyers here. Their gold car is currently coming across the stripe. Here's a look at Ream. We've seen him in the purple for a second. 152.5. It didn't stick.
No, it did not stick whatsoever. But now we go back to the 463. I mean, these drivers are going to have to deal with an unfortunate starting position if there is no improvement here. It looks like it's a bit faster, but not nearly enough.
No change in terms of starting position. They were 10th off their fastest time. By the way, Rusty Spatulas, looks like they'll be the final driver to try and set a time in the class. It has not been a good session for them. They've had one crash. They're also dead last on the board. They need a second to move up, and they are not going to put up that time. In fact, they will stay with the 154. So with that coming to a close here for this grouping, let's take a look at how things finished out here in the next moment or so. Where in the end, the difference for the pole, about nearly 2/10. Glacier Racing will start on the front row alongside Geeks Energy and Fiercely Forward for Sport Today. Then it's German Sim Racing, who will start in third, alongside Sable Esports, quietly in the fourth spot. In fifth position is RJD, alongside Impulse Racing. Amongst the top positions as well, Justin Ream, he's 3/10 off the pole today. Ream considered to have a lot of from today. What a Sim Racing team started up with a lot of from their time stuck all the way to 8th throughout the session. Archer Racing now looking to see if they can power ahead of the Chips CS-backed machine. Then it's Geeks Energy Sim Racing, Omega in 10th position. K. Kramer Racing Esports with Tenarnian came back in 11th. Then Sim Racing, Sim City Racing, Chris Beats behind the wheel in qualifying in 12th. Next up, Hydro Race Geodesic Racing Vertex. They'll start alongside the Boots and VDS by Undercut Car. Huron Racing second entry starts next alongside Wave Italy Racing Team. 486 already with a 10-second penalty in this one. Core Sim Racing starts alongside Satellite Racing amongst the top 18. Last drivers on the grid, Ryan Scott Hamilton in 19th for Stata Nomad. Then Hugh Jess in the BMW in 20th. Carter James was involved in that crazy crash at the start of this session. With Rusty Spatulas, they did not recover 21st and 22nd. That's how the session ended for both of those cars. So now it's time for the next group of drivers to hit the racetrack. It's Cup qualifying. And so far, so very good when it comes to the way for ATRS, the esports division, up by a slimmer margin over Visceral Esports. Also keeping it very tight is Sim City Racing. Visceral Esports' the second car, rounding out the top 4. The Olympus cars, 5th and 6th entering today, also within a solid distance to battle for the championship. Everyone else, more than a race plus behind, needs a lot of work if they want to have any chance here today in the Cup cars.
Yeah, it's going to take a monumental effort for some of the teams outside this championship battle. But I do have to say, Justin, these gaps are close enough where you could theoretically see a horrid day happen for maybe, a leader in this championship, one of the top 2 teams. And then, heck, even in fourth with Visceral Esports' team that currently sits in 4th place, you could potentially see something come back for them. The only problem I see is, when you've got a smaller class size, it's potentially going to lead to fewer chances to get back after a big gap forms. And I think that's what we'll see here in this Cup class with Porsche 911 GT3s.
They hit the racetrack, the leader in practice, Sim City Racing's 971 car. Dalton Aldill led the way in that session for his team. Vince Peters, one of the top drivers this season in NGK and TK Esports Cup action in second. The Ryan Race Team rounding out the top 3 in the practice session. Already some times up on the board. K. Kramer up at the top of the board by 3 seconds right now. Don't expect that to stick. Mario Viglu is in second right now in the Impulse car. Another one of those that have been racing on Fridays every couple weeks here on RaceSpot in that championship we just referred to. So that being said here, the speeds right now for these drivers, now up to nearly 15 seconds between these cars. Touring cars, what are your keys to do well in this class today?
I mean, the biggest thing, right, it's one make. So all of these drivers, there's no real BOP separation between the drivers over the course of this class, meaning it comes down to setup and driver skill, team ability, and consistency. They'll run close, but because these cars have a little bit more aero grip and is one of the two faster series, if not the fastest, when it comes down to it. Obviously, LMP3 will come next and throw down some really quick laps here comparatively, but nonetheless, these Porsche Cup classes, it's always fun to watch because they handle so differently, right? The weight distribution is different between pretty much a Porsche and every other manufacturer that makes these cars. Right on board, you see it's got a little bit of snap oversteer sometimes, which you kind of have to handle throughout the corner just because of where the tank is located versus where the engine is. Ooh, dangerous here. My goodness, right on the limit, Justin. You love to see this in qualifying.
And you see just how tight it is compared to where the potential of the off tracks are indeed. So far, Balzer doing solid, though, in terms of keeping up at least with Impulse Racing in the drafting train. Everybody's in the purple, for the most part, on their third laps already. That's how quickly everyone's trying to push the balance of the tires here. Now, remember, we had some contacts in the last session. It's worth noting. Penalty just came in for Sport. No surprise, Rusty Spatula has just received a 20-second time penalty from that crash we've seen in Turn 1.
Yeah, there was there's no doubt in my mind that that was the penalty that he was going to get, 20 seconds there. But I gotta say, Justin, how many, race control moments needs to happen for it to be too much over the course of one qualifying session? Because those sport car classes, sport class cars were being very misbehaved. There was a lot of things going on there that the stewards had to keep mind of and keep an eye on.
I mean, I've seen where there's... I mean, this is more so in a race session where we had 23 or so in the span of an hour. We could have more than that.
I mean, what were you... Were you the steward? Were you saying, hey?
No, I was just the one doing the live reporting for that, running the blog. The race control had a busy time over the course of the hour, though.
That's true. That's fair. I mean, hey, anytime you've got that kind of tone set through qualifying when it comes to... and again, I'm not trying to mess with or rib on stewards or the race control because they're doing a fantastic job. They're so thorough, and I love it. I'm more messing with the drivers involved, that they have forced themselves into a position where they are making the stewards make these decisions. What do they always say in typical stick and ball sports? It's don't force the ref to make a decision, right? Well. Don't do the same here when it comes to a qualifying run. Racing, okay, I get it. But also, don't hurt yourself before you even get going in the race.
Continuing on with the session itself, SimCity Racing. Able to pick up an hour 10th right there. We mentioned Beats behind the wheel with their team principal, one of their team leaders. They also are in the midst of trying to keep up around, or at least keeping Stephen McGarvey within their range. Yes, they're in Motorsports car in the 5th position previous. So, meanwhile, down the board a little bit, Hydro Race Geodesic Racing looking to gain a lot of ground in their EU entry. This is George Ford, who's currently trying to zip around and find a lot of pace and a lot of quickly.
Still has a lot of time to get a good lap time down. We'll see what it is. I mean, this is obviously going to be a lot quicker than anything we've seen from that 962 crossing the line. 147.261 will, well, I thought it would be a little bit better. Maybe I was looking incorrectly. Nonetheless, 9th, 1.1 seconds off. That, to me, says just learn the track maybe a little bit more as this qualifying run goes on. These drivers, the best quality that a lot of them have is the ability to adapt, right? Even when it comes to changing track conditions and all the difficulties that can come from racing around drivers in a qualifying session, it's really important to make sure that you can kind of adapt with what's going on in the session, learn the track, learn the quirks at a particular time, because heck, temps can really change and the weather can really change how these race cars behave, especially when you're turning as much as you are here at VIR, track that does rely on that aero grip and mechanical grip almost equally in a lot of ways. It's break time though down this straightaway, Justin.
Still about, give or take, about 10 minutes or so to be able to work with on the track. More so, probably 7, if you're realistically speaking. But in regards to what we're seeing here with Thomas Cope, by the way, currently second for Olympus Esports Atlas, one of his best qualifying sessions, you could say, of the season. He's raced in several different series we've talked about over the years, such as the Major Series, where he won on the oval. It looks like they are going to come into pit. A few minutes to go in the session with a lot of laps on those tires. Here's a look at Sebastian Hove. An invalidated lap, and it's actually not been the greatest of sessions for the points leaders.
No, not at all, which is exactly, kind of thing the doctor ordered. If you're not in the top 3, top 2 in this championship, you will get, as I think, I don't know if just pulling over to get going again or tow or just let some cars go through. That's exactly what he did, the latter. Nonetheless, there's a lot of potential here. If these lap times don't improve for those championship leaders, then you could see some shuffling going on. Now, the biggest thing at the end of the race with the points, you get 100 for winning. For finishing 10th, which is the amount of drivers in this cup class, Justin, you get 37. So that's a 63-point swing if worst case or best case scenario, depending on your perspective, comes into play. That could make for some interesting things as we go into the final round of this season.
Here's a look at Mario. He looks to try and become Super Mario by trying to find that magical mushroom that is able to get him an extra few tenths of a second. He's just a 10th off the pole. He's also one of the drivers that's been bounced around a lot, it seems, when it comes to the NGK and TK Esports Cup. He has shown some good speed. He's currently up half a tenth. If that sticks, he could be in the top 2. That was close to an off track in the final corner, though.
Yeah, and that absolutely hampered the lap time, but still going to be really fast here for the 915. Goes 2 tenths quicker. It's up to the top of the board by over 1 tenth. Great run there. Could have had a few more hundredths, I think, Justin.
What a run indeed for Impulse Racing, but there's still time to be had. Sebastian Hove obviously needing to find a lot of it. McGarry's already had to come down to the pit lane at least once this session. You also have Visceral Esports with Vince Peters. That's expected to be lightning quick because, well, this year has been lightning quick for the team manager.
Car looks good, too. I mean, Can we just talk about it real quick? It looks like Darth Vader is about to, make me decide if I have strong aspirations of being a race car driver or not.
Just a couple years ago, it's interesting because IVRA does do some interview articles throughout the year. There are amongst the drivers in these types of races, they're saying they were cautiously optimistic when it comes to championship battles. It's funny now that since then, he's become championship favorites in multiple different series, but of course, so far in this campaign, it's showcased, again, the flashes of speed that are needed to be up at the front. The thing is, though, remember, it's a team side of things. Visceral, for reference, 4th coming into today, 1 second place at Road Atlanta.
A little bit wide on that final corner, this run down to the start finish here. Come around this turn 18 kink, and it's the exact same time almost by 200ths, just separating those lap times. So is that the potential? I mean, we know that these drivers can go faster in these cars. If you're not sitting in P1, you almost always can, based on the limitations you've set yourself. But I don't know. I feel like, when was that lap time for the 915 set? Was it set by itself running alone, or was it set in a group like this?
To answer your question, on its own, except for a small bit of draft from a car that parked on the back straightaway.
That is the exact thing you want, though, right? As these times continue to shuffle a bit more. I mean, how much more perfect can you get? That could be the representation, that 10th and change, I like to say that, between starting on the pole and not.
So we're down to the final few seconds here of the session. Just received note of another couple penalties coming through. And, what did you know? It's from the previous qualifying session again. 435. That is the Geek Sim Racing Omega car. Just received a 20-second penalty for impeding two different cars. And then, that insult to injury when it comes to one of the Hyperion entries, the one that got sent to the grass for Carter James. He was essentially penalized 20 seconds because that car returned to qualifying after taking the tow from being punted off the racetrack.
Yeah. I mean, it wasn't even, it's kind of funny looking at this race control sheet, because within 57 seconds or so of each other, that 435 machine was getting that 20-second penalty for impeding another car, and then 57 seconds later impedes another car with no further action. But as we're watching live pictures, I'm sorry, Justin, I just wanted to comment real quick on how difficult.
They put it in the same incident. I think that's the better way to put it.
Okay. Copy. That's a 10-4.
That's very much driver's thing to say. Here's a close chance for SimCity Racing with the draft. 46 flats.
Oh.
They are just off by under a tenth.
So I wanted to comment on what we were seeing through the S's at the end of the lap, where it kind of undulates going up and then kind of falling down the hill. It looked like there was some understeer throughout. And yes, gained a lot of time back on that front straight. As you saw, that closing speed was big, as we think that this is pretty much it. The session is over for these Porsche Cup machines, towing or just taking one more turn, one more spin around the course to get acclimated before we see the LMP3 machines on track. But goodness me, that was a perfect representation of what the advantages and disadvantages are of being behind another car in qualifying is.
Again, checker flag is out on the racetrack. Most drivers have now completed their time, so that being said, here's a look at how they will line up for the class. Impulse and SimCity, 1 and 2, separated by 0.93 seconds. Then it's Fitzpeters and Thomas Cope put their teams 3rd and 4th. Mike Dam for Orion Race Team showed speed in practice. That team carried it over to the race for 5th. The Hydro Race Geodesic Racing starts off 6th today. 7th position is the K. Kramer Racing for the Porsche Cup division. Mark Bolter behind the wheel for quali. ATRS Esports in 8th. SRN Motorsports started on back foot at qualifying, couldn't get on the front foot. Let this Esports Proton, but Daniel Sedgley rounds out the class. That leaves one more class to go for the qualifying session. Next up, it's the Dentist car, also known as LMP3s. Hydro Race Geodesic Racing, they've been the kings of the class so far. They lead over Strata Nomad, Core Sim Racing, and Boots and VDS by undercut, all within about a race. Also just out of range, Hydro Race Geodesic Racing with one of their entries. In fact, they're looking to try and find a way to get all 3 of their cars, Hydro Race Geodesic is, in that top 5 today.
Yeah, and this is where, you make your money, at least in the ClubSport series. 24 points separating the top 2 with added on 35 between the top 3. And you ask yourself, if you feel the pressure and a championship battle and a championship situation, I think these drivers are all going to feel the pressure here. It's so easy to go off and ruin your race, end up in the barriers. Believe it or not, there are barriers at VIR, Justin. But, oh, man, I would not want to be any of the top three, but yet I'd want to be in the top three.
So the drivers now heading the racetrack, by the way, for 1:39 is the estimated times. Those were the fastest in the practice. Time to race Geodesic Racing Black leading the way. Printed VDS by Undercut Red. Those drivers in the 1:39s, everyone else 1:40 or slower. So the drivers on track getting underway here. Graham Sanders currently leading the queue. Here's a look at the undercut car. This is Valentine Bunny behind the wheel of the 92 machine. And talk us through how this car feels when you're talking about the fastest class in the field today, but also a lot of slippy slidey we're already seeing from some of them.
Yeah, these LMP3 cars are really unique, right? They were in the top class or the top series in IMSA competition for a couple years from 2021 to 2023 last year. This is the first time that they were not in the 24 Hours of Daytona since just before COVID times, which I know we don't want to mention that, but it did have a brief stint up there. And the problem in the real world with it was it just wasn't necessarily quick enough to beat some of the slower GT classes, but it also was a prototype. So it's gone through a little bit of a makeover, I guess you could say, over the last few years. A lot of people like it. And it is that dentist machine. Why do we say it's a dentist car? Well, because a lot of these drivers in LMP3, they come into it in the real world more, I don't want to say as a hobby, but it really is a hobby for some people who are dentists, right? That's the whole saying. That's the whole joke, that these drivers are dentists in their day job and race car drivers as a hobby. And the LMP3 machine is a perfect car for that, but it is a really technologically advanced car. It does have aero grip. It does not have as much as you might expect with it being a prototype. It's fast. It can hit up speeds of over 170 miles per hour, but at the end of the day, it's the least technologically advanced prototype there really is in today's modern era. It's weird. That is the best thing I can say about it. It is a weird race car, but it's, when you've got this and the Porsche Cup car right behind it, I think we're happy to have a lot of weird.
And indeed, right now, it's currently Hydro Race Geodesic Racing with the 62 and 64 leading the way. That's the black entry. That's the latter of those two, by the way. This is to lead the said way in all of this. But I was going to say, obviously there's a lot of intriguing developments in terms of the future of this car in the real life. This racing scene after 3 years in IMSA competition prior to this year. But it's still, for good measure, a lot of people like it because, quite simply, people like prototypes.
That's me. I like prototypes, and I like seeing an LMP3 car in this field. And of course, we talk about it being one of the newer machines that iRacing has put into the sim with a great year, right? 2023. What an awesome year for iRacing, and new cars, new classes, new ways to race. This LMP3 machine, it doesn't make sense, and yet it feels, I can't explain it in a way that compares it to other cars, because it's not it's a prototype, but it doesn't feel like a normal prototype. It's much faster. It should be much faster than a GT spec car. It's not always faster. It's just fun, right? Like, it's a fun, weird machine that you've really got to put in some hours driving to even start to get a sense of what it actually is, and how it feels going through these quicker corners. Goodness me.
Now, keep in mind, it's still fairly active when it comes to European, French countryside action.
Absolutely.
It obviously as well, IMSA, since its previous announcement for dropping it directly, did make an exclusive series with in association with the historic racing side. So in turn, there's still a future for this car. It's not in as, I'm trying to figure out the exact phrasing. It's shuffling and inflexible in the States, but it's still active, obviously, when it comes to the racing scene in Europe, especially when it comes to just the differences in the car, but also just the difference in terms of entry point and so forth. This is only a car that's 3 years old. Do you want to really say, okay, you spent millions on a race car, enjoy your paperweight?
No, you don't want to do that. But at the same time, we talk about where this race car is used and what, you can still do with this car. IMSA did get rid of it, right, for the top level series, as we see some times being set 64 going to second, the 80 going to second now, and where is the 3 machine gonna be? A little bit quicker. But this car is still used by IMSA, just not in the WeatherTech sports car series, right? We're talking about that second, I don't want to say secondary series, but in a way it truly is, right? The Pilot Challenge, the Michelin Pilot Challenge is where it is used, or excuse me, I'm lying. It's the sports car, VP Sports Car Challenge. So there's a lot of new coming series and classes that happen across IMSA world and competition. I mean, goodness me, we have seen so many different naming conventions, and that is for a story for another time, by the way. The naming conventions of sports car racing. It's great.
Yeah. It's like, did we use this letter, this letter, this letter? Okay, what can we do to change it up? Because it needs a new name. It needs to be the new era.
Mm-hmm.
The new gen.
It's, I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I mean, heck, we talk about just the naming convention of GT machines, right? It's never exactly smart when you're like, okay, so the GT2 class is comparable in speed to a GT3, but because the GT2 has no real, aerodynamic grip, a lot of it's based on the horsepower it puts down the straights. It's slower than a GT3 when it comes overall, but it's a higher number because that number used to be quicker and it became GTE. I don't even want to get into that. LMP3 is the fastest in this field here today that we are watching, and that is all we should worry about with 6 minutes to go in qualifying.
So 6 minutes to go in that session. Graham Sanders up at the top of the board. Mark Puick currently has Core in second. Bo Rigor just finished a pit stop to be able to change up the tires for his car. Bonnie's currently in fourth for his respective team. Nigel Race Geodesic Racing White running at the top 5. Still keep an eye on the Miranda's M squad, though. Adam Brockway behind the wheel. He's also joined this race by Alec Bergstrom. Right now, they need to pick up 4/10 to be able to get into the crowd of 139s. Only one driver has got it quicker than a 139.9 still, and that's Sanders.
I mean, that is a big difference between first and second with 5 minutes to go here in qualifying. You gotta imagine, though, it's not going to stay, right? The gap between the 62 and the 80 is pretty much the same gap from second all the way back to 8th place in qualifying right now. There's no way that's the time that's going to be set here. I am curious, though, if we ride on board with Fritz as he comes down this back straight, how this car handles this undulation, the up, the down the hill. Interesting to watch right here.
Just see almost a little bit twitchiness there. Yeah. And just read up in terms of how some of the characteristics of this car are compared to, say, LMP2s or GTPs these days. There's a lot of talk about how it's difficult to get it slowed down in the corners. For Fritz,
he's a fast time.
Yeah, he's in the purple and then some. He looks to jump his teammate, and he didn't get it. So the purple lied to us. Well, he did set a faster time than his practice time, so there's that.
That is solid. That is a solid time. But can we just forget about everybody else's time? Because Graham Sanders in that 62 just went faster, a lot faster than everybody else.
How about
kidding me?
Yeah, this is incredible from Graham. But again, it's Graham. It's Graham Sanders. What else can you say? He's got Miguel Viego as the second driver today. That's going to be the team to beat.
That is a remarkable time. You know what's going to be really fun, though? Getting through traffic at any other point besides a straightaway at this track.
Here's a look at Jen Zitkowski, by the way. This is the 49 Machine Team Hoistenfeld. Currently trying to find a way. Pick up a lot more time. A full second. How about nearly all of it? Fourth spot for car 49.
Wow, that's a solid time too. This gap between second, third, fourth, can we kind of highlight? Look at between third and fifth. There's only 28,000 separating those machines, as there's a bit of a lockup there from that 49 machine. Oh, look at that! Great time set by the 11 WSR Esports butt kicker. Oh, these times are getting quicker now. I like this. I like this, Justin.
Only a couple more laps to do something, keep in mind. Zitkowski, he's also on a bit of a flyer here. He's rapidly setting the tempo here. This is already the team's 8th lap here. And looking in terms of the splits, I can tell you this, that car has picked up at least a 10 to 2 tenths each lap. That could be close.
Yeah, that is a really, really quick time. Oh, man. This is getting exciting. Do you almost wonder if some drivers, some teams were just taking it a little bit easier to get the tires into correct temp for the end, for some runs at the end? I just don't think so. I feel like you go that much faster for most of the session for that 62. That is your absolute speed, and everybody else is trying to catch up to you. I just don't think they'd sandbag like that till the end of a session. I'm just trying to rationalize what is potentially irrational.
I mean, the track is getting a little bit hotter, keep in mind, so you kind of need to go when you can go in terms of time. Here's Maximilian Fritz. He's trying to go and find a way up to his teammate. Fritz has turned all the laps in this session. He's got David Duino in the car as his second driver for today. His teammates already asked about the challenge of hitting a tree today, and no improvement.
No improvement at all. Those are some trees.
Yeah, there's a lot of trees here.
There's a lot of trees in Alton, Virginia. I actually came for a race last year with GT3 and GT4 spec machines, and these views are kind of the same angles that I was standing at. This entire section right behind that chain link fence is open, as we see that look at that, 1,500th separating now the two teammate sister cars for Hydro Race. My goodness.
Here's a look at 11th spot, by the way, on the racetrack. This is the 33. Drake UB Sports trying to find a way to do something, anything, to gain at least the average of about 9 tenths. With the checker flag waving, this is their run. It's not been the greatest when it comes to Lucas, and when it comes to Lucas Giras with Niels van Hondo as his second driver today, they need to pick up a second and a half, but they need it now.
It looks like they're going green right here, but I don't know if it's going to be anything much better than an improvement. It's going to be an improvement by half a second, but it's not even close to being enough to break into the top 10 even in a 12-car LMP3 class field. Sanders, oh, this is a faster time, is it not? Are you kidding me?
Oh my goodness. In the words of Ted Lowendick, what did he have in his coffee this morning? My goodness.
That is absolutely wild. Let's just hope that coffee stays hot for a long amount of time. At least that's what the 62 is thinking, because my coffee got really cold really quickly, Justin.
Here's Nathan Moore. He looks for a lot more on the pylon. He did find a decent amount for second. I couldn't tell if you're just saying you're impressed with the time or your coffee magically heated back up.
I mean, I can go make another small cup of coffee. I drink it without any cream or sugar in it, because I want to feel like I'm right at the track. I'm ready to go. Some of these drivers are certainly ready to go here, and some of them, they're going to need to go back to the drawing board, especially in this LMP3 class. We've got a lot of close times, and that's going to be exciting as we watch this race unfold. I mean, 3 cars are within 2.5 tenths of each other for a podium spot, but goodness me.
54 entries here today, and with this being said, the session has come to a close. This time for the 49 already complete. Graham Sanders, Nathan Moore on the front row for Hydrace Geodesic Racing and WSR Esports, respectively. Then in third spot, it's the black entry for Geodesic. They'll start alongside the Moranis M squad. Then it's Core Sim Racing and Team Hoysenfeld wants the top half of the field. Also in the field today is Boots and VDS by Undercut, the red car, in 7th alongside the white entry for Hydrace Geodesic Racing. Then it's Demetrez Automotive by Majors Garage back in 9th. In 10th, it's ATRS Academy. Drake-U Esports starting off 11th today. K. Kramer Racing Esports only back in 12th. Up note, 2 drivers did not set qualifying times in the session. One was because Restrada Nomad did not take enough time in practice. That led to a start of the back penalty. They were 16 seconds short, according to some of the other drivers in their field. Olympus Esports Vanguard also did not set a time. Let's run through the rest of the grids as well while we can. First with the Cup cars. When it comes to Impulse Racing of SimCity, then Visceral Esports close things up within about 2 tenths along with Olympus Esports. Ryan Race Team and Hydrace Geodesic Racing once the top 6. K. Kramer Racing finished off 12th in 7th with ATRS Esports having a long way to go. They're starting 8th. SRN Motorsports and Olympus Esports Proton, the top 10 and all the cars. For sport today, it's Glacier Racing who leads the way for them. It's Geeks Energy and Fiercely Forward in 2nd. German Sim Racing starts 3rd alongside Zebel Esports, RJD, and Impulse, the top 5 in 6th. Then it's Hydrace Geodesic Racing Gold with Justin Ream at 7th. The Sim Racing team, Archer Racing starts off 9th alongside the Geeks Energy Sim Racing car. Remember, that's amongst the cars that already have penalties built up from the qualifying session. K. Kramer Racing Esports in 11th. Chris Beats start off 12th for SimCity Racing. Hydrace Geodesic Racing's 463 in 13th position. Then it's the Undercut car in 14th. Then Hyperion Racing will start alongside Wave Italy Racing Team with Core alongside Satellite. Wants the top 18. Towards the back of the field, Liam P. Doyle. That's a very close name to Dylan R. Coyle. Alongside Hugh Jass, along with Echelon Simsport, having a penalty because they rejoined the session after a crash. Also with a big penalty, Rusty Spatulas for a crash that took the 445 to the grass. And then the next class. That's the touring cars, our last of the groupings today. Wave Italy Racing Team starts on the pole today. 15 1,000ths the difference, or closest session. But Team Hoysenfeld 2nd. Impulse, Hydrace Geodesic Racing. XBD Emerald Racing, along with Brabham in the top half of the field. Then it's Obsidian and Core rounding out the grouping. Of note, Obsidian does have a penalty as a result of jumping onto the racetrack too early for qualifying today. Let's take a look at the car classes one more time to remind you what's at stake here for today. And in turn, with this being said, your thoughts on what to expect from the classes today.
Well, it's going to be pretty clear in terms of the difference in speed, but I feel like, you always look down at the slower classes for the closest action. You look at the club with the GT4 cars, and I look at that and I say that's going to be the most exciting in terms of having a lot of manufacturers in there, a lot of different balance of performance packages, if you will. I think that's going to be the most exciting. It's got the biggest group of machines, but then you've got the traffic from the LMP3s trying to get past the TCRs, the Porsche Cup cars being a pain to drive. And I don't know, man. This is going to be fun. VIR, we're going to have a very busy race control spreadsheet going on. So Dustin Hollis, our producer, is going to have to keep us up to date when there's a lot more to add.
Yeah, this is expected to be a busy day when it comes to the drivers here at VIR. Again, Virginia International Raceway with lots of lengthy sections, yes, in terms of drafting spots, but also you're talking about a lot of intriguing corner names, by the way. You have Roller Coaster in Sector 3, you have NASCAR Bend in Sector 1, you have that run all the way up to Oak Tree. The Snake is expected to catch drivers off guard. The Horseshoe, we already seen at least one crash in. Hog Pen, we've seen a couple drivers go wide. Really, you can have a lot of trouble here, is what I'm trying to say.
Yes. Did we already not see all the trouble they could
Not
potentially
yet.
have? This is the funny thing. They already had so much trouble trying to, what I say earlier, to drive the track, right? It's one of those circuits where you really got to be good at just getting around it on your own. Because if you can't do that, you can't race it, as you see smoke. And that is in the first sector of this racetrack. So it's probably, once we go past NASCAR Bend into that Snake section, that's when things get a little bit chaotic and the mayhem. Look at that. You've got the GT4s and the LMP3s trying to go side by side down this start-finish straight. Barney's going to be very, very... it's going to get a good workout here today, I think.
I like so good with how things could go here today. Keep in mind, a few more minutes to go on the warm-up session before we hit the racetrack itself. Keep in mind, the gridding period is scheduled to start in about less than 90 seconds. So, that being said, who are you watching the most today, based on what we've seen so far, but also based on how we've seen a lot of these drivers showcase a lot of speed early? Who are you keeping an eye on?
Is there really any better option than the entire team behind the 62 in LMP3? Went faster by far than anybody else on the leaderboard. That was the biggest gap we saw, right? For Graham Sanders going pretty much 2.5 tenths by the end, 10.5 at the end. It felt like at one point it was a half second. So the key is to make sure you get around the traffic as quickly and as efficiently as possible. But, I mean, hey, a race happens on the track, not on paper, right? So we can talk all about timings and everything like that, but the key for the top qualifier from LMP3 in Graham Sanders and that 62 car is to just keep it on track. And if that means sacrificing a little bit of top-end speed to safely get around another car, that might be the move, at least in the beginning of this race.
So as the drivers finish things up, the checker flag is out for the final warm-ups, which means it's time for the drivers to get to the starting grid in amongst itself. Now, as talked about, more than 50 drivers starting in today's race. We've already looked at how the starting grid is about to fare up for these drivers today. In turn, your keys to a good start to a race like this, knowing, well, there are going to be a lot of cars, a lot of close to each other.
Patience. That's what it is, patience. These drivers in different classes will have a little bit of separation at the start, but you're still racing with anywhere between an additional 7 to 21 or so drivers in your class you got to deal with. 28 degrees Celsius, track conditions have changed. Drivers will have to adapt. It's gotten 2 degrees Celsius hotter as we moved into the afternoon hours here. The sun is definitely appearing a lot more than it was. It's partly cloudy, but I would have argued that it was more overcast in the earlier parts of the qualifying session. But man, I love broadcasting qualifying when they're as exciting as it just was.
So in turn, the excitement about to kick up another 25 notches here, you'd have to say. As the drivers finish up the gridding procedure here, they have an hour 50 seconds to get their setups in order and get themselves onto the racetrack. Now, it's interesting note today, there's a lot of details because of the start line procedure. Keep in mind, the start line procedure is where you'll see that green flag stand with the green stick out at the front straightaway, just at the edge of the pit exit, by the way. However, there was a discussion graphic also placed in, I've noticed the past couple weeks, involving how far along drivers can essentially pass. The preference is, for a lot of drivers, overlapping a car is not allowed until you cross the start and finish line. In other words, you get even close to a fender to fender, that goes against the recommendations for race control today.
I would say it's a little bit stronger than just a recommendation. The rules.
Yes.
Yes, I agree, though. It's going to be of importance, and you can absolutely guarantee that race control is going to be watching with eyes like a hawk once we do get going here in one lap's time. But this track, man, I mean, turn one, we already saw with the problems that came through the GT4s earlier on the sport class. Big off right here into the braking zone. I mean, I don't know if it's probably the second biggest braking zone of this circuit. You kind of ease off coming down that back straight. And of course, that turn 11 right before you go into Oak Tree has proven to be a big problem as well. Turn one, though, a lot of people, I think, underrate. They don't rate it as highly as it should be when it comes to difficulty.
Yeah, and I was about to say, a lot of people underestimate the speed you can build up there, because even though it's a little tiny bit shorter, that elevation coming out of Hog Pen, it's basically like a soapbox derby ramp where you go down the hill and it gets you some more speed compared to the even longer distance of that back straightaway to roller coaster.
Yeah. I mean, there's a reason it's called roller coaster, right?
Yeah. How big the elevation change
Look at that.
is.
Oh, goodness. Let's say a prayer for our producer's computer. For all those beautiful machines, lights on. This is going to be a good race, man. I'm excited. At least you and I get to stay for the early parts of it before we pass it off to Will Vincent and Lorenzo Bonder for the finish of this race. But it's a long one here at VIR. I really feel like you have to go into it knowing that you're not going to be perfect, right? It is so easy to go off here that if you are perfect, you certainly should not have planned to be that way. You got to get it in your head that this track lends itself to problems, and you've got to just find the solutions. That is such a weird look right there.
Yeah, you mean without the tree?
No, well, not yes about the tree, but it is just funny seeing the Porsche Cup GT3 spec machines with the GT4s, McLaren, Mercedes, Aston Martin. They just look a lot bigger in the background. Give an old BMW feels right there.
I mean, remember, there's only one BMW, so you can't really say BMW feels. And
you know what I mean. You know what I mean. The old, I think it was the was it the M8 BMW?
Yes.
M3 or M8? Yeah, it was the M8.
It was one of them. And the memes just came back this year.
They did.
You know what? Coming up here, the start.
Oh,
It's just about time to get back to racing. The GSI ClubSport Series by IVRA, 700 kilometers here at Virginia International Raceway, here on RaceSpot. We're glad to have you with us from Virginia. Graham Sanders in control for the initial start. Nathan Moore alongside the LMP3s. Round 5 of the IVRA campaign for the GSI ClubSport Series is set to go green. The pace car is off. The drivers are lined up. And the green flag is waving from Barney as they make it to the start zone. Good luck for Sanders, already clear. 3 wide at the very back of the field for the start. And already, Jason Dilworth trying to make up for lost time. Oh, wow, the Porsche Cup cars are off and away.
Yeah, Porsche Cup trying to get these brakes lit up going into the corner. But, of course, we go back, and now it's sport class time. All 22 plus of them.
We have a spin in this section. There goes one of the sim racing team off the track. One of the yellow cars sent off is Sabo. Here come the touring cars as they zip on by. You see the heart of the pack still when it comes to sport as they try and settle it back out.
Oh man, turn one, what did we say? It's underrated as the TCR leaders go at it here throughout NASCAR Bend into this left hook.
They're still trying to run side by side. Not that much separation from Sport here for the start. Wave Italy holds on to second. Team Hoyschenfeld taking over the overall lead in their respective class as a result of their settling out. LMP3s, they're already on the backstretch. Sanders, he's ran away with his teammate. No surprise with the quality speed to see the race pace also be very quick. Bo Rigor also following suit. Here's a look at Porsche.
Yeah, this Porsche Cup class, they are all in line heading down this back straight. It's the first time we're going to see them all race towards this roller coaster of corners. You go down the hill, then back up very quickly. The car is unsettled, especially when it's race pace. It's time to get going. Look at this drone shot right here. Really takes you for a ride. Put your hands up, put your arms out of the vehicle. It's time to just go for the thrills and spills of a roller coaster ride.
And all the way to the long straightaway down the front stretch. In turn, Bigot holding on to the point, and we have it off. That's one of the top drivers. That's Archer.
Big mistake right there in that 460 machine. Back down into P12, was running some fast times within the top 10. And now that's a big off side by side going around the start finish area right here. Wonder if there's going to be a little bit more late braking as now we're on the lap 2 for this sport class.
Well, it's a lost ground for Liam Matthews as a result of that one. That puts him towards the back after a good qualifying run. Let's take a look at what happened in turn 1. Race control is already reviewing what just happened here, as well as a couple other incidents. This one was more notable.
Yeah, I don't know if I don't know if there was contact there on the inside. It looked like there has to have been because that was a pretty quick snap of oversteer that led to it sliding through turn 1. Nonetheless, it was the contact afterwards that is really going to be the thing that kind of hurts both drivers. Could have made it through with just simple spins, not the case.
According to the race review sheet, the car that made the contact you may have noticed there was GermanSimRacing.de by ACV. So Dennis Brezik, a part of the investigation. You're seeing Core meanwhile on screen. This is amongst the drivers already towards the back half in regards to sport. You can just see how big that queue is right now, though. This difference on where they're at, back half of the field, the queue is so long, this is 8 seconds back for the lead.
That's awesome. 53 total cars are racing in this one at VIR, but of course we talk about the bigger classes, and that's the sport class. But we go back to LMP3 battling and LMP3 competition. Kind of throughout the field, it's pretty close. This is further into 10th, right? So it's pretty much at the bottom of this LMP3 field, but pretty quickly you'll see that it gets strung out a little bit more each and every lap. But this is a good run right here. Look at that. That's a scary sight to see in your rear view screen display.
Right now, ATRS Academy trying to figure out a way around in all this. That's Brandon Blakesley. He's behind the wheel for them today. You still have Lucas Juretz behind the wheel with the blue and white machine. It's been intriguing to me in terms of some of the team developments as of late. We go back to Impulse, for example. Mario's showed some good speed we talked about already on. This is almost like an NGK battle, which utilizes more so the GO86s. You also throw in the mix, though, Thomas Cope. He's looking very solid to start. These days, Thomas Cope, on top of his success was referring to earlier in different series, also moving to a digital role. He looks to see what Vince Peters elects to do. Looks like Peters doesn't want to go yet.
No, not yet, but I think it was just a bit too late down that back straight right there as we rejoin this lead battle for TCR. You know, you're going to see stringing out happen very quickly in LMP3 competition, but once you get into those slower classes, those gaps are just not big at all, and it's really hard at the start of a race to get a big advantage. Those second plus advantages and gaps, they kind of stem from a long bit of racing. Look at that. That is not a TCR car on the left side of the circuit right now. That is a GT4 Mercedes machine in sport competition, and this is the first taste we'll get this race, I think, of multi-class racing and having to deal with traffic. 491 has, remember, had a big off in the first corner, first lap of the race.
So, it's worth noting, we mentioned one driver did not set a qualifying time. It should say 2 for LMP3. Olympus Esports Vanguard, I think their driver just arrived because third of the race, 2 laps down.
Huh. That is, it's got to be a mental lapse, right? You don't just join 2 laps down if you're not having issues or you're just on top of things. So I wonder what happened there.
Yeah, that's weird. They did take part in practice, but third in class looks like this. Go ahead.
Maybe just forgot timing-wise, or there's so many things that could potentially happen when you've got a big break. It's not like you're at the track as we go side by side for P5. The 3 and the 92 almost shoving a bit of a hip check there, coming around turns 1 and 2, and clearing him is that 3 machine, the Miranda's M Squad number 3, into the top 5. That's the kind of racing that you don't usually see in prototype battling, a long side-by-side battle, except for a brief few times throughout the course of a long endurance race. But at the start, with the slower speeds and the smaller amount of fragility in the LMP3s, you start to get side-by-side action like this between a McLaren and a Mercedes.
And no surprise, Alonso's trying to make up for lost time. Justin Ream with the cross to the right side out of Hogpen. The 462 wants to go fast, and Justin Ream able to leave his driver. Oh my goodness, his teammate just punted the air car.
There's the barrier.
Well then, what happened there?
I mean, you had to expect something was gonna go wrong. That is race over. No. I mean, they were about to go 3 wide. You look at that track through the grass, and there's a lot of grass to run onto, but at one point, man, that just, oh man. Oh, I don't want to comment too much on that one, except for that was a complete
caution.
Caution's out. Car's stuck. We do have full course cautions in IVRA competition, Justin.
There's no safety exit nearby. Well, obviously, that's about the front straightaway. So, in turn, the field is frozen on lap 6 as a result of that crash. Short yellow is the call. They had just had traffic starting to come into play right before that point as well. So, the LMP3s had to wait for the most part. Unfortunately for 2 of the TCRs, they just got passed prior to that point. Also, this is a good time to mention in regards to touring car. Well, there's going to be a change coming up pretty soon because we talked so much about Wave Italy's pace, Dylan, earlier on.
Mm-hmm.
They went too quick into the start zone. In fact, they went accelerating before it. They have a penalty, and that 40-second penalty is going to hurt later on for the 161.
That's a massive penalty, and yeah, that was, I think also you got to remember, we're looking at that race control sheet. Was that a penalty on probation for the 161? Is that why it's a 40-second penalty?
It's a good question in terms of that. Here's a look at what brought up the safety car.
Wow. There's got to be... I have a hard time thinking that the car on the inside is going to snap to the left just to hit a car off.
Was it too much to the right and the squeeze, or
No
was
way.
it?
Not at all. At least I don't think so. As right now it looks to be under review from the steward. So we'll have to let you know exactly what the penalty will be. I mean, this has got to be. Here's a replay. No, this is going to be the severest of penalties, I think.
So with that, severe contact, bringing out our first caution flag of the day. That likely ends the day for Geek Sim Racing Omega. Drivers are still trying to catch up to the middle of the pacing line, by the way, in terms of the caution. In fact, the pace car is still yet to come with the racetrack.
Hey, I guess that's what happens when you've got such a long track with so many cars in different places using their strengths, and it doesn't surprise me, right? It's a lap or two difference as we start to see some cars take the wave around. The way it works, because we don't usually see caution periods in road racing, which I feel like I love to see, especially when it's a bigger incident like that. Obviously, once that pace car comes around, then you can see the wave around in a bigger part. But I almost wonder. I almost thought that you weren't supposed to get the wave around until the pace car's there, but hey, it's whatever.
I mean, it's a quick caution, remember. The pace car is out now. Race control again. Accelerating the speed of this caution with it being so early here. To reset, Hydra Race Geodesic Racing 1 and 2. There goes that lead they were building up. They had a few seconds on the field until that caution flag. They were running away and fast to start.
I mean, that's what you kind of have to deal with, right? When there's a full course caution in a long 134 lap, 700 kilometer race here at VIR. You're expecting cautions. If you go into this race not expecting cautions, I don't know what to tell you. Now, saying that as the pace car is now completely out and the cars have caught up, in saying that, you can't use cautions as a way to plan strategy-wise, right? You just got to be ready to go whenever a caution comes out. But you always have to go strategy-wise, fuel, tires, anything you want to change. It's got to be green flag conditions is what you think of. And then you just have a plan in the background if a caution comes out.
So, being said here, in terms of this being the very, very, very early going here, what goes through the mind as a driver, in your opinion, in this type of a race, at this type of a track?
Early on, you're dealing with a lot of competition straight off the jump. You weren't able to get into much of a rhythm at all. So all of a sudden, you guys have to go right back into fierce battling and fierce fighting without having any time spent just racing the track on your own. I think drivers get a bit antsy at this point as we see positions gained and lost. Obviously, the biggest change is probably what we're seeing second and third, a swap of sorts. Obviously, other positions have been gained in greater quantity, but having two teammates in 1-2, I think, helps both of them in terms of making sure they can get going as quick as possible in LMP3, go to Cup, and obviously the big offs that have happened in this race. SimCity not having a good day.
If I just heard correctly on the radio, they have just told anyone with a 10-second or less penalty they can take an end of longest line penalty instead here. There is only one driver who can get that, from my understanding. Wave Italy in the 486. They just got lucky.
Interesting. Okay. Well, yep, 486 is taking that EOL penalty, and it's probably smart. That was gifted the first kind of incident in qualifying with that contact. Now, if you remember, and Justin, I know your memory is sharp, it was going into turn one when that happened. That I don't even think the car went onto the brakes. I don't even think they remembered that they had a brake pedal going into turn one. So for that kind of incident to happen in qualifying and only to be 10 seconds, getting very lucky here, I'm sure some are saying, hey, well, Can we get an EOL and get our penalty reduced 10 seconds? What would you think about that, Justin?
Well, first of all, the incident you're thinking about is that was actually
all right.
Spatulas.
I've got the bad memory. We don't have to think about that.
But the other one was at the start of the qualifying session we're referring to. We're talking about with the second echelon entry, and echelon, keep in mind, still had a solid qualifying, or Hyperion, I should say, still had a decent enough qualifying run. But that being said, we are getting ready for the restart this time by. So it will take a few moments here for the driver to get to the field. No overlap, remember, allowed on the restarts.
Yeah, that's a big thing to remember. We talked about you cannot have fender next to fender at all. On the start, on the restarts, does not matter. It's pretty much going to be another start to this race 9 laps after the actual start of the race. I got to tell you, Justin, if I'm any driver that saw the start, saw how aggressive others were, I almost peel back a tiny bit. If you know there's going to be a lot of potential cautions in this one, and you've got a lot of time to make up ground, don't go too aggressive here, because you don't want to be one of the drivers like we saw with that 435 to just get kind of body checked, hip checked into the barrier and the outside of the start-finish line. I don't know. Be a little calm. Be a little patient here.
Just about set to get back underway. Again, your class leaders, Hydro Race, Geodesic Racing, Impulse Racing, Glacier Racing, and Team Heuchenfeld. So 3 of the top 4 for the name team. A lot of drivers are still checking up, by the way, to the point where we have drivers, I believe, in the grass. We've had a crash under caution, I believe.
Are you kidding me?
There was a stack up at the very back of the queue behind the 148 car. Team Heuchenfeld got slammed into by at least 4 or 5 different cars. We're still restarting, but there was something entering Oak Tree. I just noticed on the track, and there's already some reports in. Let's take a look.
Oh, this is an accordion effect that starts way up the track, and that's I don't even want to comment much of that, because that I've seen that happen on 85 here near Charlotte.
The crazy thing is, there's so much space to not have that happen, but the LMP3s have space to run free. Green flag.
Yeah, green flag heading down into turn 1 here. A lot of separation between these prototypes, except going for a battle for, I believe, 7th place side by side. Got a really good jump here, but gonna have the outside. Not going to be able to hold that inside or get clear, so now it's a big loss for the green on the outside. Oh, some contact?
Not too much quite yet.
Ooh.
Oh, some more sense from the Miranda's car.
Yeah, just throwing it in there. Hey, talked about not being as aggressive, but smelt blood in the water as we see cars down pit lane because they have a lot of damage from that caution crash.
We've had a couple drivers have to get black flags cleared, by the way, in the sim, so those drivers have to sort themselves out. Take a look at Rusty Spatulas. They hope to try and knock some of, or really all of the rust off with how things have gone for them today.
So we watch this sport battle in this second, or this restart lap, I should say, and 411 machine in the back here, going to try and get moving up through the field. I mean, you're 17th, and this is not a position that you're used to being in. I think the aggression and the desperation, even though we've got so many laps remaining, it's so early on in this race, does it set in at all right now, Justin?
In terms of the pressure, you mean?
Yeah, the pressure, the need to be higher up than 17th. in a 22, now I guess 21 car active in the field. The more you spend in the back, especially on a restart, the more cars you see in front of you, I think that makes the aggression go a little bit higher, as there was a peek down to the inside by the 444 machine of Fiercely Forward Yellow.
Now, this all settles in. As Core is amongst those coming out of the pit lane, we've seen a lot of those drivers stack up, so at this point, they're nearly getting stacked into by some of the faster cars here. You still have another car that's still in the pit lane, by the way, after all the stackers, and now Brabham is in the pits. Hearing there's an issue with one of the Core Sport machine as well. Never mind. It's just been waved off by our producer staff. So let's go to the LMP3s. And once again, top two are running. And here comes the pass from one of their buddies.
Yeah, look at this. This is going to be a big run going down into the roller coaster section. Hard on the brakes. Easy does it, though. I think it was a bit of a, here, you take the position. I don't want to fight you too much. Oh! Then way off track, the 467 of German Sim Racing. That is a ton of positions lost, especially with the class running so close together.
Yeah, this has been almost bumper car to bumper car so far, and we gave him a bump. Bye-bye.
That's a racing incident to me. That one is... Oh, no!
I think they just got the luckiest time of the week, because here's the thing.
That's code
Here's the reason that porta potty's relevant. If this was one of the newest tracks like Willow Springs, they're out of the race. That's a solid object. Here, it's not solid.
Yeah, those those porta potties are a little bit heavier than you might think when a race car comes and hits it. Oh no! Car off track, Mercedes into the wall, coming around to the start-finish line. It was the 4.6. What car was this exactly? 4.56. Not 4.65. That's out of the race. 4.56. The Nomad machine, and that's a big off right here. You got to think, yeah, look, a little bit of oversteer and just slides in. Surprised it didn't get going very quickly.
So your naming buddy goes around there. That's Liam Doyle. That ends up having the spin.
You know, I got an email from a helmet manufacturer. Hold on. Pass an LMP3. I'll talk about that afterwards. Good pass. It seems like that. Oh, no, not a good pass. Way off.
That is Jason Dilworth, who already has to escort himself through the grass.
Major slowdown coming up.
That is a lot of time in the grass. I think they took the slowdown in the grass.
No kidding. That was, you know, it's a great move, right, to get on the brakes really heavy going into that roller coaster section side by side for P4 right now. Between the 92 and the 11, they're still staying side by side. If you're the 8, which lane do you go with? It keeps swapping back and forth. Looks like it's going to be held, though, by WSR Esports. Butt Kicker has to close off that inside position, does it quite well. Now the 8 machine right on the gearbox, right on that rear wing. It's going to have to stay in. Oh, way onto the grass over the curbing. That slowed him down a bit. Slow down.
Yeah, that's too much cutting up the curb right there. That's going to put him to the back of the queue. Right behind Kay Kramer. And they really didn't want Blakesy to go by too.
All right, so the penalty has been given for the earlier incident between the 435 and the 463 machine. The 463 has been given a 20-second penalty. And as well, the 451 has gotten a 120-second penalty. 2 minutes for making contact during a safety car while being on probation. Pass for 4th and LMP3. Things are happening here, Justin.
Everybody wants to do everything. Nathan Moore doesn't want to lose 4th. That's squeezed into Hog Pen.
Still down the inside.
Bonnie has the preferred line indeed. Yes, for the pass. But does he have the run Nathan Moore has a little bit more zoom on the outside, but not enough to hold on to be able to keep in front of Bonnie. In turn, by the way, as everyone continues to shuffle out, you're mentioning penalties. Drivers did note, and race control just also made a correction to the previous penalty, the 161, saying not on probation. They said there was a probation mark on the racing sheets in error. They've now reversed that, jumping the start to 20 seconds. RJD slowing down. They had a car's cut. They had to slow down while being taken 3 wide.
Contact. Ooh-wee. Oh, man, this is uncomfortable. I mean, you think about it. There's like half a car length's width. You can maybe force the car into the outside, make it a 3 wide situation. But why would you do that? That's going to slow you all down. It's not that desperate. As the 6th place machine, the 463, goes to the outside here. Great battling, great racing here.
And Justin Ream already from the mid-pack to almost to the front, to the top 3 as they reach the touring cars. Trying to run off and away and fast. Speaking of running away, by the way, in all of this, the LMP3s, as you can probably guess, with the speed, they're getting ready to reach some traffic pretty soon. It's also very much worth noting that your overall leader, Graham Sanders, who is a part of that Hydrojet Race Geodesic Racing Camp, is running half a second quicker than the field. Here's for Sport, meanwhile.
Yeah, that 2-second advantage between both 62 and 64 Hydro machines. It's pretty big. Hydro Race is going with a big gap to everybody else, it feels like, in this one. But this battle, oh, there's some contact going into the braking zone. That's got to unsettle the car through roller coaster. Benz just barely clearing in first in Cup. I mean, that's a big move from the 915 of Impulse Racing to just clear him without really a second's notice coming out of the corner. I mean, just trust right there in both cars is what had to happen. But I mean, these drivers are so evenly matched. And what did I say earlier, Justin? It's the BOP. There's no difference. They're driving the same cars. A move down the inside for P1. Easy does it, but way too hard on the brake.
Vince Peters nearly turned himself across Mario's front nose. 915 back to the lead. Keep in mind, these two have had some chippy battles off and on when it comes to the Fridays, as we touched upon. Just in the last race in that respective series, when it came to the run in Imola, Mary had no less than 2 bits of contact for battles for the race lead, where he either bounced off cars or others bounced off him. Here's a look at Ream as he plays the defense game again.
Some contact is totally okay between the GT machines, TCR machines. Obviously, once you get to prototypes, as you see a pit stop going on right here for the 445 car, but that contact is okay as long as it's not heavy, as there's some side-by-side Mercedes battling going on here.
Seatbelt machine amongst those, trying to make a quick recovery. Remember, Seatbelt was sent off the track on the opening lap of this race. So far, David Coley, so far, having a solid recovery. Oh, and now Kay Kramer is amongst those off now, amongst those in LMP3. Everybody's mowing that grass and ripping it apart.
Now this is an uncomfortable battle to be in if you are in an LMP3 machine with a TCR right around. I mean, you all have to go much slower. Big contact, and there's a big off the TCR. That might be a race ender right in front of LMP3 traffic. And I've got to say,
oh, no.
If I am the 146 core team machine, I am absolutely livid. It is the job of the faster class to get by safely. This is going to bring out most likely a full course caution right in the middle of the track.
They got to throw it fast. He's in the middle of the racetrack, and the Porsche Cup leaders, I don't think they know he's there yet.
I don't think so. It's blind
there it
coming
is.
on. There we go. Full course caution. Justin, I'm actually quite frustrated for...
Oh, no. Wake up. Oh my, I thought they were going to fly into them.
Oh no, they were all slowing down. Full course caution was out. All good. But I've got to say, I am extremely frustrated if I am that core team machine. Anyone? I mean, that's a complete lack of understanding of multi-class racing to try and force yourself there and in a position that you can't really go.
So
That's what happens, multi-class. And if you notice, Justin, sorry to cut you off, there was an LMP3 in the back that had a big off and hit the left side retaining barrier to try and avoid that.
yeah, that was Tricky Esports, who's just taken a closed pit entry penalty to get repairs. Here's a look at what's caused caution number. Wow.
Just completely disrespecting that there's a TCR car there. Am I wrong?
Yeah, I mean, it's like a hockey hip check.
Yeah, but it's interference, that one. There's going to be a big off here for the Trek Machine. Oh, what a good avoidance. It's just one of those times that you really hope that that barrier is not as close to you. And it's not often that VIR has a barrier right next to the track, but that was one of those times.
So, a few wave arounds already being sorted here with this caution. We already had 2 cautions, by the way, in the first 15, 16 laps here. So, I know you don't want to point about the strategy of the cautions, but when stuff like this happens, what's the team discussion like at this point with the attrition going sky high?
Well, these machines, they do all have some set of fuel limits, right? That is going to change how many laps they can run. We've gone 16 laps, some of them under caution. In saying that, it's going to help extend the stint lengths. You know, the LMP3 is right around an 80% fuel. I mean, that's where most of them are running, except once we get to the TCRs, are kind of half a fuel tank. That being said, probably go. I'm gonna shoot a very, very broad 45 minutes, 40 minutes here for stint lengths under green flag conditions. We haven't really gone that far yet. This caution comes in a weird area where it might be smart to go into the pits for fuel, but also you can gain if other cautions come out at different times. This is a hard situation, a hard discussion and decision. I'd stay out. I feel like that's what most of the teams might be thinking as we see some of them just going down pit lane. See, it's a very difficult decision. Top 2 stay in, or I should say the leader and third stay in, but second place from that Hydro Race team is the only LMP3 machine to come down pit lane.
So some interesting calls here, or our call for now.
Justin, they're 2 teammates, and first and second. Is this like a covering of sorts?
Has to be.
You know, it's not a bad move. If you're in a position where you get to make that decision as a team, as Hydro Race in 1 and 2. The one question is that I'm trying to figure out. I believe the pits were open, and it looks like a driver swap right here.
Yeah, they did say pit exit open. I don't know if we heard the pit entry open. That's a good question. They did put Austin Young, by the way, in the 64 car to make a swap here. So it's going to be interesting how this all goes, the rest of this run here. So, at this point, what do you do to catch up to the alien that is Graham Sanders?
I mean, this is the best opportunity that we've seen since the very start of this race for anyone that is not a Hydro Race machine to lead it. Obviously, the 49 and the 92 both up 4 spots in LMP3. That could be something, as these Porsche Cup machines look menacingly at the LMP3s right in front of them. But big moves for the 913. A smaller, but albeit positive move from the start of this race for Visceral Esports 997 machine. Pace lights were still on, so I think we're getting another lap after this. I think.
Yes.
Unless it goes off at another point.
So, for now, drivers for themselves, you see some of the biggest movers by class. By the way, Glacier Racer's been having a very easy time up front. At least
Don't say that.
I mean...
Don't say having a very easy time 17 laps into this race. Don't say that. You know what you've just opened yourself up to.
A chaotic restart in which they spin around in a full circle and 7 cars ramp off them like they jump off into the sky.
Commentator's curse for a reason, Mr. Prince.
I just said the most ridiculous example because now it won't happen. That's usually how that works, right?
Oh man, I'm a little disappointed in your
what?
I'm a little disappointed in your quickness to say it was an easy time.
I mean, let me rephrase that because I just noticed on the penalty sheet that the 455 all of a sudden is a part of a report with the GT4.
Justin!
I think they were a part of that a few minutes ago. I just noticed now.
That's fair. It is under review. There's a few GT4 machines that are involved in that review. We'll have to see what it actually is given. There wasn't no further action around that same time that happened with TCR machines. So, but this seems like a big review. There's a lot of GT4 machines from that sport class on that have been noted. Yeah, everyone is coming down into the pits this time. So I guess leader goes in, everyone else follows, and now we've got to ask what happened.
You know what? That leads to a huge question here.
Mm-hmm.
And someone did note this. Remember, there was the Air Hydro race car. In that regard, did they pit with the pit road closed? Like there was the question about in Austin Yun, because Austin Yun just pit a second time right now.
Says to me that we thought they were on top of the strategy, trying to cover both, and yet it was the wrong move. That's why no one else came down into pit lane. It was a lot simpler once the pits were open that everyone has decided to come in, for the most part.
And I mean, why not? Make sure no one can notice their penalty of coming a lap early by coming in the second time and stopping for a quick stop and go. What could go wrong?
Yeah, nobody noticed. Yeah. Nobody noticed. That's why we're talking about it.
So, by the way, they are 6th in class, and with how many drivers are staying out here. The overall leaderboard is very confusing because you now have, you are to the point where you have GT4s, so basically your sport cars. You have 6 of them in the top 10 overall. This is how you see the 400s. Usually that's not normal.
Yeah, no, it's not at all. The 2-digit numbers are reserved for the LMP3 class. Those 400s are given, of course, to the sport class with the GT4, the 900s to the Porsche Cup cars, and the 100s are given to the TCRs. We get that look right there at exactly what class these drivers are in. LMP3, and correct me if I'm wrong here, Justin, LMP3 has to be that lead class, but Porsche Cup cars are allowed to drive in front of, it kind of gets mixed up and muddied throughout.
Yeah, and this is partly why they've just put up to 21 laps to green to sort everything out.
Oh gosh, yeah. So
we're not pacing for 21 laps.
No, we're not. But they all have to get back into correct order and positions as per class. So the kind of, the safety car procedure is if the leader comes down pit lane, everyone has to do another wave around. Same thing where, you've got to be that car. The leader of the race overall has to be the LMP3 class. And This obviously extends for if the leader comes in and then the second place car who would have been the leader comes in, and it just keeps going from that point on. Gets quite interesting here with having to kind of have a good grasp of rules and procedures. It is not something I envy, Justin.
It takes a lot of work. It takes a full army. After all, there's 5 different members of race control tonight alone for this race. Seen as many as 10 depending on the series, because the more eyeballs, the better.
Yes.
Everyone's human. The more people you have, the more chance you have of seeing anything chaotic happen.
Yeah, and sometimes with how many incidents happen over the course of a race, even 5 is not enough to get everything, as the LMP3s are beginning to get back into the lead of this this entire field. Not really unlapping themselves, but just getting themselves sorted, where they've been given the instructions to get back into the front of this field, back into class.
This will just take about a lap or so, it looks like, to be able to get at least sorted here with all the various classes. By the way, we're almost an hour into the race in amongst itself. That's how wild this race has gone so far. 2 caution flags. Our longest run has been so far about 7 laps.
I'll tell you what, I can't wait to see the penalty for what happened there between the LMP3 and the TCR machine. I was a bit surprised, but maybe I shouldn't have been as surprised that it was only a 20-second penalty for the 463 machine with that big incident that brought out the first caution. Only 20 seconds. I know you're not on probation, and I know it's not under safety car, procedures, but there was a big stack up anyway. A 2-minute penalty is rough, even if there is a probation involved there. I don't. 20 seconds I felt like was too light for a race attender. I could see the same penalty being given here once things get noted down for what happened out this caution.
Well, one of these things drivers at 3 pit road lows, RaceSpotTV, and Paul's racing 122 car, interestingly enough. That's one of the top drivers car, and no surprise, car 64 ELL, as well as the XPD Emerald TCR.
Did you like my backing track to your explanation? Kind of.
Yeah.
E-O-L. Eagles.
Oh my god. Oh my god. The Eagles aren't even in the Superb Owl this year.
The Superb Owl, yes. We don't want to get copyright struck. Yes, they are not. I don't want to talk about it. It was a very upsetting end to the season, but whatever. Last year's ending was a little bit worse. I want everybody to be unhappy equally, so I'm rooting for the Chiefs.
And the funny thing is, I think people thought you sounded like a robot saying that. I'm serious. I'm looking at it along with the broadcast feed. The that's fun thing about with race broadcasting is you have the ability for people to step in. They thought your mic was breaking up.
For saying Eagles?
Like that.
I see what everyone's saying.
That's a first. You end up talking in such a way that people think your mic's got in it. Wow, I don't know what else to say. Other than we still have lights on top of the pace car. It's been an interesting one, though, I will say. And the longest line in class, by the way, for those curious. We're not that crazy to send the prototype to the very back of the whole queue because, you know, you can guess what would happen.
I'm listening back to the replay, and yeah, I sounded like a robot for a little. Do we all sound like a robot? We all sounded like a robot. Pace car's flying away, so this is lights still on?
Yes.
What in the world?
They're still sorting out the order here, by the way.
22 more laps under this caution period.
So, oh my goodness, oh my. I can't, I'm pretty sure this has probably happened once or twice, but is there a chance we get to this race going down to time and not laps with the way it's shaping up?
You know, it has gotten close, as we are knowing and hearing, and it can happen. I mean, this is a huge, you know, couple cautions in terms of length of time already. And I mean, right, it does replicate real world racing well, as the lights are off on the iRacing pace car. To have a pace car, a safety car, period, on road courses, Justin, I feel like a lot of people say, well, it's sim racing, right? You shouldn't have to worry about the safety aspect of it, which is the point of a safety car. But also, if you want to replicate real world racing as much as you can, safety car periods happen on road courses. So what is a happy medium here?
Well, I can already tell you this is part of the answer. Just received word from one of the team managers from Hydro Race Geodesic Racing. They're already planning this to be on time.
Oh, yeah.
As in, they estimate that there's usually 15 minutes of give and take on time based on the race pace, even with the cautions. They're estimating with these cautions, the way they're shaping out, we don't make the lap count.
Well, you can't, now it becomes a little bit harder to plan strategy. Because you know every caution potentially shortens the need for more fuel. Goodness me. I'm trying to play out all the permutations in my mind. There's just no strong way to say, just make sure you've got the most amount of fuel you can possibly have every time you feel like you can go into the pits.
Race Control just warned Olympus Esports Vanguard because while they may be 2 laps down, they wanted to let everybody pass the start and finish line. Race Control just denied them of the request to do so. But that being said, the pace car is zipping off into the pit lane. Graham Sanders, along with Nathan Moore, Brandon Blakesley, and Jason Dilworth all staying out in LMP3. Everybody else in their class elected to stay out. Green, green, green. Back underway. And back to the gas we go. No overlap as they make their way to the front straightaway.
Supposed to have no overlap, and throughout the LMP3 field, there was 0 overlap, so good on them. But Glacier Racing, out of the race?
You're kidding me.
The 455 machine, done, gone, game over. Race over.
I was joking about the curse.
Like, are you kidding me, Justin?
I don't control the internet.
You control your words. What'd I say?
Glacier Racing technical issue, panic time, as they are out of the race after dominating their class. Still keeping an eye on the racing itself on screen. Lots of prototypes looking to battle. The word is from Yoni Hagner in their camp, the sim crashed for Glacier before the restart.
That's unbelievable. Well, easy race.
And unfortunately, the commentator's curse remains undefeated.
Thanks for the curse.
Wave Italy is under attack by everybody.
Hashtag blame Justin, not Dustin.
Oh my gosh, and now you have their entire team saying thank you very much.
Well, you opened yourself up to it, called out immediately, and hey, you can't control computers and internet, but you can control your words.
Well, technically we can. We're all robots. In theory.
This is true. Is this 3 wide?
Yes, it is.
Oh,
Let's not have a robot moment with all the paint scrapes. That's Anton Rigger, who's already had 1 bit of contact today, passing by Core. One settles in. It looks like UGS having a little tiny shunt to the back of Niels Pine, but outside of that, everyone survived. And they're not surviving. Rusty Spatulas up the road has just sent Wave Italy into the wall.
Oh, could this be another? Oh, look at that. Mercedes off right there, the 411. Could this be a full course caution? Trying to get back going. Obviously, that engine is toast. Race probably over for Wave Italy's machine right there, but... Oh, there's another car that's off.
That's the Geodesa Cup car that's off the circuit as well. 3 different cars off the racetrack. They're able to get going. The other 2 are still trying to get things fired up, and it looks like Wave Italy can't. Rusty Spatula's got to an exit, but Francesco Antoncinelli is not able to get to the exit. He's trying to get it fired up, but the engine doesn't want to fire.
Yeah. Oil pressure is completely empty, so that car's not getting going. That might be another full course caution.
They just gave him confirmation to tow, so no caution.
Wow, okay. I like that move.
So we stay green for the time being. Meanwhile, take a look at one of the battles with Undercut. They're trying to hold off the Core Sim Racing on P3. Here's a look at what happened that nearly triggered another one.
So far, so good. There's no side-by-side racing here, but what in the world? Boom! 2 cars completely race-ending right there, and yeah, it was a loose car in front, bit of oversteer and trying to avoid. There's just nowhere to go, so good call, I think, from race control to say just tow. We're not going to go under another full course caution so soon after the latest one. But we'll get another replay on board here.
It's not been a good day for Rusty Spatulas. Oh!
I understand the quick reaction is to try and speed around what's happening. And it's so hard to blame the Wave Italy machine for not being able to get out of the way. And I'm not doing that. I'm saying sometimes it's better to just get on the brakes when you see a car struggling and sliding in front of you for a bit of self-avoidance.
Meanwhile, what happened to Geodesics Cup car? Well,
too hot.
At least they avoided the barrier.
That's an incredible bit of braking power on display right there through the grass.
Lost them a lot of track position, though. Going to need a little bit of luck to gain some of it back with the way things have shaped out. So, see how things are faring out. Apparently, here's the situation when it comes to the driver for Glacier, for Otto Pistinen. Apparently, the easy anti-cheat did not like what it was seeing from that team, so they crashed the sim.
Oh.
I don't know what they have on their PC, that driver, but yeah.
Okay. Well, that's a heated topic.
Back to prototypes.
Yeah.
9th position. Hydrace Geodesic Racing Black was in that spot a moment ago. Now it's Moranis and Delatraz getting a little bit dicey with the Rismataz.
Taking a look down the inside as we were thinking, he took a look, but it would have been really rash to make a move like that. But on the run coming out of Oak Tree, the non-existent one, this is the biggest straightaway on this circuit. Not a good run out of Oak Tree though, but finally at the back half of this straightaway starts to get the advantage of the slipstream, but not even close to having enough. And quite honestly, I think it was a poor turn, and yeah, and that's a lot of understeer that just comes back to bite you at the other turns in this roller coaster, but kind of resets it, gets going again. Just not enough.
Well, looks like Delatraz just looks very antsy in that line. Same can be said in this one, where you still have Like Polich still trying to find a way around Bonnie. I know there's the opportunity to save fuel, especially when it comes to the fact that you have all the different strategies, especially with the top off now for a lot of these drivers. But keep in mind, the track position game is still pretty critical too. Jed Sitkowski, who is the leader on their strategy, is already 3 seconds up the road.
Well, you know who is a little bit over 3 seconds up the road?
Is it Graham?
It's Graham.
Oh, here comes Cohen. They want to go. And no dice. The Boots and VDS machine by undercut still able to cut it off. As here comes choo-choo train time.
Choo-choo, for sure. You ever dance with the devil in the Virginia sun? That's, I feel like, what we're seeing right now between these LMP3 machines in the back of the field. Some close battling, some good racing here from some very fast cars. It's just they're all trying to get a piece of the pie in the top 10 here. Some blinking, some gamesmanship as we go back to side-by-side racing for the sport class. This is not for the lead. It's for fourth, just outside the podium positions. A little bit of hip checks. Ooh.
Where did Carter James come from all this, by the way? He's now in the top. They were crashed in qualifying. And they've already served their penalty, by the way, per race control. So, if I'm reading this correctly, yes. So they are out of the clear. You know who's also doing well all of a sudden? Obsidian Racing. The 133, still to serve their penalty, though. That's a big difference.
Yeah, that is a big difference here. And only being a half second ahead, I almost feel like it's smarter to do you take the penalty earlier in the race? Because that's what I do.
I'd almost tempted if you get another caution taken in the penalty box from there.
Yes, I would have taken it almost immediately, especially with the cautions that we've had in this race. If by that third big moment that we thought a caution was going to come from doesn't happen, I think race control going forward is going to be a little bit more hesitant to throw that yellow flag out there and to bring the safety car back on. Oh no, way overcooking the corner. And that is 2 positions lost for LMP3 machines, the 92. Bonnie just was running 6th and no longer.
Absolutely frying those tires at this point. The Swiss driver able to keep it off the barrier. Back up towards those battles in sport. Still trying to play the defense. James, a little bit dicey. That's Konstantin Solzenberg. James able to clear on by for now as, oh look, it's Justin Ream. And Obsidian is pitting, and I think they'd have to serve the penalty here. They have damage all of a sudden too.
Okay. Well, I think that maybe this is the perfect time to come down and deal with it. You're mitigating potential losses. You stay out longer, you potentially go slower with that damage, but you got to come down anyway because of the penalty. So might as well kill 2 birds with 1 stone here as we see intense racing going underneath the bridge of this first sector, the big snake that comes through VIR. All of them, nose to tail, sitting underneath a twin-sized bedsheet.
That's not big.
No, it's not. I had this discussion the other day about king size. Dustin Hollis, our producer, was here. We're talking about king size and California king size beds. You know, California king size is not as wide, but it's a lot longer.
Does it have the net size is my question.
The net size?
The net size, when you measure length times width.
Okay.
Do you have the net bed?
We're talking about the area if we want to take them. I think they're the same area, but let me do the math. 1 second.
While you do math, let's kill 11 birds with 1 stone, because a lot of race control reviews have either been started or completed. So, no further actions involving some stack-ups earlier. However, 3 drivers have 20-second penalties. Doyle, Williams, and Alvarez. Rayola also picked up a 5-second violation from that rejoin into the car. So 4 different drivers with penalties already, with several more still pending. All while prototypes looked bad. battle, and now it's Nomad in. So the fuel window is... They only made it 8 laps before the restart, by the way, those LMP3s now. It looks like who haven't pit yet.
Should that surprise anybody? These drivers are going at it. Oh, man, we almost saw 3 wide. Did we see 3 wide there?
Did they make that work? Yes, they did. Alexei Delatraz, he was 3 wide into the first corner, made it 2 wide the rest of the corners.
Yeah, that was wild. That was absolutely wild. By the way, California king size is 32 inches less volume. Squared. Square inches.
That's actually a lot.
Oh, you see that? There was some smoke in the foreground.
Oh,
go off.
Car crashed in front of him. That was Bonnie involved in that one. That's the Boots and DTS car. That was after contact with Hugh Jass, it appears, and somehow, no, they're now crashing in the oak tree. Adam Brockway just got crashed into by Kay Kramer, and here comes Bonnie through the middle, avoiding the contact. What is going on?
Just craziness. Here's the replay. Come on, man. LMP3s, you gotta be patient.
No, it's too hard.
It is too hard to be patient. And now you're just going on an adventure. It's a bit of a safari right here. Trying to get back on the track.
And then they crashed again in the next corner. And
what is going on here?
What?
Justin, this is madness and chaos.
That's Justin Reen, who was just off the track. I can't help my lap. That's crazy.
It is multi-class racing at its sloppiest. I'll tell you that for sure.
Yeah.
As there's another bit of a hip check right there. I understand the need to get through these slower classes quickly, but oh man, I'm not looking forward to this snake. Boom. That is parts flying. Almost another LMP3 involved. That was Bonnie coming through. Not again going through the grass right there, Justin.
Has anyone not picked up on the method of don't go side by side up the hillside? It's usually led to contact. I don't think anyone's following that advice today.
No, I think craziness starts. What's the famous NASCAR-based saying about cautions, my friends?
Cautions breed?
Cautions.
Yes.
Yes. Craziness breeds craziness, something like that, where you see the action going on in front of you and you're like, you know what, I'm not going to be patient. I'm not going to keep my head on straight. You know who is keeping their head on straight, though, while all this is happening is the 62 of Hydro Race. I mean, just all alone, over 8 seconds up in the lead. Side-by-side LMP3 battle coming into the roller coaster. This is for P9 right now, and Impulse is going into the pits in Sport.
There are so many different strategies going on. It's hard to keep track in terms of it. 2 more drivers in Sport are yet to pit, Satellite and Sabo. In terms of touring car, everybody's on the same cycle. In terms of the Porsches, it's kind of blended around to the same strategy, and you still have Sanders and Moore in the LMP3s yet to pit. Those touring cars, by the way, you can see how some of those leaders are. In fact, this is probably the calmest field out of anybody right now because, 1, you have the Twin Bushenfeld car gone. 2, you have a normal choo-choo train. It's the only normal one today.
Now, Justin, I wonder what the strategy will look like as we continue moving on in this session, because there's only 2 cars that have yet to pit from LMP3 competition. It's your top 2. They're on a 30-lap stint right now. 30 laps, that's how much we've been in this race.
And yet again, this track is not working well for Reed.
It doesn't work well for most. Is that an LMP3 with the front off?
Yep, that is the brightest car. Adam Brockway is, well, it's pretty clear they're hoping for a caution.
Yes. There is no front downforce being generated by any sort of exposed suspension.
Oh, we're hearing that Sanders has
Yep.
pit. So that means Nathan Moore is the last to pit for that strategy. Senkowski is in the net lead for those who topped off during the caution. The gap, 4+ seconds over the Hydro Race Geodesic Racing black car. The key thing for Austin Yun, who's in second net right now for that was a car that had to go to the end of the longest line for enter a closed pit, and then try to take a second pit stop to hide the first one.
I don't think in an endurance race where we've seen these cars so close together and make so many mistakes that we can necessarily guess what's going to happen by the time lap 134 comes around, or 2 hours and 55 minutes come from here, as we see this battle for first and Cup is unbelievable.
They've reached the touring cars too.
Yikes.
Viglou trying to go slalom style. Here comes Sebastian Hove. It's made up for the poor qualifying. They've also been joined by Mark Balzer for the head of this pack. And this could get dicey. Touring cars breaking in front in Samblis. Now touring cars side by side with the Porsche leaders.
Well, something like this makes you more desperate because you're battling for the lead of the race. You see one driver in front of you get by a TCR car so easily, you're going to want to follow them through. Gotta be patient. This is where the patience pays off. It can lead to calamity. We've already seen it through the snakes.
Thornton Porsche just got about hipped off the racetrack. Kramer car now back by a decent amount as a result. ATRS Esports still keeping up, though. They've been able to get through with Impulse at the head of the pack. Speaking of Impulse, you see that car, their touring equivalent, should say, second in their class, about to get swarmed again by more cars.
2 seconds lost by the 923 there in P3 because of being behind the 122 TCR machine.
All prototypes have pit, by the way, at the front of the field, so that strategy has come to a close. For
Satellite
those
Racing, Satellite Racing GT, I believe, is in the pits right now, which would mean everybody has made one pit stop in this race.
Yes, indeed, all drivers have indeed taken the fuel at lap 32. Back to Porsche Cup leaders, though. How is it going for Impulse? Well, no pressure. The points leaders really want their lead right now, or a lead for the first time today. And it looks like they still have at least one more touring car to pass the overall leader for that class.
This is a yikes, but they both reach him going into the braking zone, so really solid stuff we're seeing from Porsche Cup machines, the 915 and 913. This is good. This is good racing, and side note, Justin, that's how you pass in multi-class racing.
Yes. Pick the right spot. Don't force it in the non-passing zone. Because, well, do you like having enemies? Do you like not having fenders? Do you like full course yellows?
Do you like racing? Do you like being in a car? Well, that's a damaged car.
Yeah. That's right in front of the Olympus car that's trying to make a big recovery, and Olympus Esports Vanguard still 2 laps down to the class leaders.
See that damage? That's damage on the front. Oh,
no!
That's more damage coming right here.
And look out.
Motul.
Well, and they're just going to cut the entire Where are they going?
I mean, out of every option they've chosen, they've stopped. I don't know if this was a right move. We were just riding on board. There's damage on the front of that machine. Maybe stop to try and maybe they got a slowdown. I don't know. But that was a perfect cut by producer Dustin Allis.
I mean, I can see why they turn back left. It is a big slowdown if you cut that corner. But
what is happening?
ClubSport at VIR?
I mean, very good. How about this? Battle for fourth, side-by-side racing action, cutting off the move, but way too heavy on the brakes. It's going to open up the door. Hydro race, Giodesic.
There's some great battles in the midst of all this. Maximum Fritz expecting to have some lot of speed in this regard here. Expect him to run away pretty quickly. But back to some of the trains. What's going on in sport? Well, right now RJD is back in the podium spots for now. Echelon's trying to give chase. Undercuts there, and you also have Strata Nomad trying to slalom their way through here. So get ready for more traffic in the next few minutes.
By the way, they went back to look at race control on that restart accordion effect, and they're dishing out penalties like these LMP3 cars are dishing out pain to slower multi-class vehicles. 20 seconds here, 20 seconds there, 40 seconds another time. And, I mean, they are getting their work cut out for them. We see side-by-side between TCR and oh, actually, it's Sport. I'm sorry. It's a very chunky. The one BMW. How did I get the BMW wrong? Because it's pretty chunky, and I'm not used to seeing a BMW in this field. But I am used to seeing Team Huge Ass.
I mean, this is their home track, keep in mind.
Yes.
They run a lot here.
Indeed. And that BMW is holding strong. We've barely talked about the BMW specifically, but hey, they're standing out in a big way, a huge way.
Yeah, for reference, they run a lot of races on the American side with, in regards to 24 Hours Lemons, in regards to racing across the country. They actually had some efforts in various series like Champ Car for several years. It's been a busy time. Oh, wow. That's a busy pass up the hillside. Undercut getting a little bit over slidey. Thomas Gavolivier trying to hold off Justin Ream. And Wave Italy's 486 apparently has just returned to the racetrack, we're hearing as well. So back to prototype.
Yeah, that 486, you remember, was involved in some earlier fun, if you will. 23 laps into their race, so they're 12 laps off the lead. Battle for fourth in LMP3, and underneath the bridge, getting through some of the sport class cars. A little bit better. You know, VIR, it feels massive, but at the same time, it's not the biggest course out there. It's just there's so many corners and so many, you know, one lane paths to take here that it feels like it's a lot longer of a lap than it really truly is.
So right now on lap 35 in what has been an insane day, to say the very least. An interesting note, by the way, in terms of UJazz, even though these days the social media side or the website side seems to have stepped on this, they still have a Miata race car. They're currently in the midst of upgrades. It's worth noting that team with the BMW today for the upcoming 2024 race season. So good to hear on that front. Well, Delatraz looks at the front end. Fritz going defensive. And Fritz making it clear, no passies. No passies.
Ha. Ha ha.
Don't pass me.
No passies, don't pass me.
I don't know what I'm even referencing at this point.
I don't know either, but it's okay. I was trying to hype you up for a moment, then I got confused. But it's okay.
Now I remember where I heard that from. Swiper, no swipey.
Oh, there you go. I mean, a lot of these drivers, they've gone off right around this portion of the track. They might need a map to get back on track.
Well, on iRacing,
do you see the racetrack in front of us?
Yes.
I don't.
Where is the racetrack? Now say it in Spanish for me.
Yo hablo un poco español.
I don't even understand what you just said.
Copy.
Sebastian Hove is keeping it close up front.
Yes, this is some good racing here in the Cup class. It's been great with this this Cup battle. Around 2 seconds were lost going back there to third and fourth. Now you got an LMP3 involved through the Sport, the Cup. These are three of the classes all right near each other. That's the battle for third and Cup. LMP3 getting a little bit too antsy. Almost got into the back of the Visceral Esports 997 machine. Justin, are we going to see some craziness again?
Well, in most cases, at least to me, it seems Peters doesn't like craziness in terms of he prefers calm when it comes to trying to battle it out. He's already made the pass on K. Kramer, or rather trying to catch up to K. Kramer to make said pass. There's a lot of overlap coming up because they're also reaching the German sim racing by ACV car. And there's prototypes yet again that are saying, it's prototype time. No pressure.
Well, remember we were talking... Oh, we got an off here.
Oh, it is Niels Ream again, and a couple more getting argy-bargy. That's Mike Dam.
Remember we were talking about Austin Young and that 64 Hydro Race geodesic machine a lot earlier on. Came into the pits running second when we believe the pits were closed.
And it was.
They were closed for sure. He came back down pit lane, only had a 3-second stop. Already, I'm pretty sure served any penalty. EOL. And look where he's racing now. He's catching and closing that 49 machine for the lead of this overall battle.
He's gained a 1.5 seconds this lap. See that on a little screen. Here's what happened with GSC. But all up at the front, Setkowski. He's under pressure and then some. Austin Young is coming in very quick.
Yeah, this is going to be a good battle. I wonder if he's going to try and wait till after Oak Tree to make a move, but this is dangerous. These cars are so quick, and now you've got 4 in a line right here from some of the slower GT classes. It's patience. Be careful. Be quickly patient. I think that was big to get through under the bridge, at least, through 2 of them. Maybe 3. Don't like this.
Oh, near contact. That's Carter James that nearly got pushed off the track again. Now Kirsten John. Hello. That's in front of the leaders. Setkowski just got locked up in time. No damage, Austin Young.
There was some absolute contact right there between Young and Setkowski. Not sure it's going to really have much of an effect on either car. I'd like to see a replay there, because the one thing you've got to do as a car in a lower class, your biggest responsibility when getting past is to be predictable and run your race. But being in the middle of a braking zone is kind of uncomfortable as the faster car with who can go in a lot deeper. Let's check the replay out here, Justin.
It's like, okay, we're clear. The car in front, mind you, is probably focused on their line, and then, hello!
It's sitting right in the middle. I get it, right? You got to be a little bit more patient. I don't think the 450 helped out matters at all right there.
Oh, by the way, the Justin Ream experience continues yet again. He's had to make this pass. I feel like we've... Yeah, I think he's made the same pass 5 times now. But he's gone off track every time after he's made the pass.
He's been patient. Well, he's been the exact opposite of patient. Impatient every single time. But he's getting a lot of practice trying to make that pass. One of these times, obviously, he'll have gotten it right. But you're not kidding. Ream was trying to get by for a long time, and finally has in that 462 machine. What a weird race. I'm actually sad that we're not going to be a part of the last couple hours, because we've only got, what, 39, 40 minutes before Will and Lorenzo take over from us.
Yeah, and I can't wait to see the reaction to
this
race.
I cannot wait. Just a wild race. Wild show right here.
What's going on in sport? Well, first is closing in fast because Fiercely Ford Yellow, they've been trying to hold on to their Geeks Energy Back machine. Kate Kramer Racing Esports. Remember that pace we've seen from them earlier on? They're looking to bring that real-world experience to the forefront.
Yeah, and that's going out really well for them right now. But I will say, this two-car tango that we've been watching a lot in this sport class, it's been really good racing. Here's a replay of, it's live. It's actually a live battle for the lead between the TCR drivers in 148 and 161 side by side. Oh no! Big off! Somehow saved it, Justin.
That could have been very bad, but now Team Hoyschenfeld, after having such a big push, they were up by 3 seconds, by the way. It's gone. And then some. Wave Italy and the rest of the pack reeled them in, and that kind of showcases the big use of draft in the touring cars.
All these touring cars, except for the 133 of Daniel Herrera, are on the same strategy. This is pretty much over half the class right here. They are all racing this close, this in tight. Only 8 drivers in the class, 6 of them on the lead lap, 5 of them underneath a queen-size mattress or blanket sheet.
I see what you did there.
There you go. It's a good unit of measurement.
By the way, course cut penalty, not able to slow down in time. Archer Racing Team has an in-sim penalty for cutting a corner. That can happen here. So the touring cars themselves, mind you, it looks like for now, the simple strat is just follow Wave Italy. Don't follow Team Hoyschenfeld. They're no longer the leader. Let's leapfrog you.
Yeah, and it's going from bad to worse right now for that 148. Just something about it is much slower than the rest of the field. Maybe it's just overcooked some of the tires. I don't know. Losing a bit of their head. I'm not exactly sure what it is, but right now they were the leader of this train, but quickly is about to become the caboose of it. On top of that as well, Justin, as we see this LMP3 battle for the lead again going at it in the bottom right corner, there are so many things that Race Control has yet to make a decision on, but keeps noting because things are happening everywhere.
Yeah, they're going to have a busy next 7 hours after the race and the way things are going. As, in more trouble, a slide for Team Hoyschenfeld. Sam Please drives on by, all while the LMP3 leaders drive on by it. All while, change for the lead in touring car, slow down for Wave Italy. Now on the right side, Impulse Racing's Miguel Freitas taking the lead away.
Best possible spot to catch slower traffic is on the exit of Oak Tree down to this long straightaway. LMP3 battle has been great. TCR battle is starting to get a little bit crazy, a little bit more hectic than we're used to. Give it around, what? What do you give? 10 more laps until you might see them go into the pits. We saw LMP3s go 30 laps. I think the TCRs usually could last a little bit more, but you got to remember they've got a huge fuel restriction compared to every other class that has around 80%, maybe a little bit more. These TCRs are running at 55% of their usual capacity as there's a SimCity slowdown, Justin.
Slowdowns all over the place when it comes to today. That's not a SimCity car, by the way. Well, it is a SimCity car, I should say. It looks a bit different when it's not on a Porsche. It just looks like a very beat-up Mercedes. Marcus Gunselman nearly beat up the back end of it for good measure. Oh, wow. Here's some LMP3s for 12th.
Yeah, this is fun, seeing this 12th place battle for LMP3 positions. It's the only, it's the last of the lead lap for LMP3, which is, hey, close battling is close battling no matter how you shake it out. This is a big run down this straightaway. It's not big enough. It's when they're going to catch up to these drivers battling for 9th in Cup and up the field a little bit more that's going to get more interesting. 962 cutting off the 974 bit.
Yeah, that's SRN Motorsports, who's had very little breaks today. Battle for 12 for LP3 is about to join that same grouping. What could go wrong? Well,
Everything.
nothing this time yet, other than a chance for Lachlan Behrman to make a move, because now the Hydra Race Geodesic Racing EU car is holding them up. There's the pass, there's the swap, and there's the thank you lights.
Wow.
And now...
Maybe not as much anymore. We're getting stacked up still right here.
That had to be part slowdown in that point.
Way off right there in the exit, but it's a little bit more forgiving on that oak tree exit.
Oh, we just received a major note when it comes to Team Pointingville. Remember that situation where they had a bounce around the racetrack? The 148 machine apparently just received word from the crew that they had their right rear axle touched by some air. The air blew so hard it broke the axle.
What?
You know what I mean by air, if you substitute air for the internet.
Copy.
It happens.
It does happen. And, you know, that's one of the things that you can't really replicate. We talk about mechanical issues in real-world racing. Maybe the spark plugs are just not sparking the engine to life, or one thing or another. You got computer issues, internet issues. Obviously, that goes into the realm of internet issues that you won't get in real-world racing, but you do get in sim racing. It's a bit of an equalizer, if you will.
I mean, a lot of things can happen in that regard on the technical side. First of all, you're racing across the globe, so you're talking about a lot of variables there. But it could be even the simple things, such as your next-door neighbor wants to watch 24 hours straight of a Netflix documentary. Or your internet company comes in and redoes the wires and installs every single wire upside down somehow. That actually did happen to me once, where it caused the internet for a whole neighborhood to go to 5 megabytes a second. You never know.
You never know. It's never fun when you're dealing with internet at an apartment complex, or goodness, could you imagine taking your sim rig to a hotel, having to deal with that? Or being in college and having to deal with all the VPNs and everything they throw onto your internet access there. It's uncomfortable. You know what is not uncomfortable? Where these drivers in the LMP3 field are right now, because they've got no one really around them except for, okay, never mind. I was proven to be a liar. They've got one driver around them. Ooh, a bit of a shake and wiggle.
Still able to hold on up at the point. Well, the sim racing team avoiding any contact this time after what's been a roller coaster of emotions for them at times this season. Oh, wow. For the most part, it looks like Yun's gone back to save mode. It's worth noting, Miguel Vigo, after the pit stop earlier, has not matched the pace of his teammates so far. Graham Sanders, remember, was in the pace the leaders are running.
There's a hip check right there. There's another hip check.
This is still for the battle for 12, by the way.
This isn't going to end well. It ended well.
Sebastian Scholl behind the wheel, and Kay Kramer about to be used as a pick here. Cars don't like being used as picks for good measure. And the ATRS car able to get on by. Was about, as some of the drivers coming into the pit lane this time by include core and undercut for LMP3. I was about to say, Miguel Vigo, who is the next car up in this straightaway for that class, he's been in the 140s this entire time of traffic. It's a little bit different compared to Graham Sanders' peak times.
Well, you gotta wonder if this race goes the full length, which I believe we're still on track to get 134 laps here. Where is that going to shake out, right? With these stints, where the only team, the only driver that has yet, oh goodness, there's a myriad of race cars that don't like to be around each other.
This is Vigo I was talking about. There was an inside joke amongst some of the drivers on the performance, of course, of Sanders. Apparently, the feedback from within the GSI camp was Graham Sanders put in practice this time. That's what happens when you practice. Which is the question, did he not practice before?
Sometimes you just naturally have it, and to get that extra 10th, you need to practice a little bit, but it might
the 10% rule.
Right. Yeah. But more what you can get out of a car, right? Like, you can be fast immediately. Faster than your average driver. Oh, there's a car that went off right at Oak Tree on the outside. You see those tire tracks going through the grass. And they're back on.
Yeah. Hello. That's Mark Boltzer. That ended up going off. I guess sometimes you just need to go where the car wants to go.
Yeah. And hey, just corrected it, got back on course. No harm. Maybe a little bit of harm with losing positions. There we go. There's a replay. That is that is not the track, but hey, making your own track, not too bad. Pit stops. LMP3 time to go into the pits. Now, this answers the question I was going to bring up here. 27 laps or so, 26 laps, I'd say, seems to be a green flag run for LMP3 machines. That means that the strategy is around halfway, because 13 laps is what the 62 machine that was originally being driven by Graham Sanders is now being driven by Miguel Vigo. Actually, it looked like 28 laps. My timing didn't update. 28 laps versus 14 or 15 laps. So that's kind of what we're seeing right here. Every 28 laps, you can go into the pits in an LMP3 car.
Quickly doing the math in my head right now in terms of how many laps to go here. You're talking about
88?
Yes.
89.
Well, 89 laps to go. So basically, you're talking about
that's
at
close.
Least, yeah.
That's 3 pit stops.
Still lots of variables in terms of those stops. Yikes. This is the 92 car after the service. Christoph, trying to find a way. Oh, and there's cars in the middle. That's Miguel Freitas picking, I don't know where to go.
So, I know this is an exciting battle, but this, if it goes green the rest of the way, is going to lead to the LMP3 cars having to make some desperate decisions.
Well, that was a little too desperate for this point of the race. That could have been the race there.
So, goodness me. Now there's 88 laps to go. 28 laps is the stint length that we can expect from all of the LMP3 vehicles. 28 times 3 will give you 84 laps. That's not going to get you to the end.
That's a top off. That's a top off.
That's a top off at the very end. So to me, that means that is not even at the level of you can save an extra 4 laps over the course of 3 full tanks. I mean, that's saving every single time. I think you go full steam, full speed ahead, not trying to save fuel.
Lots of pit stops. Everybody is in the same boat because everybody else is just ducked in here for the service and or tires. So Sport, Cup, and TCR amongst those who have all rolled onto the lane to take some of their service here. Still seeing how the LP3s battle it out. I'll say this, Deltrez Automotive's been everywhere in the heart of these battles today.
Big move.
Here we go. Undercut, trying to undercut the bottom of the corner, not able to get the squeeze off for the run.
Look at this. More LMP3 battling at the end of that straightaway battle for 5th. And this is back to the battle for 9th. They're very close. Right rear fender to left front.
Can this clear cleanly? Yes. Undercut, able to make it work. So the pass made by the 92 car, no troubles. And Here's a look at Nomad amongst those in the fight. Welcome. Oh my goodness, that was XPD Emerald who just about hit him coming out of the pits.
We're in such a weird portion of the race where the LMP3s are probably, over the course of, if they just went 2 pit stops, we're talking about, oh, God, how can I talk about pit stops when we've got this battle right here? Hold on. Shut up, Dylan. Okay.
I almost wonder, based on, oh, this could get even trickier. Pascal Sticks.
What an incredible job.
Daniel Herrera blocked a cup car for good measure and all of that. I lost my train of thought because the train is getting very much trainy and is about to run into a block for a moment. Okay, Kramer having it ducked to the side.
Look at that. The 12 machine went way too deep to try and get by that GT4 Mercedes, and it almost cost him his race.
This has been a treacherous one when it comes to traffic management today. The traffic has not played nice, as here's the back straightaway.
Especially with fresh tires and non-fresh tires, right? Like,
yeah, that's a variable that's not talked about so much here is some classes can take tires and fuel, some can't in terms of an optimal pit stop.
Yeah, and again, I'm trying to crunch the numbers. Some of the classes can go, so it's all around 28, I'd say between 27 and 29 laps you can go. The LMP3s are consistently, they need to save, goodness me.
There's no room there. There's no room there. They somehow make room. Oh my.
Slalom. We do have the Olympics coming up this year.
I mean, the crazy thing about all this still to me is it's lap 49. It's not lap 109. It's been that insane. Some of this traffic, it's been intense from the get-go for good measure.
So every single car in this field, if they want to make it on 2 stops, 2 more stops for the most part, they'll pretty much have to save. Side by side, hold on. Pretty much have to save 1 lap of fuel every single stint, which I don't think is conducive to a lot of speed.
This car can't afford getting into fights like this one. Remember, Pascal Sticks and his team, 3rd in points coming into today. They've been spending more time having a look in the back mirror than the front windshield at some moments here. Now the Academy car for ATRS. Nearly getting the move. Now this preferred line for Core. And they back out of it because Orion's going to check him up. Pascal Sticks just set it up for a crossback for the straightaway.
Unbelievable racing here. That slower car got involved, but like you said, Justin, more of a pick. More slow traffic coming up. Who's going to pick the inside or the outside coming into turn 1?
And it looks like Sticks says the seas are too cloudy here. Let's wait for a bit, especially with some of the coast battling with Brabham Esports nearly getting their nose shaved off the front of their race cars. That's how crazy it's gotten today. The championship battle's almost taken a back seat in this penultimate race of the season, mind you.
Right.
With how insane things have gone today. You've had recovery drives that have been needed and then some for Strata Nomad, for Core. Undercut's been very solid. 62 team, if anything, is the one that comes to mind here because they are not in the net lead on their strategy. You know who is on those who didn't pit during the caution? WSR Esports, they're in front of Vigo right now by only a straightaway.
Well, you also have to imagine with that 64 and the 49 who are out on track and lead the overall lead of this race, they're also on fresh tires. I don't know if they are all going into it because third to sixth are about to come in anywhere between 4 to 8 laps time. And when they come in, they will for sure need 2 more pit stops. So do the rest of the field need at least 2, most likely 3, with the third one being a splash and go. Who wins out in that battle? Of course, if it goes green the rest of the way.
Yeah, that's the big if.
We have seen that Race Control is a little bit more hesitant to throw a full course caution, at least right after 2 lengthy ones earlier in this race. But, you know, does Race Control go now and they say, hey, you know, it's been a long time since we've had one. We'll be a little bit less, you know, stagnant on throwing one out on track. I know that's not how you want Race Control to go about things usually. You want it to be, well, if there's a car off track here versus a car off track there, you always want them to throw a caution just to be consistent. But I can't lie, it did help for the sporting reasons to get this race going and get out of a rhythm. Sometimes that's the spirit of the rule more than the rule itself.
With how the pace is going, we talked about how with already a couple cautions, teams were already pointing on this coming down to time. That just became a huge factor. You know why? The estimates are now officially, in terms of pace, showing time and not race length. They're estimating 82 laps to go. So there's an estimate that we end up being those 4 laps shy of the lap distance, which could get everybody else in the fuel window.
You're saying 82 laps to go from this point?
For the LMP3s, yes.
Which would get us to that 134 lap counter.
Which explains the strategy clearly, and that's indeed what some teams that we're hearing like Hydra Race Geodesic were planning on here.
Goodness me. Just drive fast and careful. You wish it was that easy, right?
I mean, you could do that and then be like, I ran too fast. I blew my right front tire. Or you run out of fuel in most cases in these runs.
Which is certainly possible. We go to that 134 lap distance and do it under green flag conditions. I can absolutely see some drivers trying to stay out for as long as they can before they eventually run out of fuel. It all depends on how much they save during these middle stints, because the drivers that are 3rd through 6th, not what we're seeing right now in this battle for 9th in LMP3, have to and will only come down 2 more times in this race. Their strategy is pretty clear in that regard. But everybody else in LMP3 and almost everybody else throughout the field have to come in anywhere between 2 to a quick 3rd stop. That's where that lack of comfort comes from. It's that potential 3rd stop that could come from not saving 1 lap each stint, if not 2. And at that point, I'd rather just come in for a quick splash and go, Justin.
That's still at least 30, 40 seconds you're risking, though. LP2, 2nd spot. Oh, and some troubles for Hoytenveld. Here comes the 11 car. Again, these are the drivers who ended up not pitting under the caution that are now up to 2nd and 3rd.
It's probably ending up being the right move, as we still see right in the slipstream, but dirty hair, I guess you could call it now. In this battle for 2nd, they're both going to come in around 4 laps time. I guess for now it's just let me try and get by you to get some clean air and put a gap between us before we get our 2nd to last pit stop of this race on. Or I should say, no, they might have to come in 3 times. Yeah, they'll have to come in 3 times. So yeah. I got to be honest, the strategy game for the drivers that didn't come into the pits during that caution, it might be advantage the 64 or the 49, not the 11, not the 62.
There's so much at variables. Oh, hearing that there were some issues for the EU Cup car for Hydra Race Geodesic. What happened here? There's a lot on the radio. Here's the undercut cut.
You want to say it? Air?
There was some.
There was some air.
There was definitely a spin.
There was definitely a spin. There was definitely a lack of patience. But overall, I will say you could fit a stack or two of card stock from Staples in there.
Wait, how thick is that in terms of stack?
Pretty thick.
Oh, okay. 80 to go. And keep the critical thing too in all this with the difference in laps is going to be, you're talking about for some of the classes up to a 10-15 lap difference based on the pace today.
Yeah, 100%. Very quickly, these classes will continue to pass as we're still hearing some issues with Geodesic's cup car right here. I mean, just didn't get on the brakes enough going into turn one, but not too much harm, so no more foul. I expect the 56 and the 12 to come in the next lap or two, and I expect in this battle for second, these two to come in around 3 to 4 laps time, probably closer to 3 laps time.
Where did Austin
Wait a
Young
second.
go? You just seen that too.
I did.
He's back on track.
Just a blink.
That a 30-second one.
Yikes.
No pressure, but the lead's now only 1.7 seconds.
Oh no. That's a lot of pressure.
That's a significant
But look at
amount.
that. Look at that difference. See? That is why drivers try to show a lack of patience. They're way too impatient trying to get through that snake cleanly. You lost a second and a half by worrying more about self-preservation, which is what I think is the right move. You worry about self-preservation because you want to be there at the end of the race.
There's a late... Yeah, go ahead.
You lose a second and a half now.
Yeah.
You're still there at the end.
By the way, there was a bunch of penalties that drivers are currently having to sort out as you see the Echelon SimSport car getting side by side. Yeah.
It's good.
I don't think I missed the reference entirely there outside the field goal.
It's okay. There's a superb owl coming tomorrow. It's good.
Yeah. Very slidey as well in the traffic. But was about to say, there's a list of penalties that have come through in the past little while, including Dalton Speldil, the 971, 5 seconds. 5 seconds for Vince Peters, making contact in a restart. Matthew Monar making himself a 10-second penalty. He's already probation coming in. Bonnie, 10-second penalty.
Okay.
Joseph Delatraz with a warning, and we also have a pit stop.
Okay, so this I feel like is because you've got a little bit more to play around with. This is a 25-lap stint here that Vigo just went on in that 62. You could obviously have gotten a couple more laps on a full tank of fuel, but there's no need to. You're not really up against the limit at this point, so you might as well play around a little bit with it. You're in traffic. Get out of that traffic and live to fight another day with some options. They know they have to come in 2 more times after this pit stop. You might as well take advantage of it. Is way too loose was the 64, losing the lead of this race.
Well, that's a way to lose it. Austin Young going off the circuit after passing his teammate, had the bobble coming up towards Oak Tree. And now, advantage Nathan Moore.
But look at all that traffic just in front, Justin.
There's a ton of it. Keep in mind, you mentioned the 56. They've already joined the club of those with some service. Oh, well, choo-choo train time. Because here is Brabham Esports, Jordan Buckmayer staying to the right.
I would rather be catching this traffic right here than anywhere else, any other set of corners on this racetrack. But the problem is there's still going to be traffic this entire lap for them, right? Like, yes, you've got 2 cars directly in front of you, but once you get past those 2 cars, pretty sure there's a lot more traffic just ahead. Might be wrong in saying that, but this is preferred. This is much preferred. And yeah, clean traffic actually. Clear track in front. Now it's just mano a mano between the 11 and the 64.
Now,
that is not the track map, but it is.
It's an attempt at... Now, here's, for those curious on what's going on here, for the new tracks, it takes a while for timing certain screens like ATVO, JRT, V1 dashboard, all of them, to get the track in. It sometimes takes a few months. When it's not updated, it's a circle, and you have a caterpillar around a circle instead.
Which is always fun. It's a good representation of what we're currently seeing on track. It's data, right? And it's only one bit of data. You know, you need context. Why? Oh, look at that. That context is there's some contact between 2 LMP3 machines fighting at the back of this field. But what have we talked about so far? The fights have been going on all over, and this one is as exhilarating as the fights up top of this leaderboard.
And if you really divide that up into quadrants, you can actually make some sense of okay, all the cars are in Sector 1, or Sector 2, or Sector 3, or all the sectors. And it actually...
Oh, no! That could have been a huge incident into the pit wall barrier.
What? That was 3 wide with traffic. That was Adrian Deitzel. That was a squeeze and a half on Pascal Sticks. And
look at
now
that.
there's the pass by Sticks to get through.
Yeah, way too heavy on the brakes going into turn 1. Gives the spot back to the 80 machine, and now the 49 is over half a second back. No one in between them right now, but that's going to change in just a few corners.
I mean, there's not wanting to give up a spot, and there was that. Curious on the look on this, because was that Sticks going on the pit entry for the pass, or was that the squeeze from the car in front?
I mean, I think what we'll see here in this replay is it's just multi-class racing, right? You get into a situation like right there where you see 3 wide almost. Here's the replay through the trees. We go 3 wide, but it was a bit of a squeeze. That was a bit naughty, actually. Gave him no room on the inside, and there was a car there, deserved room, and did not get it.
I think there was a small tap in the first place that maybe, and then on top of that, you have traffic to the point where you stop on the brakes at that point. Make sure you don't hit the car. Nathan Moore is in for scheduled service. New leader, Austin Yun.
Yeah, so looks like Nathan Moore went 27 laps on this stint, which is different than what we saw from Miguel Vigo in that 62 Hydro Race geodesic machine, who went 25 laps. You can go 27 laps, but the 62 said, you know what? I'm going to get out of this battle for now. I'm going to pit here, get fresher tires, if that's what he ended up doing. That pit stop time does not appear that he got tires at all, so, hey, just to get out of traffic, not a bad move on lap 59 now of 134.
Just look at Forfin Sports. Sabelt still in the top 5. Justin Ream still trying to get a solid finish out of this despite his best efforts and how some of the luck has gone with the off tracks. Like right there. But there is an air penalty we should be worried, a couple of them actually. 4:11, 10 seconds to add to the penalty box. Also, protest against the internet has been served. I'm not joking, one of the contacts from early with the 92 and 462, apparently the only note, it wasn't on a driver, it was on just the air. They protested the air.
No further action needed. It was already served.
Yeah.
Perfect. Love that. Battle for 11th in sport right now. It's been a chaotic race that started with, well, 2 cautions in the first 20 or so laps, Justin, and ever since then we could have had a third one right after the restart, but it has VIR with 50 plus cars over the course of TCR, GT, and prototypes. I mean, it's lived up to its billing as the chaotic 700-kilometer race.
Just a few minutes away, by the way, until we swap broadcast crews for the remainder of this one, where it's still another 2 hours on the clock. It'll be Will Vincent, Lorenzo Bonderman in the next few minutes or so. Let's talk about, as this night, or in many cases for people, day, or in a couple cases mornings have gone here, what has stood out in what has been a crazy one? I mean, that plus 14 definitely stands out for one.
Oh, yeah, 100%. Echelon ClubSport's been doing a fantastic job of just managing their race throughout all of this chaos, and we see Carter James in that Mercedes GT4 machine as an LMP3 right behind him, so he's going to have to just deal with that faster traffic. Again, if there is a set of corners you want to deal with traffic, whether you're the faster or the slower car, it's probably in the first sector before you go through the slalom snake set of corners here. We've seen multiple drivers get caught out, but we haven't seen too many big incidents since that third one could have potentially brought out that caution here. Sport class has lived up to its billing too. So many cars, so much good racing, but right now it's the 444 leading the way by over 12 seconds over RJD's 450 machine.
They've had a very, very dominant run at this point. As well, we've seen, for example, in touring cars, a lot of shuffling as of late because some of the drivers have had some bad luck, some bad contacts, some penalties they've had to serve. Impulse, for reference, is leading that way over Brabham. In terms of the rest of this run, as we keep an eye on the sport battle on track, what are some of the other key points in terms of what your expectations are for a second half of race after it's been, everybody has basically thrown the kitchen sink around and is hoping the kitchen sink sticks.
Yeah, you know, this has been a race of attrition, although in saying that, it's more surviving through all the incidents. There's been a lot of drivers who have had problems, but we knew going in, what was one of the points I said? You weren't going to be perfect, so you can just aim to be great. And perfection has not been reached by pretty much any driver in this field. We talk a lot about the strategy when it comes to fuel. All classes can go somewhere in the realm of 26 to 29 laps on a full tank of fuel. That means for at least most of the field, it looks like they're going to need at least 3 pit stops to make it to the end if we go green to the end of this race. That's what we're looking at, that magic number of 3 stops. Some may try to do it on 2. I don't know if that's going to be an exact winning strategy, but Justin, what a race so far, and this second half is going to prove to be quite intriguing for Will and Lorenzo to take over.
So with that being said, let's give you a quick rundown on how the fields are going right now. Different strategies at play, keep in mind, because 4 LMP3 stayed out during the second caution when the pit road opened. Hydro Race Geodesic Racing Black, who topped off for fuels leading, Core Sim Racing and Team Hoytingveld are amongst your top 3. Then it's Hydro Race Geodesic Racing White in the 4th position on the racetrack. You see those on the pylon now. Deltraz Automotive's had a lot of fierce battles with Undercut today. They're in front of them for now. K. Kramer Racing Esports in 7th. Hydro Race Geodesic Racing's Miguel Vigo in the 62, rounding at the top 8. Then the next grouping of cars, the Porsche cars in the Cup class. Then it's where Visceral Esports leads, but they have a penalty to serve. They're in the middle of strategy. SimCity Racing is currently 2nd. ATRS Esports in 3rd. Olympus Esports Atlas in the top 4 with K. Kramer Racing in the top 5. Hydro Race Geodesic Racing EU has had an adventure the past 20 minutes. They're in 6th with Orion alongside Olympus Esports Proton in the top 8. The next grouping of cars is the sport class. That right now led by Fiercely Ford Yellow. It's been all black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow up at the front for the past hour. RJD is in second despite the field nearly running into them a couple times. Kate Kramer Racing Esports third. iRacing Geodesic Racing Gold in the 4th spot. In the 5th position is Bolton VDS by Undercut White. Echelon Sim Sport, the biggest movers in the field, followed by SimCity Racing and Hyperion Racing in the top 8. Rounding out the field in terms of classes, the touring cars. Impulse is up in front. And just a while ago, it was Team Hoitcheville leading. That was before Axle Troubles. We'll get to that in a moment. Brabham Esports is in second, with Jordan Bachmeyer still driving 3 seconds back and slowly closing. Hydro Race Geodesic Racing Echelon in third. Now, the Team Hoitcheville car, it's important to mention they had some contact via air and via traffic early on in this race. Keep in mind that they are dealing with right rear axle troubles. Right now, they need a caution to get repairs. Wave Italy Racing Team is in 5th. Obsidian, XPD, Emerald, and Core. The lineup Core had to come back from being decimated for a caution. So now, well, you see the axle troubles right there. They're already driving on a skew on top of it. That to be said, there's been a lot that's happened here. Your quick final thoughts before we take a step aside, Dylan.
Been a fun race, and I feel like, you know, we're in the lull period now, if that's even such a thing for it. You know, always in those 24-hour races, right? You go into hours 6 to 12 and even go into hours 6 to, I don't know, 16. I feel like that's where we are in this race. Pit stops are starting to settle out the field, but still, it's multi-class at Virginia International Raceway. And Alton, Virginia is a place that is known for its forested areas. We've seen these drivers go off into the grass, try and find their way back onto the circuit multiple times. I think it's going to be pretty hectic as when these cars start to settle in, when these drivers start to settle in, that's when you get a little bit sleepy. And that's when something's going to come out to bite you. And all of a sudden, everything's going to break loose.
With that being said, why don't we go to a RaceSpot fan immersion and follow along with the sights sounds of the racetrack? And I'm pretty sure our producer just picked one of the cars to go to in the midst of this battle. Why don't we stick with these drivers for now? Take the sights sounds in. When we come back for the RaceSpot fan immersion, it'll be Will Vincent, Rental Bonder with you here on RaceSpot.
That was Matthew Molnar in the Archer Racing by Chips car. We are on lap number 65 of 134 here at Virginia International Raceway. Hello everyone, my name's Will Vinson. I'm with Lorenzo Bonder as we are proud to bring you this second part of our coverage here on RaceSpotTV. We're currently looking at the battle for third place in LMP3 between number 49, Team Hoixenveld car, and the number 72, Hydra Race Geodesic Racing Machine. And yeah, Lorenzo, you're right. The sleeping giant has awoken.
Yeah, boy, man. I'm commentating with Will Vincent. This is something that it's kind of like every February. It's kind of you kind of go and wake up because your event's coming up. The Bathurst 12 hours coming up, and we have good action around the track, even though it's frenetic and nearly nerve-wracking as well.
I tell you what, I've got about 1,000,001 stories to tell you about this place, even though it is one of the least raced tracks on iRacing. And, well, also, it's going to be story time because we are basically about 7 days away from RaceSpotTV's 10th birthday. Yeah, RaceSpot is on its way to becoming one of those, you know, spotty, arrogant, stuck-up teenagers. As we see a bit of a spin, that's the reason why through NASCAR Bend you don't want to go and take the curb. That is Augustin Bernier in the Dels Trans Automated by Major's Garage car. And, well, the thing about this track is some of the curbs you like to run. Some of the curbs, you want to hide away from them as much as possible. And I think there's a little bit of contact there as well.
Yeah, there's some contact on the quarter panel or the side panel of those LMP3 Ligiers, and thus causing the Delatras car to spin around. But the thing is, I think he went for a dive that was going to close the place. There's a little bit of a wiggle coming from the Brabham TCR, and one of the most frantic areas coming around the oak tree. But everybody got away and skate. Just a scary moment between everybody.
You know what the funny thing is? I remember this track when Tree Corner actually had an oak tree on it. That's how long ago
Best
it was.
corner.
Yeah, best corner. And there's actually, no, it's the second best corner because this is the one racetrack in all the sim racing where I can get away with just shouting bitch every so often. We're not running that layout here today. However, that was one of my favorite things about this track when we did run the old Grand West layout.
Yeah.
But this is still that battle for P6 in LMP3. To be fair, I've said much worse on RaceSpot over the years, but we'll just brush that one aside for a second, shall we? As we turn our attention over to Trek Esports and Modern As M Squad, separated by about a third of a second right now. And the thing about these LMP3 cars, we've got battles going on all over the place. And for the other cars that are not an LMP3, it's kind of, can you just like get your battle out of the way so I can continue racing, please? Because of things just like that.
Yeah, this is one of those tracks when I read the whole schedule, I was like, how they're going to negotiate 4 cars, 4 different categories that have so many different, variations in speeds and downforce around the track that even for one make, it's not easy for you to go around and overtake. Look at this. Like, how do you go, like, too wide around the S's and then dive bomb like that, just pushing the Olympus Cup car away?
Yep, and they decide to go onto the dirt on the outside of the Snake. And you're right. I mean, this track was never really made for multi-class racing at this type of a level. This is one of those tracks where you could actually argue it's more for, rich boys who's got some exotic race cars that want to put them out onto track mode, as this battle for P6 is still going on. Look at Booston as they scrap it out down past Madison Avenue. And I really like this third sector of the racetrack, to be fair, because you've got some good medium speed corners. You go off the longest straight onto the track, you finish off through Hogpen Corner into this. Isn't really a straightaway, but it's still a good overtaking opportunity in towards turn number 1. Thing you got to remember though, in any type of race like this, it's great trying to battle with one car. It's down to the inside, below the white line goes the number 92 car, and is still trying to find a way past, but his line is blocked out of the exit of turn 1, and they'll just do a Spa 2000. Split the Cup car, the CCR car even, round they go through NASCAR Bend, and this is fantastic.
No, this is fantastic. And Jubinho just trying to dive on the inside now, shoving the Kramer car away outside of the NASCAR band. And a little bit scrappy between both of them of hard racing, but that's what you want, especially when you come up to the lap 68. And we know we have halfway points here, Will, so everything goes in the Kramer car. Just decide to take the, can you say rally cross route through the snake?
Yeah, I think Rallycross is just a little bit of this. But as we come through to Oak Tree Corner once again, this track, yeah, I saw the fact there's an Intel sign on the side of that car. I almost think that instead of just flashing your lights, just have a massive loudspeaker on top, just going bum, 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 as you try to overtake. And now I've probably owe Intel, you know, $17 or something for the pleasure of saying that. But down Madison Avenue we go once again. And lap number 69 of 134. We've got to remember, cautions are a thing in this race. So that can completely destroy your strategy. And it means I get to talk about my favorite thing in all of endurance racing. It's called the countback. As we turn our attention over to P13 in our sport class, this is German sim racing versus one of the most legendary teams in all of sim racing, Team Huge Ass.
Yeah, absolutely. Good to see Huge Ass still going strong, you know, all through these years. Of course, they're not as old as us, but they're right on there. I think they're about like 6 years old, 7 years old, Will. It's right around your corner, I think.
Yeah, it was when we started doing the 24 Hours a Daytona was the first time that I saw Team Huge Ass running in the number 437 car, going down to the inside of the German sim racing car, not able to do anything there. And that sport class, they are the third of the four classes we have here today. So, yeah, the TCR class, which is also the smallest class that we have, are going to be a little bit slower. But these sport class, you know what? I absolutely love seeing them around this track because it's actually far more difficult for them to navigate this racetrack than one would normally think.
Yeah, and it's such a good racing among these GT4s. Like if you pair up just the GT4s, I know it's some pilot challenge goes around here as Huge Ass dives down the inside of the German sim racing, kind of blocks the path. Who's the LMP? Is that the Hydro Race, the leader? Yeah, as he goes around, but it's such a good class. The Sport or GT4 cars go around the track, and there's no clear-cut favorite car. I think, in my opinion, to go around the track like this is just how you manage, you know, the time losses and everything, trying to get around the cars and things like that. Because this is the track. I would say it's more grassrooty than anything else around America. That makes this racing kind of like better of sorts, but even more dangerous.
Don't forget, live timing and scoring is available. Just head yourself over to timing.RaceSpotTV as we got the ARTS Academy car battling it out with Trek Esports. Got a couple of cars, by the way, on pit road that I just noticed. You've got the Hydro Race Geocidic racing car. That's got Miguel Vigo behind the wheel of the number 62. And SimCity Racing, the number 971 with Alex Jaringa. They are on the lane as we speak. I've barely even been able to take a breath since we started this race. That is how good the racing action is right now. And these LMP3 cars in particular, they seem to be just so close in terms of performance. Ironically, it's everything you want from a kind of, you know, downforce heavy car. They're close in terms of pace. They're able to go too wide. They're able to stay in the draft without too much dirty air as they work through the snake there. Just absolutely online all the way through. And let's see, is there going to be a late lunge then as they head down towards Oak Tree Corner? There could well be from the M Squad number 3 machine, but just dropping back maybe a car length or two on that run down to Oak Tree. Not this time.
Yeah, not this time, but they're going to get the run outside of the Oak Tree if they get the line right, and especially as a 1 kilometer straight, so you can do the overtake pretty much cleanly as a side-by-side battle between Delatraz and Hoisingfeld again, and I think Delatraz this time might be able to get third place here, Will.
Yeah. One thing you've got to remember, I did try to say this about 5 minutes ago and just was not able to do so. You got to remember that this is still an endurance race, and that means rule number 1 is race the track first. Don't end up ruining your tires, ruining your pace, ruining any fuel number that you've been working towards because of the fact that you want to go and have a little bit of two-wide racing. And I always say, those people who are new to endurance racing will at this point say, well, you have no idea what you're talking about, but racing the track is always number 1, because otherwise you get yourself completely lost in the melee. As we turn our attention over to second place in your sport class, and very simple to pronounce, RJD car running in second, half a second behind, you got the GSI racing machine.
Yeah, which is one of the leading machines in sport category right now in the standings. 376 points, just about 14 points away from the Impulse 457 vehicle that you can see not high up in the standings. 12th place right now is the Impulse car, having some struggles. I think they had also, I don't know, some of the challenges of those early yellow flags, right, that we had earlier on in the race, Will. But that car, as long as it stays clean, gets the lead in the championship, if not already, with the halfway points. Even though it's 30% points, instead of 50%, but good racing nevertheless.
Yeah, indeed. I'm having a look, by the way, on our YouTube chat, and already we've got people shouting and ooming and ahhing about what's going to happen tomorrow evening. You know, there's this whole football match or something that's taking place in Las Vegas, as that is then the GSI racing car just getting past, moving itself up to second place in that number 462 car. I don't know if I'm allowed to say the exact phrase of the big game that's on tomorrow. I am disappointed about one thing. I really wanted it to be the Taylor Swift versus Eminem Bowl. We didn't get that.
I agree 100%. Don't get me wrong. I like the Niners. I had a Niners jersey, but this season I was full on Detroit Lions, MCDC, man, all the way.
I will say one thing. Christian McCaffrey.
Beast.
In fact, Christian McCaffrey and Joe Burrow, my two favorite players maybe from college football over the last 10 years or so. But let's go back to have a look at some racing, shall we? Because otherwise we'll be talking college football all night, and you guys will just have to look at the pictures to figure out what's going on. This is a battle for 8th place in LNP3, and Corsim Racing's in the middle of that sandwich. We had a couple of questions as to who's the oldest team on this grid. Well, I think between my recollections, it'd probably be Corsim Racing and Glacier Racing. The only reason why I know about Glacier Racing is just over a decade ago, and probably 2 months, I was actually in Finland in the freezing cold, you know, minus 15, minus 20 degrees. And I have a story that I might tell you a little bit later on as to what happens when one person's car doesn't start and you got to get 8 people to a bowling alley.
Oof. But then again, if you say it's cold, isn't it like minus 10, minus 15 like a hot day around Finland?
Depends. To be fair, I've been in Finland in the summer, and it goes up to, and I know we're talking Celsius here. You know, it goes up to about 35 degrees Celsius where I was by the beach. So, you know, that's hitting almost 100 degrees Fahrenheit for the American folks watching. But, you know, compared to racing around here, you see a car on pit road there. That is from your LMP3 class, and that is Core on pit road. Oh, yeah, sorry, yeah, it was Madness M Squad. To Adam Brockway in the number 3 car on pit road. You've also got the number 72 Hydro Race GSI Racing white car, and the automotive LMP number 8 machine, all on pit road. So we need to note that one. That is lap number 73. That they are on pit road out of this 134 lap race. We also got to remember there's only 1 hour, 42 minutes worth of racing as well. So we're going to have to try and figure out, if we get more caution today, is it going to be a race run to laps? Is it going to be a race run to time? Which for me, you know, that's the perfect sort of, let's just throw the jackal amongst the pigeons.
No, I think we might be able to get a few more laps going, and we might be on lap based than anything else will. I think time based in IVRA last time it was time based, a lap based race, because so many yellow flags. I think it might have been a season or 2 ago. Yeah. Then again, it's a rarity, but sometimes it happens, and this one of the strikes they can say it can happen. Impulse
It
on
can
the
happen
inside.
at any time as well, because we've seen some crazy racing across all of our classes. I do have to say, by the way, that the number 922 car, the Olympus Esports machine, has quite possibly my favorite livery of any car in any race, only because it perfectly has the pink and the blue that I have on my sim racing helmet on iRacing, perfectly aligned. So if these guys want to make me a custom helmet at some point, I'll happily pay you some RaceSpot dollars, which you can use to, I don't know, buy a t-shirt or something. rstv.shop. Off you go, have a look. As I think, yeah, on towards pit road then will come the Olympus Esports car. So maybe they're actually going to go and make that helmet for me immediately.
Yeah, maybe. If the Portuguese of João Afonso wants to do that, he would be, I think, more than happy to do for the Grey Will Vincent. While we're still having this race between Core and Percent and Nomad, and you were talking about Core, being one of the oldest sim racing teams, as I seen in the YouTube chat, 20 years for Core. That is impressive to know about even racing and other things. B3 in the championship, in a tightly contested championship, where you would be this fight would be beneficial for Court to be ahead, because Percent and Nomad is actually second in the championship.
Yeah, indeed. And in terms of the core story, I mean, it is still a greater love story than Twilight. As look at that snap oversteer on the exit of Oak Tree Corner onto Madison Avenue. Let's go free wide, shall we then? You've got the Prestando Nomad car on the left-hand side. You've got the Corsium Racing car on the right-hand side as they're going on the track. And as they head themselves down Madison Avenue, it looks as though status quo has been resumed once again as they head themselves down into the roller coaster. It was close. Let's have a look then as we get the replay up on your screen. This is then actually through the S's and South Bend. My God, that was close. That could have been a free-car wreck almost instantaneously. And that shows just how on the limit these LMP free cars are.
Yeah, it's that speed difference with coming out of the gates. These cars, it's kind of funny if you think about it. They do not have the aero downforce as I think Peluche. Pascal just overcooks the corner, and Moranis, the Percent and Nomad car goes around and one more time. It is just that they don't have the aero downforce that the GT3 cars do, but they have the engine that kind of matches the GT3 cars, even though their lap count is pretty much the same. Their lap times are pretty much similar. They're slightly faster, but it's kind of like it's a GT3 prototype, if you want to think about it. More grassroots, though.
Pretty much, yeah. It's more customizable than the radical style cars, etc., which really you'd classify as your entry into that type of prototype-esque racing cars. I do love LMP3. I think that it provides a really good link up to both now, of course, the IMSA and the World Endurance side of things. Of course, you can add in European Le Mans Series. You can add in the Asian Le Mans Series. Got more cars on pit road. That is Dominic Engel in the number 480. Corsium Racing car on pit road, and that is on lap number 75 of 134. So we are now officially way past half distance as we see the Orion race team versus the Geodesic racing car. Gap is about a third of a second right now. Is today just showing me as many old teams as I can possibly get in one thing, because I was actually writing an article a couple of weeks ago about the Orion race team, because around a decade or so ago, pretty much every car in sim racing was white, red, and black. White, red, and black. White, red, and black, or maybe black, white, and red. You had Glacier Racing, who, decided to keep their, ultra blue in, but Orion Race Team have always had beautiful cars as they come on towards pit road, and also they've had their own style for so long, and it is great to see the 994, which is in that Cup Porsche category here today, as pit stops are aplenty, and just checking down to see who's taking tires, who's taking fuel, who's doing driver swaps, etc., etc. Just to let you know, by the way, if you go to timing.racespot.tv and then put a /events, you actually get to see every single little moment that goes on in this race. We use it occasionally here on commentary. You get that one for free this afternoon as we turn our attention over to the battle for P4 in LMP3, and well, this is one we're going to be talking about pretty much for the rest of this race. You got the Prestanda Nomad car, you got Team Hoixenveld separated by less than half a second, heading themselves down into the roller coaster and into that very fast final sector, all the way from turns 14 down to 17A with the hog pen. And yeah, I will, by the way, start calling out corner numbers and the ridiculous American system of let's have a number A, B, C, D, E, F, no.
Yeah. So I was going to ask you that, and I know you are one of those people that hate the American system, like I do. Do you take, because I was actually counting the numbers. This has 17 corners with the variations A, B, C, D, and all the way down to Z.
Yeah.
Oh, as we see a replay, real quick, I'll make the question.
Please
up.
no Punterino. As that was one of the geodesic racing cars, and then a sympathy spin. Yeah, a sympathy spin there by Impulse at the end of all of that one. It's we're so sorry that you had a little moment. We'll have one of our rides just to, bring it all back together so we can continue racing in style. But yeah, we'll keep an eye out, of course, live race control in these IVRA events, which is one thing that is really important, because what it actually does is it means you think twice before making that 50-50 move, because if you get it wrong, you end up causing an incident. Well, you're going to be serving a 20-second penalty. I heard a 2-minute penalty after the first caution on lap number 7 of the day. So, these guys are not afraid to hand out penalties where they are due. No. And that's important in terms of the quality of racing that we're seeing.
Yeah, not only that, but we have to take one more important look. That the penalties this season, they're very important in terms of its length and how much you can accrue. And if you have a yellow flag, I think back in the old days. Oh, go ahead.
We've heard that the number 72 machine is, well, RIP. Let's have a look at the replay then. This is the Hydro Race Geodesic Racing white car, and that's hard into the Armco barrier.
I have no words, man. This is not the type of racing you really want to do, and Delatraz is going to get a slam dunk penalty.
Yeah, that's also one of the reasons why I like sim racing, because that would have hurt a lot if that was to happen on the real VIR racetrack. I would love to see another replay of that on board, because that's one of those things that, especially if you've got one of these direct drive wheels. I remember this was always a big thing when Danica Patrick started IndyCar, and it's like, you got to take your hands off the wheel. And when sim racing, became more popular about 15 years ago, so I'm not going to do that with these direct drive wheels. Yeah, you are going to take your hands off the wheel, because otherwise you're going to be going down to your local emergency department with 2 snapped wrists. Here's a look then at the replay. Down the back straightaway they go, and before you know it, boom. Actually, that contact wasn't as bad as I first thought, but it is on the right side of the car. The suspension will be a little bit messed up. And more importantly, they were actually trying to navigate some traffic themselves, possibly not looking fully in the mirrors, not knowing what's going on, but still, responsibility of the car passing to execute that clean pass.
I'm going to put my team foil right here, Will, and I think I understood what the geodesic car was trying to do. Because it was the geodesic LMP in the Delatraz, and the car just ahead, I think, was the geodesic GT4. And he was trying to pinch the Delatraz car and to, lift off the gas, lose some time, go back into a single file. And the Delatraz just decided, no, I'm going to stay right here. And I'm going to try to overtake you.
Number of times I've seen that when you've got multi-class racing and you've got teams represented in more than one of them. Seen it happen in iRacing special events, seen it happen in IndyCar races, seen it happen a lot in NASCAR races. Of course, you don't get multi-class racing in NASCAR. You know what? Actually, no, let's make that a thing. Let's have one day,
I agree,
a 24-hour race with the Cup cars, Xfinity cars, and the trucks all running at the same time. There we are. Will's random thing of the, I say hour, because I'll come up with something else random before you know it. But this is still P5 in LMP3 Court Sim Racing Team Hoixenveld, as Gap is just over 4 tenths of a second right now as they head themselves towards Oak Tree Corner. Well, once upon a time, there did used to be an oak. There isn't one anymore. And a lot of people actually said when that tree came down, they had to find a new reference point. 'Cause you've got the little markers on the left-hand side, but going into a 180-degree right-hander, actually, the tree itself was a pretty good brake marker, which they had to relearn from scratch. So we've got a replay coming up on your screen right now.
Which Olympus car did lose its backspin?
That's 946.
From what it looks like, that is the worst place in the standings. Olympus car. The better place is in 5th, just up ahead.
And then that rejoin was not good at all. I mean, that's a case of, come on, before you do anything, mirror, signal, maneuver. And I think that's one of the things I always say, that you have a moment and before you know it, you're having another moment because you haven't just done the automatic reset. Yet you might have spun. Yet the tires might be a little bit out of whack. You know, you just need to cool them down, etc. But you still got to remember there's a live racetrack with plenty of other cars around you. In fact, we've actually got 50 of them running on track right now. Our attrition has actually been really, really low today. So Geek Sim Racing is out of this race, as is the Rusty Spatula's GT car. The Wave Italy Racing Team is out, and the Olympus Esports Vanguard car is out. Now, technically, Core Team is racing in that number 146, but they are, well, 5 laps away from even getting themselves up into the top 50 of this race, and they are way behind everyone else, but still, they're running.
Yeah, that's what matters, and you need every point that you can get over here in the championship. Even though that 146, you could pretty much say count them out. They're not even fighting for championship so far. The championship battle is pretty much clear, crisp in the TCRs. That is Team Hoisting God and Impulse. Arguably the 2 best teams today, but let's see what Olympus does this time around.
Gap is, well, officially nothing, as Olympus technically has the advantage into a left-hander. Move is complete for the moment. Let's move Olympus Esports then up into 6th place in class. That was, well, to be fair, rather nice, rather easy after all was said and done in that regard. Through Hogpen Corner, down towards the start-finish line once again, and we move our way up just a little bit in terms of looking at our LMP3 field once again. And this is where you got to be the most careful. I think I said in the Weekend Lowdown article that I wrote that the first half of this track is basically like doing Road Atlanta on boss mode in terms of your patience level.
Yes, I think it's more nerve-wracking than Road Atlanta first and initial second sector, because first it is much slower and second is much more pinched in than Road Atlanta.
Yeah. As we're looking at Bo Rigard there in the Hydro Race GSI Racing number 64 car. Got 2 GSI going down. Where's Noah's Ark when you need it? They would have been perfectly right up onto the boat as they now come down into the roller coaster. So which story do you want first then here today? Do you want the Finland incident, or do you want my views on corner numbers first?
I am more intrigued about your views on the Finland finish incident.
Okay, so I'll keep this nice and simple. Try not to get anyone arrested, even though it has been, what, 12 years now almost. So it was in Finland, and this was where Glacier TV was a thing, you know, the prelude to RaceSpotTV. Yeah. And basically, you know, money was tight back then, but I'd always get invited out twice a year to go to Finland. Stayed with Joni Backman, who was the CEO of Glacier TV at the time. In fact, for a very short period of time, actually a teammate of mine as well, before a certain person decided that they were going to be insulting. And literally my old IndyCar team was a direct reason why Glacier Racing started, pretty much. But yeah, went over to Finland and we were going to go bowling, which is absolutely great. However, one driver's car just wouldn't start. So we ended up having to get 8 people into an Audi A1. So you had one person in the driver's seat, obviously, one person in the front passenger seat, obviously, then 4 people sat into free seat in the back, one person laying on top of them, then you had me. Where do you think I went?
In the trunk.
In the trunk, and it's actually law in Finland to actually have a shovel as well in the winter, you know, in case you need to dig yourself out in the snow. So at one point after this, we get to a McDonald's, and there are, you know, 3 or 4 big burly Finnish guys pulling a man of color out of the trunk of a car, and there was about 20-30 people looking, thinking, what the doodles is going on? And the funniest thing is, that's not even the crazy story I have from that Finland trip.
Seeing that scenes in Finland would be quite interesting, as XPD Emerald decides to go for another wild moment around the track.
Yeah, that's the front clip there. That decided it no longer wanted to be part of the car, and instead would like to be in some, you know, Marshall's living room or something made into a coffee table. But there's actually some pretty substantial suspension damage. Yeah, really caused to that car. You can see it's in kind of limp mode through Oak Tree Corner, staying completely off the track. Now, you know, ironically, there is a pit lane there, just not for this type of racing that's going on. And there's a lot of cars coming up behind as well. This is where you've got to be very careful. If that car's not steering properly, you could end up just making a little bit of a mismove and just accidentally going more onto the racing line. We even saw a little bit of free wide going on for a moment there, as this is out of Hogpen Corner to complete that number 83 for these drivers.
Yeah, but the thing is, he's lucky he's the TCR. That Elantra can, you know, go around in this front wheel drive. You know, you might lose some the cornering capability. Yeah, you might, but that thing is going to be straight nevertheless. Second thing is, there is a YouTube chat comment that is questioning your car choice.
My car choice?
Yeah, Johnny Hagner saying it's an Accord, not an Audi.
Okay, I remember an Audi A1. But, okay, it might have been an Accord. You know, it has been that long. We did go to a nightclub that night, and I did see the, quite frankly, most, how do I explain it, direct dating proposal of all time, involving a gentleman sausage, looking down at it, looking up at a girl, smiling, and it works. That's the PG version. For anything else, you have to visit RaceSpot After Dark when we do the 12-hour later on this year. And that's a free car incident, and that is a big one.
Yeah, and this is going to be on track. Track try to force the car on the inside, outside of the corner, so Niels Van Hendel, he might get the place, but he's going to have to give that back.
And that's going to be a good few seconds on top of what they've already lost. Let's see if he does it immediately, or whether or not he's going to wait for a penalty to occur. But they come down past Madison Avenue on this back straight down towards a roller coaster once again. And that's absolutely no sign of them just wanting to give the position up and do it the easy way. There's a replay. 2 into 1 doesn't work, especially when you've got slower traffic just ahead of you. That's a simple case of, come on, guys, just lift off the noisy pedal just for one moment, because right now, as a consequence of that, not only did they lose about 5 seconds or so on track, it's going to be more in terms of the stewards room.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to be, you know, quite obvious. The track is going to take this. They're going to lose some time in the pit lane. You might argue that car is on the inside coming in. You just dive down and you know there's a TCR right in front of you. That is never going to work.
That just is not possible. And we talked about how narrow this is. That is an almost synchronized drift spin we saw there. I mean, that's one way of giving a place up potentially on track. But yeah, well, I mean, arguably, position has been changed over, and that might just be a case of overworking tyres a little bit after the incident the lap before. Let's have a look again on the replay. That's either locking a brake or just hitting some marbles.
Yeah.
Or both.
But the thing is, that corner is kind of tricky to go around, I think, in any car, because you just coming out of the corner and you have to kind of point the car straight and throw into the left-hand side. So the tire will not want to work and will want to spin around. The car will eventually spin. You just have to keep it steady the best way you can.
in reality, basically, you don't allow the car to really set coming out of
Yes.
the previous corner before you have to really do, what most experienced drivers just call that, natural braking turn maneuver. So I can agree with you completely on that point. It could have been a lot worse, especially as there's lap traffic involved and everything else going on. But at the same time, nice little drift save, you could argue. And we now turn our attention over to P10 in your sport division. That is Sim City Racing and Coursing Racing, the 471 and the 480. And, I'm thinking about these 3-digit car numbers, and I go back to the 24 Hours of Daytona that was on RaceSpotTV just a couple of weeks ago. And there's always, certain things that, oh, no, you can't have a 00 this. You can't have a number beginning in a 0. It's got to be either, 92. Oh, are we doing curse to the commentators all of a sudden? This is the third time since I've been on air that we've been on board of the car and they've had an incident. That is Kevin Carlisle in the SimCity Racing car. Did you know I once actually got kicked out of a broadcast booth because the number of curse to the commentators that we had? This was back in a support series for the old Neo Endurance series. This was, 9 years ago or something? And
Something like it.
so many of these happened, Race Control issued a penalty to me.
I completely would believe that, like Casper and the boys back in the old days. I'm trying to remember who used to do that, like running Neo back in the old days.
It was Neil Hackins, Gavin
Neil Hackins,
Insurance Series.
I completely agree the fact that he would give you a penalty. That would be straightforward Neil's.
Arjuna and Lewis might have, VCO Simi Awards for Best Commentator. Have they ever been kicked out of their own broadcast booth? I think not.
That is like, I would take this, don't get me wrong, getting a Simi Award is always good, but that is like a unique achievement on its own.
Yeah, I've got no more room to put awards or anything in my office anyway, so, battle for P1 in sport, that's going down to now an 1/8 of a second. Geeks Energy, Explicitly Forward versus Impulse Racing, Treble 4 versus the 457. That's a lovely look there as we go through the final sector at Virginia International Raceway. Gap about 2/10 of a second, lots of cars, lots of drafting opportunities, a little bit of LMP3 traffic coming into play as well. Well, it's pretty much chaos as they come past the start-finish line. Start lap number 86.
Yeah, but I think for me, the most interesting thing is there is a clear-cut difference in the strategy because I think Impulse pitted on the last, yellow flag, and because of this, they're all offset by basically the entire stint in comparison to everybody else. So there is no clear cut saying on will they make it to top 3? Will they make it to the victory battling positions whenever we come down to the final moments? Because it has just been a monkey in the wrench. Those 2 early yellow flags and probably messed up the countback for a lot of teams like you were mentioning.
Yeah, and that also changed the way that you approach the racetrack because, if this was a standard, let's say, iRacing special event, when there's not going to be any safety cars, etc., you can plan out your stints, pretty much the entire race, and then from there, what you can do is basically figure out how hard you need to push.
Yep.
Now, in some cases, you've got some drivers that not only need to push, they need to get past drivers, get out of the fact that they can then draft off you and continue their race, with some other people, they've got fuel mileage, high mileage, all that sort of stuff going on. Different strategies means there's different people wanting to do different things. So that's the reason why you see some more, I'm going to call it hyper-aggressive moments, when you see drivers that look close together on the racetrack, but one of them doesn't just want to get past because it's a track position, because their entire strategy is at play at the same time.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting how this is approach around the track like this while we turn our attention to Orion's race team and Impulse fighting for first place in Cup class. I like this, fact that you have on the drivers, on strategies and all. It does causes me a question. If you're in the track, do you rather, strategize a race with full Corsiellos and things like that on a lap-based race or a time-based race?
Both.
Really? Okay.
Both. I mean, the one actual big sim race that I've ever won was due to strategy, and that was the lap-based race. It's a 110-lap race at Charlotte and IndyCar many moons ago. But I think that the philosophy is exactly the same. You know, a lap-based race, you know pretty much exactly when you're going to have to pit, etc. The only difference with a time-based race is, are you plus or minus 1 lap here or there? That's the only different thing that you sometimes need to take into account, because I've seen it happen so many times. Drivers basically perfect strategy, and the leader goes past the track with 5 seconds to go, or, you know, a 24-hour race becomes a 23-hour and 58-minute race, or something stupid like that. You know, not that that's ever happened before. You know, the flag guys are always better quality.
Well, talk to Imps about that. Oh.
Yep, so we just saw that bottom of your screen, car going round. We'll get the replay up of that one in a moment, and Lorenzo's going to try and identify who it is, because I missed it completely.
That was, I think, the boots in, by undercut that got spun around by RGD team. I don't know if there was actually air, or actually the car naturally spun around the corner.
We'll find out in a second, shall we, as we're continuing to look at Orion. There's a replay up, and yeah, that was air.
That was air.
The magical forces of sim racing deciding, nope, we just want to make you spin anyway. As again, waiting for traffic, that's good. A little bit of a lockup in an LMP3 car, because you always think a car's just sat there, and you're thinking, okay, that's just all of a sudden just taking away your natural rhythm of going through that corner. But very good track rejoin there. Didn't want to hurry back on, because otherwise, again, you can get a penalty. And those are little things that, you know, your engineers, your teammates can just remind you, just calm you down and say, okay, this has happened. Think. Next process, get back onto the track, but do it safely. Get your tyres re-warmed up, but do it safely, because of course after that corner you're going through some medium to high speed corners where tyre grip and aero grip is really important.
Yeah, and you're probably going to be heated in the moment and everything, so you have to reset. That's why spotters, crew chiefs, and everything, it's important. I think I would say road racing is kind of vital that you have someone to reset, especially in a moment like this. We've seen it in F1 and endurance racing, even more a lot of times in endurance racing. But in NASCAR as well, I think NASCAR, IndyCar, when you have those moments and the car is still runnable, you really want to reset so you don't get heated and probably take out someone intentionally after the race or something like that. Even though it happens in NASCAR quite often. Yeah,
we're looking at your Porsche Cup category. This is Orion Race Team versus Impulse Racing, the 944 versus the 915. Gap is, well, pretty much nothing, but now there is an LMP3 car between the two of them. That will get the gap up to almost 3/4 of a second in the space of a couple of corners. In fact, almost up to a full second there. But, you know, a decade ago, and I'm always talking about a decade ago because it is our 10th birthday next Saturday. A decade ago, not only would you not have multi-class racing, you wouldn't really have that kind of team support that you often see now in these type of races. You know, TeamSpeak, yeah, it was a thing. Discord, well, it wasn't. But quite often back then, it would be a case of meet up on a Thursday, Friday, do some practice, and everyone would be like, okay, good luck, guys, have fun, then meet up after the race. These days, normally you've got at least 1 or 2 people for a team whose job basically is to strategize, be a spotter, alert drivers of what's going on, be a bit of a driver coach, you know, it's okay, Lewis, it's okay, calm down, all that sort of stuff. And that really shows for me the journey that sim racing's been on. And I say it really did start before COVID. And a lot of people use COVID as, oh, everything magically changed. But no, I'd really say it's about 2017 when I really saw the big change there. More people really being committed to teams, not just for the driving, but for all the back of house kind of support that goes into it as well. Then, of course, you have things like team houses, cooking, physio coming into play, because I do know, for example, Commander and their esports team, Mac Backham, is quite often the chef of the house. And nutrition's become a really big part. Training's become a really big part. Sebastian Job, for example, he went through a lot of mental, psychological training to help him get over some of the mistakes that he was making when in a podium position, fighting for position. This ain't the same sim racing as a decade ago, and it's a lot more intense at many different levels.
Yeah. Hoisty Valdi, you got to make that work. Ooh. But coming back, I think I agree 100%. This is not in 2020. 2020 might have boosted because the fact that you have COVID and you're more, in-house than anything else. You're not outside in the street or doing your things like in real life. So it helped. I think it helped boost, the development of, building the team houses, how the teams go around and creating a whole new environment, right, for sim racing in general. But we saw that movement, I think, 2017, 2018, when we started to see like some of the brands like BMW. Now, Porsche kind of like makes, you know this more than I do, more hands-on. Like all the drivers from Coanda are basically Porsche drivers nowadays.
Yeah. I just need to make one very big thing to say here.
Yeah.
Repeat after me. Porsche.
Porsche.
There we are. Otherwise, I will get into trouble down the line by someone. But you're completely correct. And of course, I was the poor idiot that had 6 weeks to come up with for an event with Porsche in the arse end of Germany. So, yeah, you're completely right. It changed very quickly. Dynamics have changed very quickly. But then you still got teams, like Hugh Jass and that number 437 car. They're a group of friends. They absolutely love this type of racing, and they don't take it seriously. I mean, if there was to be a British Top Gear team in an event like this, it would be the 437.
Yeah, they always would be like making fun liveries or something like that whenever we were coming into events and things of the nature. So that is kind of good. It's always fun to have these teams around and having some fun. I think there were the Pineapple, something like that, back in the old days as well, like in 2019, 2018 as well, racing around. So it's always good to have that mix, of fun teams against professional teams. The driving level might be different, sometimes might be the same, but it's good to have those things around still going on in sim racing in general.
We're getting close to lap number 100 in this race. When we get to lap number 100, we'll do a full run through of your field. Hopefully it won't be completely marred by pit stops, but hey, who knows what's going to happen in this type of race. As we're looking at battle P11 in your sports category right now, and that is Prestander Nomad in 11th place, Hugh Jass in 12th, and German Sim Racing in 13th. And these drivers, again, separated, a second separates all three of them right now. After 92 laps of racing, for them to be that close on track and to be remaining that close on track really does show the level of commitment of these drivers, but also the consistency of them as well. I mean, yeah, we have seen a couple of mistakes here and there, but overall, these drivers are running very consistent lap times. I'm looking on my, timing and scoring screen, and their lap times, are normally consistent with a couple of tenths per second. And this ain't any racetrack to keep up that consistency.
No, I think all tracks are so far. We've been to a 200 Road America, Road Atlanta, and Indianapolis. Last race season being my hometown track. So a lot of us, but other than that, it's pretty much been American-based, and they're all tracks that do not have the same difficulty of mastering the track like VIR does.
Yeah, you live in Portugal now, don't you?
No, yeah, I live in Porto right now.
Yeah. Getting those sweet euros and all that sort of stuff. Yeah, ironically, just before we hit our 10th birthday, they say, you know what, let's partner Will up with a Brazilian to remind him of exactly where it all began with Rafael Sankey and Hugo Luiz. But, of course, Hugo, he's also left Brazil, heading himself over now. Well, originally it was Gronau in Germany, now it's Cologne in Germany. We've got some big news, by the way, coming up this year. Because we've got a fantastic space in Cologne right now. We've got a fantastic new production setup that's working amazingly. We're going to have a showroom. Probably are going to have more and more events over the next couple of years. So, we're not going anywhere as we are now on board with the number 467 German sim racing car. I talk about Germany, they put a German car on track for us. I mean, that's good directing there.
Yeah, that Dustin all is at its peak. Oh, what? There's a bumper on the track. That was from Impulse? Which bumper was that?
We'll get the replay up in a second. I was too busy looking at a time on the scoring screen. Core Sim Racing we're hearing over the headset right now. So someone might get a virtual piece of a Core Sim Racing car, looping it round an Oak Tree corner. There's going to be another car. Yeah, that's the reason why. Yep, two-car incident there, one pointing one direction, one pointing the other. Little spoiler there, just left on the center of the racetrack. The Mercedes gets back up to speed for Core Sim Racing. When you got kind of front-on-front contact like that, it's not going to be that bad, as they're always saying GT cars. It's more when you hit the corners that you're going to end up with more major damage.
Yeah, but I think for Core right there, that was enough to hit on the tail link and suspension of the right-hand side of the car, the front right, and I think that broke the car a little bit. Thus, the 480 in the pit lane. I feel bad for Dom and Ronald. We know good old friends from other leagues and still running and strong and rebuilding the team. You know, there has been a rebuild of Core in the last 2 years. That has been nice to see them coming back. So I'm like what I'm seeing from Core, and they're cooking, and I like what they're cooking.
Yeah, I mean, Core's had about as many rebrands as David Bowie did over his career. And every time they come back, it becomes even better for them to watch. So it's always great to see some of these teams that have been around for so long, as we've been riding on board of the number 92 boosting VDS by Undercut car. That is the Kramer Racing Esports car just ahead. And just ahead of that, that's the WSR Esports by Butt Kicking Machine. That is your battle for 5th place in your LMP field, and they are currently 27 seconds behind the overall race leader, which is the Hydro Race Jurassic Racing Black number 64 car. So, I mean, to be 5 laps into the race, still separated by half a minute, not bad, guys.
Not bad at all, and we have, and plus we can still count a yellow flag here and there, maybe. So everything else can change, especially whenever you're coming closer and closer and closer to the pit stops. I think the farthest I've seen in this car do is around 28, 29 laps ish.
Yeah.
So it's going to be coming down to the wire whenever we're probably going to see pit stops around lap 100. But I'm looking forward to see those who come in for maybe for one more pit stop, or they have 2 more pit stops. So at the end of the race should be quite exciting for us to take a look in a little bit.
Yeah, fuel saving around here. I mean, you can do it, but it's not that much of a draft track, really. As I said, you have got these 2 straightaways, and you can, take things like the Snake at maybe 85, 90% throttle, just, keep it calmer a little bit. But if I was to try and tell you, go and save 2 laps of fuel around here, I'd probably say some very choice words to my race engineer that I certainly couldn't broadcast. Here's a replay up on your screen, and this is an LMP3 car. Oh, an Impulse Racing car getting tagged, and that was down into Oak Tree corner. And an LMP car there, very close not to make contact with that. Was that your race leader?
Maybe. I think that was the race leader with Team Weissenfeld, TCR, and Olympus on the outside, forcing the try. I don't know if they were trying to force the issue or if they were clear within the overlap, but it's unsure. That angle doesn't think do any favors for Olympus right there.
Earlier on, it wasn't leader, just to let you know, but earlier on, just before Justin Prince and Dylan Coyle said goodbye to you, and by the way, thank you very much to those 2 for anchoring the coverage for the first part of this race. It was noted how, you get to that middle part of the race, everything settles down, etc. I always say you always have a couple of I'm going to call it silly quarters in a race like this, where, driver fatigue starts to kick in a little bit more. People starting to think about their pit stop, what adjustments they might need to make, what's going to happen in terms of driver changes, etc. And all of a sudden, before you know it, you've got one of those moments where it's like, okay, where do I go? What do I do? Am I braking? Am I doing this? Am I doing that? And then they just have a very silly, slight half spin that could change not only their race, but the entire complex of the race. Because if someone else gets tanked in it, you never know. Barney might start waving that yellow flag.
Yeah, and he's itching. I think Barney is itching for a yellow flag. But that is his perspective, not my perspective. Even though I like to self-proclaim I'm the emperor of yellow flags at RaceSpot. Because normally whenever I am in a race, there is always a yellow flag. But other than that, Will, I think what is important is, I think this is one of those tracks, is more than any other track we've seen this season, probably Road Atlanta might be closest, in my opinion, where your attention span must be at 100% every time that you're doing a lap.
Yeah, and don't forget, for some of these drivers as well, this is one of those things where, let's talk about the real world and the sim world integrating together. Sun goes down, in the UK, sun came down about half an hour ago, really. If depending on where you're racing, and I've had this happen to me so many times in my life when I was doing things like coding, you're in the zone, you're almost in that kind of tunnel vision zone, Ayrton Senna, 1988 Monaco. And before you know it, you look up and it's like, oh my God, it's dark, or oh my God, where's my light? Why isn't it turned on? And you click out of that, and all of a sudden, you're more prone to make a mistake. So a lot of little things can really come into play there. So we're now on lap number 97 of 134. Talking about Barney real quickly, by the way, I want to start a new campaign. I want to get rid of Barney. I think he's done a great job for iRacing. I want to retire him and replace him with the guy that was next to me in the first ever RaceSpotTV broadcast, who is now, of course, one of the flagmen for the NTT Data IndyCar series. We need a virtual Aaron Likens, because he is one of the best flaggers that I know.
Yeah, when you brought up, I thought you were going to bring up Aaron, and I agree 100%. Like his shaking and waving of the flags, especially when it comes down into the traditional, checker flag and things like that, is just unique.
Yeah.
It's like painting with a toothbrush around a blank canvas, like big blank canvas around the racetrack. It is just beautiful to watch.
Yeah, I agree. And he actually first did a green flag for an IndyCar Indy 500 practice session. Then he worked himself into the NTT Data IndyCar series. Still a great friend of mine. We chat every so often. His book, Finding Kansas, you can find on Amazon. And what we told these guys, this is an endurance race. It isn't a rallycross race. Stop putting those LMP3 cars onto the green stuff, as we've got a car coming out of pit road that was coursing racing, and Pascal sticks in the number 80.
Oof. By the way, still nice to see Pascal and Mike Blue still raced. I just want to put that out.
Yeah, I agree. It's always great seeing some of these names. And again, the thing about this championship is it's very high quality. It's very intense. But over the years, I've noticed that you see more and more drivers almost, how do I put this politely, shun themselves away from things like iRacing Official Series and focus instead more on championships such as this, such as things like the 24H series, and other things that go on. And I think that's really good, the fact that you see some of these drivers, they might have accomplished everything they wanted to accomplish in terms of official racing, might not make it to, 11K rating or whatever we're at these days, but still find that same joy, that same passion when they come into a well-run league such as this. And also, very quickly, shout out to all the sponsors for this broadcast as well, making it happen so that we get to talk incoherently about race cars for a good couple of hours. I mean, what a better way to spend your Saturday night. Looking at third place in LMP3, that is WSR Esports Butt Kicker and Kramer Racing Esports, separated by a second. Not a good place to find some lap traffic as you work yourself there through the roller coaster.
Yeah, and I think it lost about a full second on WSR coming around the corner, and here comes Kremer to the pit lane, followed by Boots and VDS by undercut just behind.
Tell you what, you're pretty accurate there in terms of when I'm going to see drivers on pit road. You said lap 100. This is lap number 99. 1% variance. I'll give you that.
Yeah, it's kind of like whenever you do those polls for voters and things like that. Oh, who are you going to vote to? And whenever you come down into the TV, in Brazil, you used to have that a lot. You always have the margin of error by 2% up and down. Yeah.
Agreed. I mean, in the UK these days with polls and all that sort of stuff, I mean, let's not get too political. Margin of error, 2,466%. It can go any way these days. They are about to start lap number 100. That was a little bit cheeky there by the Boston VDS by undercut car. No, actually, we're looking at the Impulse Racing car, which is in the 457, but the Boost and VDS car is just like did he really have to go into that little hatch surface? If that was certain types of racing in certain countries, that actually would be a penalty for leaving the racetrack.
Really?
Yeah. By the way, overall leaders on pit road, second place in this race overall on pit road. So GSI Racing Black, dual driver change. Austin Young is now behind the wheel of that car. You've got Alexandra Delatraz behind the wheel of the Delatraz Automotive LMP machine. P1, P2 overall. And, well, that's about as close as you can get to lap number 100.
Yeah, true. And I think we're gonna see soon maybe the Moran SM squad car driven by Alec Bergstrom into the pit lane shortly, but they're far behind it, and they're in 8th place. But I think it's one of those cars that are due to come to the pit lane anytime.
Yep, 35 laps to go then. And Austin Young is out of pit road. That was a 32.9 second pit stop. That was 54.6 seconds from pit entry to pit exit. And in terms of the WSI Sports Butt Kicker car, they are currently in second place. Actually, I'm just paying attention. Actually, yeah, Delatraz Automotive LMP has come out of pit road now. It's a 33.6 second pit stop, 55.6 in terms of the lane. I was just wondering why it's taking so long to show that one on the timing screen. Then I just realized this is, filtering through, etc., etc. I did say that we're going to go through your field as we hit lap number 100. I'm going to make a suggestion. Shall we give it another couple of laps? Let this pit stop sequence, kind of go through. Then we'll go through your field after that one. In the meantime, I still want to talk about the fact that we've had a very low attrition rate here today. And that's what I really do like about league races like this as well. People don't just, hit... I live in a Mac world, so it's Command Q for me, but F4 if you're a Windows person, and say, you know what, I've had enough. People carry on going. Yes, they might have had damage. Yes, they might have had some long lane time. As an example, the XPD Emerald TCR IVRA car, the treble one, 15 minutes and 1 second on pit road, and that's not what you want to see as an interclass ding dong.
Yeah, just going around, I think Hogpen.
That's going to be a penalty.
That could be a penalty. 100%.
That was an unsafe rejoin. That was an unsafe rejoin. Didn't do mirror signal maneuver. Yes, the first part of the incident was not their fault. Second part, in my opinion, most definitely was for the 92.
Yes. I know Connery's not around here. Probably he would have had a few brain seizures with the rejoins here and there. But I agree. Even though we've seen some of these incidents around the track, right? We haven't seen cars going out and everything. Everybody's still running. That is really good to watch and still going over the nature of these endurance races. I like these short races where it's not like the 8-hour race and everything is just, doing your best and see what leads to the end. While a core has an incident nearly breaking into the tire barrier. No,
that reminds me of Hockenheim when it all started raining and no one had any grip at all. Managed to get it back on track, but it was just one of those silly, slow, whatever incidents.
Like the 2000 Hockenheim or the 2000 and I think it was 18 or 17 Hockenheim that Hülkenberg was due to the podium.
Yeah, it was the one where Vettel messed up and Lewis messed up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So there was, I think, the 2017 or 18. Okay.
Yeah. So we now turn our attention to 9th place in LMP3. This is Hydro Force GSI Racing and ACRS Academy, separated by 4 tenths of a second. Got to let you know, by the way, that you've got second place in your cup class. That is ARTS Esports, the 913 car. So basically, the sister car is the one that we're seeing on the screen right now, just in the Porsche Cup category. They're on pit road and they are doing their service in the number 913 car right now. Going to let you know when they come out of pit road exactly what their pit stop time is. And of course, you can see I'm just filling massively for time right now. Don't forget, these cars can go up to about 58, 59 seconds in terms of a pit stop, depending on their fuel level, all that sort of thing that they got to do. But in the meanwhile, it's a case of, let's overtake some more traffic, shall we? As we work ourselves down the back straight through Madison Avenue in towards Roller Coaster once again. Gap remains about 5 tenths of a second. That pit stop time, by the way, for ATRS Esports was 40.2 seconds.
Not the longest pit stop.
No.
No, that was very, very short. Wondering if they're splitting halfway, even though 3 wide, not the safest looking right there, but everybody got away unscathed. That's what we want to see.
Yeah, they did. Not a very wide racetrack, this one. It's in fact, as I said, that it's deceptively narrow in a lot of places. It's almost single file with certain parts, you know, like the Snake, for example. You get caught behind slow traffic and they're running their lanes perfectly. You almost don't want to go and try and overtake them because it's going to cost you more time regardless. And of course, you get some dirty bits onto your tires as well. But yeah, this track is narrow. And that goes back to the original point. You know, this isn't one of those tracks which is, you know, FIA grade 1, if I remember all that sort of stuff. This was actually, you know, well, originally it's just a group of men, a bulldozer, done some little work on it, and they wanted to make a country club, put a racetrack on it. I mean, what better thing to do? Make a country club, and they can also go racing at the same time, of course, as long as they're not drinking before they go out on the track. No issues.
Yeah. Which I was actually looking at the calendar right here, for example, for IMSA. We're going to look on the replay. Which car is that? Is that the WSR by Buck Cooker? The number 3 car. Oh, tie barrier. Doink. No damage, just morale damage. That exists. Trust me.
Oh, God, morale damage certainly exists.
Sorry, it's not morale damage. It's emotional damage, actually. But I'm not going to do the whole meme thing.
Oh, God, yeah. I don't want to, otherwise we'll get demonetized.
Yeah, same.
2 Olympus cars on pit road, the Olympus Esports Atlas and the Olympus Esports Proton car have both been on pit road in your Porsche Cup category. That is the 946 and the 922. The number 946 is service 27.2 seconds. Just waiting on the 922, the Olympus Esports Proton cars pit stop time. They'll be coming back out onto track momentarily, and it looks like they're doing a much longer stop actually. Yeah, over 40 seconds it's going to be for them. As now, look at this battle for the overall lead. This is WSR Esports butt kicker that we're riding on board with out of the hog pen corner down towards start finish line. Come on, Lorenzo, talk us through what's going to happen next.
Oh, dive down on the inside from the number 11. There's a car coming out. Olympus is going to split the seas. Is they going into that inside corner, blocks the inside. So Hydro Race Geodesic number 64 lives another day to see that first place for the time being. But number 11, there's a big difference in terms of, you know, stints right there. They have to save fuel, in my opinion, to make it all the way to the last lap. But other than that, I like this battle. I like the projects of what we're going to see at the end of the race.
Yeah, so do I. Great battle we've got going on. 3 tenths per second over 104 laps worth of racing. That just shows, again, the consistency of these drivers. Now they've got a little bit of clean traffic. Let's see if it's going to be a move maybe made into Oak Tree Corner, or whether it's actually going to be a case of let's get the line perfectly through that one and then really charge to come onto the back stretch. That traffic's easy to pass. Here they go then. Oak Tree Corner on board the WSR Esports car. Both nicely onto the throttle, no oversteer from either of them, but it does look as though that Geodesic Racing did get a bit of a better run out of the corner. Gap is coming down now to about 1/4 of a second. The draft is coming into play. Is it going to be a move to the left-hand side? Oh, yes, it is. As they come down into the roller coaster, look at that. New race leader. Done.
Yeah. And I like what Austin did right there. You know, just not fight too much. You know, you are within the crunch laps. You have to do your pit stop eventually with like 7 laps to go, 9 laps to go here. Well, it's just that thing of, you know, putting the pressure entirely on the number 11, because right now you have 31 to go. They're on lap 25 of their stint. And they would have to make, I would say, 3 more laps to get to the end, maybe without saving too much fuel to get to the end. And the ball's on their court. It's just, what does the number 11 do so far to get that win, or maybe fight for the win in the final laps of this race?
The thing I always say in this sort of situation is, once you've got a plan, stick to it. Don't and and. I knew a driver when I was running Indy cars back in the day, and he would come up with a strategy that on paper was risky, but would almost always work, except he chickened out of it about halfway through. and the surefire win just went down the toilet. Think about Michael Schumacher in 1998 at Hungary. You know, let's just do as many qualifying laps as you possibly can. That is the strategy. The field is a bit more spread out than it used to be. You've got to know, Will, what's going on?
Those two TCRs is actually battle for the TCR lead.
Well, there we are. That's Impulse Racing and Brabham Esports. 0.6 of a second separating the 1-2-2 and the 1-1-5. But you've got to agree on that point.
Yeah,
you
100%.
decide what you're doing and you stick to it. I mean, of course, unless there's a yellow flag, in which case, you know, throw everything up into the air, whichever piece of paper lands closest to you, do that instead.
Yeah. Actually, my team won a Indy 500 race because I was acting crew chief, and we had like 2 other guys working on strategy with the driver that we had as well. And we were like, okay, pit this lap, go around this lap, just commit. Everything's gonna work out just fine. Eventually, he came around top 3, had a better car than the other 2, but he wasn't gonna be able to catch up because the difference was actually really good. And one of the drivers we know was a ringer around the Indy 500, which was Wilson Neto. So. Fortunately for us, they had an incident with like 2 laps to go. Both cars went out and we won the race. But, you know, there's always that jaw of luck that you need to have around a race like this. But always commit.
Visceral Esports, IVRA ClubSport, the number 997 with Santeri Matakainen is behind the wheel of that one. They're on pit road right now. So they're going to make 2 laps of fuel saving. They might get to the end. Might want to do a splash and dash at the very end. Who knows? The battle on TCR, well, it's basically 0.2 of a second. We're on board right now we were on board with the Impulse Racing car, the Brabham Esports car right behind. Lots of traffic to come into play as well. Now, you can get a bit of a tow off the sport class cars. That could help if that sport car was to go both past Impulse Racing and Brabham Esports into Oak Tree, which they don't. But keep an eye out then to see, as Brabham gets overtaken, if they quickly get right behind that spoiler, the rear spoiler of the Mercedes that we see there, and instead, no, we just got a cluster mayhem going on.
Yeah, it's kind of like traffic jam on the I-5 or something. On the M5, actually, rather than the I-5.
Doesn't matter. M25, you want to call it.
Yeah, M25, basically. But what is interesting for me, looking from the angle of both cars, is Impulse. The Civic of Impulse is splinted. You can see the lines that the driver from Jan Bol is doing in comparison to Bart Horsten. Even though Horsten's not going to go for the pit lane, maybe Bol is going to come right after. They're on the same amount of laps. It's just Horsten was basically, oversteering the car in some of the corners, especially out of the snake. That is like how much effort you're putting on the car to stay in tow with your opponent with the final pit stop to go.
WSR Esports, butt kicker, Adam State on pit road right now. Keeping an eye out on that number 11. Their pit stop in terms of their box time is now up to about 35 seconds. So keeping an eye to see when they're going to rejoin the racetrack. In fact, they've just done so. 33-second pit stop, 54.7 in terms of the lane. We're looking right now at P7 in your sport category. We've got a Mercedes versus an Aston Martin. Hyperion Racing versus RJD. Gap is just under 0.3 of a second.
Yeah, and I think we might have watched this battle before, but I like the evolution of Hyperion here in IVRA, a team that was champion in the GT3M or GT3 category back in the endurance days. It evolved so quickly from basically 2021, 2022, 2023 onwards. I think it's starting to pick up more data gist of how endurance racing works, especially here at IVRA.
Yeah.
And as a team that should be looking for all these top 5, top 3 battles, maybe even get a win. I think I even saw Hyperion, I think, once back in last season, fight for a win or be close to a win in the category at Road Atlanta. So it's good to see them battling for really good top 10 spots in the championship.
Oh, completely agree with you there. As we're looking from the rear, the Hyperion racing car. That's Mercedes. Got the Aston Martin right behind. Always have a little chuckle when you see Mercedes and Aston Martin going together, because I remember there are two different pace cars that they use in the FIA Formula One World Championship these days.
Yep.
TM. Let's put that afterwards, just so I don't get sued. I don't know which one I prefer more, to be fair. I've always liked Mercedes as a safety car. I just don't know why. Because ever since I was growing up, after, the mid-90s, when it was just like, pick a car, any car, it's been Mercedes pretty much my entire life growing up. Aston Martin, yes, they're nice cars, but for me, they're not a pace car. That's the sort of thing that you see, James Bond 007 getting out.
I was going to say that.
Around. They're not a pace car.
No, it's like a car that you're probably going to walk around and see with machine guns and things like that, blazing around the track, shooting stuff.
Would have made the Azerbaijan race a little bit more interesting if they had a machine gun in the back of the car to tell the drivers to behave. We do not condone shooting of anyone, especially not when they're driving a car, just to make that one clear. Gotten into enough trouble on RaceSpot over the years. And actually, we're still seeing a battle going on between these two drivers. And Hyperion Racing does get the position back then. For a moment, RJD did have the move, but it's going to have to stay behind as they work themselves out the exit of left hook. Through the snake they come once again, but through the horseshoe and NASCAR bend, that was mighty close.
Yeah, that was mighty close. I think he probably needed a little bit more forward overlap coming out of the corner if he were when he was on the outside and looking into NASCAR band. But other than that, good effort from RJD. I like the effort they're putting around the car, but I think it's just setting yourself up maybe for Oak Tree. Here we go.
Yeah, let's have a look. And, well, overtake is complete for the moment, but let's have a look, see what Hyperion Racing's going to do as they work down the back straight, because this is where the draft can really come into play. And of course, you've got more cars involved and just having a little bit of fun around them as well. So they go down a lap, and you can just see as well, it's that little bit of bump drafting I saw there. This like Daytona.
I was going to say, I think they're practicing for Daytona, which is coming up this weekend.
Yeah. In terms of iRacing, you got me very confused there. But yeah, not in terms of the actual Daytona 500. It's like, we've got that super something thing to happen before that one. But RJD, well, a second now is the gap almost. So it just shows how quickly with traffic that gap can come up and can come down. And again, that goes down to the patience setting, the reset. Every lap is a new lap. We want to be all AA about it, one day at a time. No, one lap at a time, one corner at a time. Sometimes you've got to get into that I'm going to get the word correct. Compartmentalizing. Got it right the third time. You got to compartmentalize each of the laps as you go through them, because otherwise you're going to be chasing time. When you chase time, you lose time.
Yeah, that is true. By the way, Will, you saying that the real life race, and the real life race actually this next Sunday.
Yeah, it is. I just remembered that because, you have that American football game, then immediately it's like, oh, hi, Fox. Thankfully, they don't have Digger anymore, because that was so annoying. I mean, I can deal with Cletus in terms of the NFL. Digger and NASCAR.
Oh!
What was that?
Oh, no.
Goopsie potato.
Oh, Graham. The only thing you really don't want to have at this point of the race is damage on your car, especially if you are the leading car in the championship.
Fourth place in the race was the Hydro Race Geodesic Racing car, Graham Sanders. That thing looks a bit beaten up. That looks basically now like a used kebab box in Manchester about 4 o'clock in the morning. Side damage to the left-hand side. A little bit of damage again to the left-hand side. The right-hand side actually seems to be okay. But, yeah, not good overall there. And that is now going to put some pressure. And we're having a look down, by the way. Adam State in the WSR Esports butt kicker car is currently, let's do the maths, about 20 seconds back with 24 laps to go. That might just about be okay.
Yeah, but the thing is, I'm still want to know, the general difference to the leader is 51 seconds, right? We've seen average about 54 to 53 seconds on the pit stop. The thing is, we know they're going all the way. That number 11 car is going to go all the way. They're going to have to commit. Like you said before, if you have a plan, commit all the way to the end. Is it going to get you there? Maybe it's not going to get you there. It's like a incognito so far. But that 11 car, I think in the pure Sims days, they had strategies that we normally think, oh, it's never going to work. That is never going to work. Or we didn't even think about a strategy, L35G hut, and it would work. But it did work in the end. So it's going to be interesting. That's why I'm excited for the end of this race.
Yeah, I agree. Just to let you know, by the way, folks, we've got more racing action all weekend here on RaceSpotTV. Tomorrow, we've got the Porsche Esports Carrera Cup Great Britain. That takes place at Snetterton, the 200 layout, which means it is a mega fast. And then we've got the PRL NASCAR Cup Series. They're going to a road course, not just any road course. They're going to a street course of Long Beach.
Yes.
In the NASCAR Cup cars. You know that one's been scheduled deliberately because about 90% of people will be focusing on something else that evening.
Yeah, I know, and I'm commentating that race. Luckily, I have 3 monitors, so I can actually put the game one of the monitors.
Yeah, just make sure you hit mute when Usher comes on. By the way, then you've also got Monday night to Tuesday morning, depending whereabouts you live, the iRacing IndyCar Open. They're going to Nashville Super Speedway, a great 1 1/3 mile racetrack, and then some point next week, we have the iRacing Daytona 500. That was really one to look forward to. And even better, this time, next Saturday, it's our 10th birthday broadcast. We are recreating the first ever race that we had on RaceSpotTV. We're going to go to Iowa Speedway in IndyCar, and we're going to run 230 laps.
One of the best ovals to race.
Oh, certainly, yeah.
I forgot to actually sign up for that race. My teammates signed up,
can.
and I forgot.
You still can.
I want to sign up. I have to sign up.
Sign up's open until Tuesday.
Yeah, but it's going to be broadcasted. But then again, we have I think IVRA endurance next weekend as well, like next Saturday, coinciding with this maybe. But we'll
just
see.
Get the schedules right.
Yeah, it's all about scheduling.
Right, I'll tell you what, we have got 23 laps to go. Let's have a run through then of each of your classes, and let's start off with your LMP free field, because it is currently Hydro Race Geodesic Racing Black, who are leading the way by 8.3 seconds over Core Sim Racing. So Austin Young is behind the wheel of the number 64 car, Pascal Sticks behind the wheel of the number 80. Delatraz Automotive LMP, they run in 3rd place in class, currently about 20-odd seconds behind your leader. Then you've got the Hydro Race Geodesic racing car of Graham Saunders, the one that we saw getting beat around a couple of moments ago. They're currently 32 seconds back from the leader. Importantly, though, they have maintained the gap between 5th place car, which is WSR Esports butt kicker Adam Slate behind the wheel. By the way, you can see the rest of the class in the left-hand side of your screen. Not going to run through all of it, but we'll turn our attention over, Lorenzo, to our Porsche Cup class. Take it away.
Yeah. So we have basically a really tightly contested in terms of everything. A TRS Esports still running away, 8 seconds ahead of Olympus, 946. Visceral Esport is in 3rd place, driven by Santeri Martikainen in that 997 car. SimCity Racing is in 4th. Kramer Racing 5th place. And Orion Race Team, I think we can say, is the 6th place. And you can see also in the left-hand side, all the cars that are still all the way back, those 10 Cup class cars. I think we have sport to go all around, Will.
Yeah, indeed. So we turn our attention next over to your sport category. And oh, look at that. It's another geodesic racing car. This is one with John Boatfur behind the wheel, number 462 car. Gap between themselves and Impulse Racing, well, that's currently about 5.7 seconds. It's Sasha Anglesey behind the wheel of the 457. You've got Kramer Racing Esports in 3rd place with Max Zorner behind the wheel of the 424. They are currently 25 seconds back from class lead. And then you got Saber Esports in 4th place with Simone Gialdi behind the wheel of the 491, and Hyperion Racing 2 with Floyd Kerr behind the wheel of the 454. They round out your top 5 in class. I have to say, this sport class has got a massive, massive build to it. It's so big, you got to have the little rotating bit going on at the bottom of our timing tower. But from the biggest class in the field, Lorenzo, let's go to the smallest, and let's talk about TCR.
Yeah, let's talk about TCR. Impulse is still leading the pack, the 122 car. Now retaining a big lead on Ab Brabham. We saw them fighting not too long ago, where the gap was about 0.3 of a second, 1/10 of a second. Now it is 10 seconds between both cars. So Brabham in second place. Hydro Race Geodesic, kind of quiet, but all the way forward in 3rd place. Wave Italy in 4th place, about 0.3 of a second though. We see both cars around in the track. Elantra versus Civic battle. T Hoistingveld is quite surprisingly in 5th place, and you have Obsidian, the XB Emerald, running nearly a full lap back to everybody else. And Core is out, but still running.
Yeah, just to let you know, the 463 car has got themselves a 30-second penalty for an unsafe rejoin. I believe that we saw that one on the screen a little bit earlier on. That is Frank Schmitz behind the wheel of that car. As I say, it's the number 463, a 30-second penalty for an unsafe rejoin. What a beautiful camera angle we've got here. This is a battle for 3rd place in TCR. As that is Wave Italy Racing Team making waves down in towards turn. I'm too old to be making jokes like that.
No, but it is a good battle nonetheless. I love that camera, and you can see side by side. We'll go away Vitaly, and move is done. As I think the Budusin VDS by undercut LMP3 will cut them around NASCAR band.
Yeah, indeed. And after that, don't forget, you've got a little bit of LMP traffic just behind. If you're the LMP car, you're going to want to find a way past, and that's not the way that you want to do that one. Somehow, they all managed to make their way through. I want to see a replay on board of that LMP car, because that was inches away from disaster.
And then something. More impressively, the Wave Italy car not blinking the headlights.
Yeah, agreed. Let's hope we get a replay of that one at the moment. This is that little thing where we say something, and it's like somewhere in the background, our director's going to be, you know, hopefully bringing up what we asked for. As we continue to have a look then at that battle. Wave Italy, say they managed to make the way past. Here's the replay then. That is the number 92 car on board. And I was about to say, you want to get that move done before you really get into the twisty section of the snake. And you see the damage as well to the rear of the Wave Italy car. There was some contact there, but that number 92 car quite literally forced its way through. And that boost in VDS by undercut red car, Valentine Bonnie behind the wheel of that one, that well might come back to the stewards.
Yeah, I think this has to be, I think, might be reported by both Wave Italy and maybe the Geodesic team. But more impressively, this would have been murderous for Wave Italy, because had the 92 hit them in the back, like at that rear right, the car would have turned 100%.
Agreed. Completely agreed.
He's lucky he hit on the side panel, not on the quarter panel rear right of the car.
It's almost that thing. Sometimes there's the right way and the wrong way to hit a car, especially when these cars have things like quarter panels, etc. Thankfully, it's not like a Formula car, because otherwise there'll be one literally flying up into the air. Not death. It's sim racing after all. But yeah, car difficulties, shall we say. Car difficulties making ultimate level. As that Wave Italy car, you can see he's actually pulled out about a second gap already. So, having a look at the number 471 SimCity Racing car, well, that's not the way that you want to start going through the snake. That was just way too hard over the opening curve, not paying attention at all, and as a consequence, makes some contact with the tie barriers.
Yeah, just grabbing too much of a curb, and the car, even though it has a TCS, STC, traction control, side traction control, and ABS, that thing is never going to be safe.
Nah, it's not. As the gap, by the way, in your cup class is currently 2.4 seconds between Olympus Esports and Visceral Esports. The reason why I say that is because last time by, it was a full second quicker for Santeri Matkanen in the number 997 over Thomas Cope in the number 946 car. Glacier Racing out. Oh, look at this. This is a replay then. Glacier Racing. This is down the back straightaway, going 3 wide in towards a roller coaster.
Youch.
Yeah, that's not good. Surprised that wasn't a caution, actually.
Yeah. Oh, both cars managed to get away. Luckily, they're not beached. What impresses me, I want to know which LMP was on the outside and nearly got spun around by the Glacier car, because that could have been the leader, that number 64 leader. The livery is black, so it's very similar.
Agreed. We'll keep an eye out and try and bring you more detail on that one. But Glacier Racing, that was a massive impact. And we're getting word that was actually Austin J. Young in that number 64 car. So good heads up driving. Here's another look then on board with the Glacier Racing car.
That was so close.
Yeah.
And by the way, good reactions from the German Sim Racing GT4 right there to avoid the crash.
Agreed. Glacier Racing, by the way, Otto Pustanen is on pit road, as you could have imagined after that. They've been on pit road for 4 minutes already in that number 455 car. That incident did happen away from your screens, but we did, of course, want to bring it to you. Let's go back then to this battle for the race lead in your Porsche Cup category, because I said it was a second faster for Visceral Esports the last time I spoke about them. This last time by, it was 147.2 for Thomas Cope in the number 946 car. Sorry, that's 149.0. I'm going to get my numbers right there. The number 946, Thomas Cope, did a 149.0. Santeri Matikainen in the number 997 at 147.2. That's almost 2 seconds faster in one lap. Gap's now down to pretty much 1 second. Oh, it is race on in the Porsche Cup category.
Yeah, 100%. And I like this. I don't know if Cope actually got hindered by traffic, because Cope is a very. We were having a conversation, I think, in the 24-hour series with Thomas Cope. And this is one of those drivers I've been observing for the past 2 years. Well, especially the last year of 2023 for Cope has been a massive ascent. And he nearly broke into the Porsche Sport Super Cup contenders. I think he had a few rounds of learning into the qualifiers and everything. I think one of the races he had actually a top 10. And this is one of those drivers, in my opinion, to look forward to this season of 2024, maybe, and the qualifiers. And Santeri Matikainen, even though he's driving for Visceral, he's actually a Williams Esports Academy driver that recently got hired by Williams. So is another of those fast Finn guys that we should be looking for this season as well.
Basically, if you're a Finnish driver, it's congratulations. We're just going to start you off. Instead of on 1350 iRacing, we'll just start you at 7.5 instead. And
pretty
it
much
is worth noting, by the way, the Porsche Takeaway Esports Super Cup is actually on right now. You've got Arjuna Kankapati and Paul Smith in terms of the commentary on that one. So if you want to double screen your life up, or, you know, after this race is finished, go and check that one out. You can do so. Very different Porsche Takeaway Esports Super Cup series this year. They changed some rules. I'm finally happy with the way that series is running in terms of the reverse grids and everything, because, you know, it's been interesting over the years, but they've really done some good work behind the scenes. So shout out to Nina Barrett and all the people over at Porsche there for continuing to develop that series, as we're looking at the battle for P2 in your sport division. That is Kramer Racing Esports and Zabelt Esports, and the gap between them is currently half a second. Can I just make an honest observation here?
Please.
I think after we've had for years deliberations as to whether or not it's esports with a capital E, a lowercase e, this and that, and now we actually have some approval, I think you should automatically get a 5-second penalty if you misspell esports in your team name.
Okay.
I'm just trying to look if it is. What is the proper way to nowadays say? Oh, it is full esports, all capitals.
There's capital E, yeah. And by the way, did you just notice a moment ago, there's just a random bit of wing that was wing, spoiler,
Yeah,
call
I
it
saw
what you
that.
want on the racetrack. It's like, okay, of course, it magically disappeared because that is the power of sim racing. And that's the reason
Oh,
why.
no, is that the
That's a
WSR?
car upside down. That's number 11. WSR Esports butt kicker Adam State, who was in contention on this race, a massive incident. Now, the only good thing in all of that is that it was right before pit road. But when your car goes upside down and over, think you're going to be out of contention for the race.
Oh no, GG. That's a full.
Oh
GG.
my word!
What is Wave Italy trying to do outside of the corner?
That was the case of you're going too wide. You don't see the third car coming in. You think you left enough room. You haven't left enough room. Situations revolving around you. You should have all just backed out for a second, but no one did. As a consequence of that, you got Adam State upside down.
Yeah, I really want to look from the perspective of both Adam State and the driver of Wave Italy. I just want to know who's actually driving the Wave Italy car right now, which is Damon Harris. The chat is gonna blow up on the Discord later. But is he caught off guard?
Why are you bump drafting? Why are you bump drafting?
They were coming into pit. I think the SBD Emerald car is just approaching way too slowly out of the corner. I think their line was just way from what it looked like to be a little bit more conservative line outside of the corner, and Damon was just flooring at him and maybe caught off guard with the difference of speed and thus bump drafting the XBD car around.
But the thing is, you could have just allowed the car to go past if you knew you were coming on towards pit road, made it a lot easier.
Yes.
In all ways, except for Adam State, that incident could have been avoided.
100%. Adam State and the entire in his instance had nothing to do at all. He did the right thing. Just put the car on the inside. He had room to overtake. You just cannot expect that you would have a TCR bump drafting the TCR around outside of the corner. That is basically asking for you to get murdered.
Agreed. Absolutely agreed. I'm gutted for him, to be fair. Absolutely gutted, because that's not just you've been spun around, you lost a couple of positions. No, he's outside the top 10 right now.
No, and not only that, you've basically taken away the battle for the win.
Yeah. Someone on the YouTube chat saying, who cares? Aren't we nitpicking? Look, let's be honest. I'm a university lecturer, a copywriter, editor-in-chief of RaceSpot News, marking about 500 pieces of work every semester, checking all the contracts for RaceSpotTV, RaceSpot Live events, etc. Someone has to be the nitpicker around here, and unfortunately, it's got to be me. This is the reason why I don't commentate anymore, because I'm too busy. Well, not anymore, that often, because I'm nitpicking all the time. We are looking at more battles going on track. That kind of sucked the wind, in my opinion, out of this race a little bit. But we have still got lots of racing going on. We're going to get another replay up now. This is RJD, and that is going to go wide Oak Tree corner, and keeps out the tire barrier, keeps out the motor signs.
Yeah, luckily for him. One thing we've seen, I think, especially around Hawkpen, as we're going to look at Visceral just on the inside and managing to create a gap right now. That is actually really smart from Cope. Creates a gap, puts up, I think that's the Hyperion Mercedes that is separating them right now. But other than that, is just creating a gap between both cars. But other than that, coming to my point, we've seen multiple cars going outside Hawkpen, grabbing that grass, and I think that's the evolution, of the physics and everything. iRacing. Had this been on the old grass, you would have seen a lot of incidents outside.
I
if
was
you
going to
catch
say,
that grass on the
the
outside.
car would have left Virginia, headed, towards Bernie Sanders' country or something like that, up in towards Vermont.
Yeah.
Maybe entered Canada, so long as they got their passports on them. Here's a replay then for the Battle for P. Well, this is live even, sorry. Battle for P4 in TCR. We go split screen. We're down to 13 laps to go. Huxenveld car in that number 148. As they work themselves down the back straightaway into the roller coaster. Looks like that Huxenveld car. It's got the position over Geodesic Racing, and there's LMP3 traffic right behind that's locking up the brakes.
Yeah, that's their teammates right now. And the other, I think, looks like to be the leader in Austin J. Young that just splitting the fields in the middle of the sandwich right now. It's just Team Hoistingfeld. You're trying to use their expertise in the TCRs, maintaining the same car they actually drive in the 24-hour series for now, which is really good to watch. While Cope found another car to, build some gap right now to the Visceral car, even though, a little bit of an RG on the outside.
Oof, that's close. Twice already into Oak Tree they come, and that is a battle for the lead in class. Olympus Esports, Visceral Esports, a quarter of a second as they work down the back straightaway once again with a dozen laps to go in this event. And I tell you one thing, Lorenzo, this race has flown by. Didn't realize that we've almost been on air for 2 hours, and well, we're down to the last dozen laps. Boom.
Yeah, and we're still having battles for leads, which is also good to know. I think they still have to make it to the pit lane, both cars for a splash and dash, but nevertheless, it's good racing what we're seeing so far, even though right now Centuri Martikainen now has the ball in the quarter and he can break away for now. It's just Cope has to maintain the rear of the car stable and not overcook the tires. If he overcook the rears with 12 to go before he comes into the pit lane, they're not going to put tires. It's important that he actually does that.
Yeah, that's going to be a bit of an issue. And look at that. That was quarter panel to quarter panel. That's going to cost the Olympus Esports car almost a second there. They just got a little bit too close. I think maybe the Olympus Esports car is expecting the Visceral Esports car to just break a little bit later, and it didn't happen. But that's a costly mistake when every 10th of a second really does matter. I was about to say that if you are the second place car, you might be able to save a tiny bit more fuel. You're not going to take tires. Of course, you've got to remember, let's put on the sim racing hat here. Delete tires. Make sure the fuel is set to exactly what you need and not a litre more. As this is a battle for P4 in TCR once again. Team Hoixenveld and Geodesic Racing. Gap is half a second.
Gap is still close, and they were still battling. That 162 still has some life left in him, and he was using the draft outside in Madison Avenue, coming into the roller coaster. And but this is the thing, you have one team that is really good. The Hydro Race Geodesic's a team that on TCRs, I think, is starting to grow up, getting more experience, especially on IVRA. And I think we're due to see them maybe someday in the 24-hour series, maybe this next season. But
having a replay then.
Yeah,
having a quick replay. Sorry to interrupt you there. That is the Sim City car, and that's not pointing in the right direction. And it's on the grass. Didn't get beats though, which is good.
That is really good. But we're seeing incidents time and time again with the LMP3s and other cars around the exit out of the S's, and especially with the dive down of these cars. As you can see just now, the Olympus car diving down on the Geodesic TCR and making the cars behave a little bit more aggressively outside of the corner. As we have apparently another replay.
This is the 451 car. Having a look, and that's not what you want to have happen. Over the grass. Somehow avoids pretty much everything, manages to stick the final corner. How many more times? This is not rallycross.
Well, I think Virginia should put up a really good plan in the future for a rallycross. I think they have the grassy fields to put up and make that work.
Yeah. RJD, Hyperion Racing, once again, 3 tenths of a second separating the 454 car and the 450 as they're working themselves on the back end of the lap. We're down to 10 laps to go here on RaceSpotTV. What a race it's been today. And again, you know, you're talking about LMP3 cars getting involved in issues. I saw a comment or two earlier on saying, you know, oh, next season we need to not have this, we need to not have that. No. It's not about who and what kind of cars are racing. It's the drivers that are racing them. This is when we come back to the race control element. You have decent race control, people will, we hope, treat the racetrack and the other drivers more respectively. And that's the reason why I love private leagues like this. It's the reason why I said, oi, Hugo, put me on commentary for once in a while. Because it's that sort of thing. The quality of racing that we've seen overall, yes, we've had some replays and we've seen some issues. Thing is, the replays are the minority of incidents that happen. It's not what we see happening every lap with all the drivers. Get it?
True. Yeah, I get it. And I agree 100%. By the way, RGD into 3rd place, and a really good dive. I think Hyperion wanted to go for the cutback, and there wasn't enough room for him to go for the over and under on turn number 1, but that was really well set up by RGD.
We're trying to do math right now. We've got 15 minutes to go, and we've got 9 laps to go. So, we've got fuel saving going on in the Porsche class, because, I mean, someone's going to have to get the math out here, because basically, in terms of your leaders, we're looking at 100-second laps, and 100-second laps multiplied by 9 is 900 seconds. Then, what will happen is, if you were to divide 900 by 60, you end up with 15 minutes.
Yeah.
It's going to be close. It literally is. It could be a timed race. It could be a lap race. It could be one of those things where, quite frankly, let's hope he took some extra fuel when he needed to.
Yeah, right now we apparently have 14 more minutes of race. So it's kind of like we would be separated by what, Will? About 40 seconds-ish? 30 seconds? Yeah.
Oh, so we're saying we've actually got 10 minutes to go.
Oh.
So, yeah. Yeah, so we are definitely timed. So if you're looking at our live timing and scoring, I think what's happening is it's estimating the race based on laps, even though there's not enough time to complete all the given laps. So focus on that number there on the top left-hand side of your screen. That's the correct number. That is now 9 minutes and 30 seconds. We are running to time, and there's going to be some very grateful drivers, especially in your Porsche Cup class, as a result of that.
Yeah, so if it is 10 minutes, I'm just trying to count back the laps and diminish the laps. I think we're down 2 laps from the general. We'd be around 132 laps, give or take, Will, if I did my mathematics right.
Look, I was able to just about get that piece of mathematics right. Don't try and get me to do anything else, okay?
Okay. So I think we're down maybe 2.5 laps. And don't take commentators' mathematics. That's why we never say. We always say never trust the commentators' math.
Yeah, but don't forget, I called the end of a 24-hour Le Mans race a lap early. So I was actually finally gratified when Daytona was like, you know, we'll just end the race a lap early. But when you're trying to commentate, I mean, I'm dyslexic and I'm looking at my timing screen, trying to work which line's correct when I'm talking about drivers. Looking at Augustin Brenner then, number 8 car, and that was a pit stop time of 12.2 seconds. This last lap in Porsche Cup could be absolutely fantastic to watch. And it's going to come down, of course, don't forget, to the race leader, which is currently the Geodesic Racing Black car over in LMP3. He sets the clock. No one else right now, unless of course someone else becomes the leader of the race, in which case then Pascal Stix might, for example.
Yeah, and right now Austin doesn't have to care about fuel anymore. He just came out of the pit lane, so that was his out lap. So he's just setting the pace right now, and he just have to drive the race, drive the minutes left of the clock, and see and get that checker flag and put the pressure on everybody else. The thing is, it just makes the race interesting. For example, in the sport category, because I think the sports category, I think the middle of the pack is still undecided, and you can see Cup class, Visceral, Centennial Marticani is running like a madman. Thomas Cope is saving fuel like he never saved on his ever in his life. It was like 1 second, 1 lap. Now it became 4 seconds. 1 lap later, 9 seconds.
What's the extra factor as well? What happens if there's a crash in the next 3-4 minutes and this race ends on the yellow?
I think I'm trying to remember. We never had, I think, a finish ever in IVRA history under yellow flag.
Yeah, we've now just cursed that. So, congratulations, everyone. Let's finish this race. No, we're not. We're going to keep it clean, guys. We're going to have some great racing, folks. So, this is going to be great. And again, this is my type of racing now, where you are racing the clock. What did I say about 2 hours ago? You first thing, race the clock. Because at the end of the day, drivers, yes, in some cases, they're just, bit of machinery ahead of you that's holding you up, whatever. But racing the clock is how you get fuel mileage. Racing the clock is how you make sure that you're in the right place at the right time. Looking right now at first place in terms of your TCR, that is Impulse Racing in the 122 car. Brabham Esports, by the way, they're now 12 seconds back. So TCR, in terms of your lead battle, that's pretty much dried up for the time being. We turn our attention over to your battle for 5th place in your sports category. That is the Geeks Energy by Faisal forward car and Impulse Racing. Half a second are separating those two.
Yeah, separating those two. And also, more importantly, there is a gap of stint. Impulse is on their 11th, 12th lap right now. And then Fiercely Forward, Frederick, is on his 22nd lap. And there's still racing to be done. So, there is a chance that Impulse might get that top 5 result, despite everything that transpired in this race. For Impulse, this is key right now. They're in the leading of the standings with 14 points, and the 462 is winning this race, bar like tragedies and everything. And right now, they need all the points they can get to go to Interlagos to fight for the championship in the sports category.
Indeed so. As this is that battle on board of Impulse Racing right now in that 457 car out of Oak Tree Corner. Very slow car on the right-hand side of the track. In fact, it's running completely on the grass. Not quite sure who that is, but they are going mighty slowly, and that could create
Kristen
an
the
issue
Nomad.
That is 56 in Adam. That's not in Adam Booth, right? Yeah.
No, that's the 456 of Ryan Scott Hamilton that was running outside.
That's the one. Let's have a look at the replay.
Oh, not again.
That is a beat-up race car.
To say the very least. And the rejoin, oh no. But I don't think I blame that. I think they probably have a broken toe link or something like that. So it's hard to keep the car turning around and still being put up in the corner. So that's why the struggle is real.
We almost cursed it.
Yes.
Not quite. We remain green. 4 minutes to go.
Yeah, somehow, some way, I haven't called the yellow flag, even though, like I said before, I'm the emperor of the yellow flags.
Okay, let's think then. What is going on? Positive thinking. Yes, there's no positive sim racing here today. Otherwise, we just turn our attention over to them. But we are still looking at that battle we've been looking for the last couple of moments. This is the 457 car. In terms of your sport category, Impulse Racing, they are about 4 tenths of a second back from the treble 4 machine, as we're down now to 3 minutes 20 seconds. We need to figure out where our race leader is on track. We need to figure out where the number 64 car is. Okay, so they are currently about a third of the way through a lap. That means, by my mathematics, we are going to get the white flag maybe this time by. It's going to be very close, though.
Yeah, so looking around, he goes around Oak Tree.
That'll be next time. It'll be next time.
Yeah, that would be, like I said, I think we're down 2.5 laps. Count this lap, then the other one, and you probably, whenever you go to the flag, it's like, you would have 3 laps overall, but on paper, you'd say 2.5. By the way, this is standing.
So, Blitz Green we're looking at right now, and we're still focusing on that Impulse battle, who are still behind as they've got themselves, let's say for them, 2 laps to go. That battle for P5 in your sport category.
Overall lead too.
Yeah. That one's down to 1.1 seconds. As Core Sim Racing and Pascal Sticks, they've been going a second a lap quicker right now. I mean, but Austin Young just came out of pit road. Did they somehow manage to underfuel the car?
If they did, that would be one of the biggest blunders like I ever seen. But then again, I don't think they put tires in. I think Core might have put tires on the last pit stop. That's the difference. And then I think they put up for a big stint. That's why they're not concerned. But then again, tinfoil hat on Lorenzo Bonder's head right now.
It was 12.6 second pit stop for Core Sim Racing. It was a 9-second pit stop for Geodesic Racing Black. That actually means pretty much nothing in the whole grand scheme of things, but we have got to keep an eye out then on battles going on for 5th place in Sport, for 1st place in LMP3. I do think actually we might want to swap these pictures around for the moment and focus on what is going on in LMP3, because the gap remains at about 1.1 seconds. But I want to think about what is going to happen as they come onto the back straightaway. Is Core Sim Racing going to be gaining some time? Well, the gap's down now to less than 1 second. It's down by my time scoring screen, down to half a second. Maybe Austin Young hasn't got enough fuel in. There's 1 minute to go. There's still 1 lap of racing to go.
And not only that, he lost a lot of time because of that Apex Tech Racing Porsche on Oak Tree. And now the gap is literally nothing. Here we go. Oh, look who's around.
Look at that. We've got action everywhere. It's almost like one of those things. This could have been an arcade game here, that you're having to try and race through all the adversities. There's lap traffic. The white flag is out. This is the last lap of this IVRA ClubSport Series race from Virginia International Raceway. And, well, we could have a new leader any moment now. Down to the inside will go Core Sim Racing and Pascal Sticks. There's contact between the two of them through turn number 1.
Yeah, somehow, some way they managed to survive the ordeal, especially Pascal is still the car around 0.6 of a second. This is workable. He just needs to be in tow coming into Madison Avenue. This is doable. This is still very doable.
And there's more traffic ahead of him. Look at the amount of traffic at the top of your screen. There's loads of it. This could happen very quickly. Yeah, buckets loads. As we've got split screen up, because we're keeping an eye out on P5, of course, in your sport division. But our main focus is now for the overall race lead with half a lap to go. This is currently 0.2 of a second, and down to the inside through Oak Tree Corner. The car going off again. 2 wide still coming out of Oak Tree Corner. It's a drag race down Madison Avenue.
Yeah, there will be some snaking, I think, from the Hydro Race. Geodesic is going to maintain the middle line, try to take as much space away from Pascal. Here he goes outside. This is it.
Indy, can we just borrow that photo finish camera real quick, please? Because we could have that one here. It looks as though Geodesic Racing held on for a moment. Did Core Sim Racing just go off track? Yes, they did. So it is going to be Geodesic Racing, as traffic will come into play on the final lap of this race. Geodesic Racing are going to hold on, as that was P3 and P4 in sports, but Austin Young claims victory for Geodesic Racing Black in the end by 1 second over Core Sim Racing and Pascal Sticks. But that could have gone either way there.
Absolutely. And Geeks Energy retaining P5 from Impulse. They tried everything. I don't think traffic was the factor right there for Impulse not getting the spot up. But other than that, what a battle. I really want to look at the angle from Roller Coaster again, if we can get it, because from what it looked like, Austin overshot his braking and went a little bit into the line of Core, and that's why Core had to throw the car outside, getting that off track.
That's kind of what I saw from the limited angle that I had, but here is a look then from our overhead coverage. What's your VCO into the roller coaster? A lot of locked brakes, But I think that, if they try to do the over-under, Course Sim Racing could have had that one. I'd love to see a look on board of Course Sim Racing, actually, to see whether there was anything there. As we see Geodesic Racing, while they're lined up, they're going to do some victory formation any moment. No, they're not. They're just going to say, that's enough, guys. Let's go. Let's go and get our trophies. Let's go and get our points and move on from there. It's been a fantastic race, Lorenzo, because we're still waiting for Impulse Racing from TCR to just round out all of your classes. But what a race. What a load of fun for a Saturday evening.
No, this is why I like the club sport. It's not the longest of races that 4 or 5 hours. We're gonna look on the replay over here. Well, if he actually just both of them overshoot the corner completely.
Yeah. He was on the inside. Fine. He got a bit of oversteer.
Yeah.
Paul got a bit of oversteer there. That's what pushed them off. So it looks as though he's just trying too hard to basically get on the power on the exit of the roller coaster. The car just moved a little bit to the right, and then trying to correct that, he went onto the grass.
Yeah, I think that's when you try to put up too much rotation into the corner. The car doesn't want to rotate, especially in a uphill corner with a blind apex on the inside, and it's kind of like Laguna Seca if you think about it. But the thing is, there's a crest that divides over here in Virginia and Laguna Seca. It's kind of like flat and then drops down.
Yeah. Oh, then let's take you through some results, shall we? As we're going to start off with your LMP field, and after what came down to the last lap of the race, it is Hydro Race Geodesic Racing who claimed victory by just under 1 second from Core Sim Racing. Gap at the line, 0.853. Delatraz Automotive by Majors Garage. They come home 8 seconds back and round out your podium with the second Geodesic Racing car in 4th place, Team Hoixenveld in 5th, and Pastranda Nomad in 6th place. ACRS Academy, Kramer Racing Esports, Hydro Race, Geodesic Racing's 3rd car, and Moradnas M Squad. Well, they are your top 10. Fastest lap of the day, by the way. That was lap 25, way before we came into play in terms of commentary. 138.910 by Graham Sanders, who, of course, let's not forget, we saw him having a load of contact about 3/4 of the way into this race. Over to you, Lorenzo, into your Porsche Cup category.
Yes, and Terry Martikainen running for Vistro and make this championship very, very contested to Interlagos. Gets the win over here in Virginia. Gabriel Ardelli for ATRS, the leaders off the standings now probably on the back burner for Interlagos. Pay a P2. Kramer Racing Esport is in 3rd. Thomas Scope held his best but got outside of the top 5. Still a top 5 nevertheless. 4th place for them. Orion Race Team is in 5th. Sim Racing 6th. Olympus 7th. Hydro Ratio Desic number 962 in 8th. SRN and Impulse round out the top 10 here, Will Vincent.
And next we move on to your sport category. And it is Geodesic Racing. Look at that once again. Top of the field in a McLaren. The only McLaren, by the way, inside your top 10. Then you got yourself 2nd place, Kramer Racing Esports in the Mercedes, and 3rd place, RJD in an Aston Martin. From then on, it's Mercedes, 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 Mercedes. With Hyperman Racing, Geeks Energy by Feisly Forward, Impulse Racing in 6th place. We saw that battle go right on down to the end. Boost and BDS by Undercut, 7th place. Zabel Esports in 8th. Huge Ass in a BMW, the first BMW in the field. They come home 9th. And Echelon Simsport round out your top 10. Of course, this is the largest of the fields here today. Look at that. P number 19 for Porsche in that sport category. Whoa! Over to TCR and over to you, Lorenzo.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have Tim Impulse winning at TCRs with Jan Boll finishing for them. P1 Bart Horston for Brabham Esports is in 2nd. Damian Owen Harris, despite everything that transpired, finishes in 3rd place. Fabian Siegman and Team Hoistingfeld grabbing important points for Interlagos. I don't know how the championship will look like in 4th place in the leading Team Hoistingfeld vehicle. Hydro Race Geodesic in 5th. Obsidian is in 6th place. XPD, Emerald, and Core Team are your top 8, finishing that outside of the top 8 cars that you have in TCRs.
And Honda win the battle of the brands, beginning with H there. 2 podium positions for Honda, 1 podium position for Hyundai. Well, we're going to have some drivers to talk to in a moment, and we have got standing by in just 1 second time the winner overall in the Hydro Race Geodesic Racing Black Car, Austin Young. But before we talk to him, Lorenzo, what a great final stint. What a way to hold off the charge from Pascal Stix in those last couple of laps.
Absolutely, that was really good. I probably we want to talk about him if there was anything regarding fuel. I think that might have come into the play. But other than that, what a drive from Austin J. Young, and making that a 64 car climb a few spots. Maybe, you know, contend for the championship coming down to the final round.
Yeah. So what? You came up with a great question. Why don't you talk to him?
Yeah, Austin, congratulations on that win. But we have to talk about you know, the strategy in the final pit stop. Was fuel a concern?
Not really. We made a call early in the race to pit early on the first caution, which gave us kind of an offset. And then it was just managing the gap to the guys behind. I had the extra lap. So I was able to push probably the last 11 laps before the stop.
Fair point. And also we have to talk about that battle with Pascal Stix and Quarter. What was going through your mind, you know, defending that charge from Quarter, especially coming down to the final 2 laps where we've seen everything, then something extra with the traffic in play for you?
Yeah, it got a lot closer than I wanted it to. Traffic gives, traffic takes, and it felt like it was taking a lot for me. But no, the battle seemed good. I haven't watched it back yet. I know we went door to door a couple times, but I'll have to see. Oak Tree definitely had me on my toes.
100%. And finally, we come around Interlagos. You guys are in the 64, not just outside in the points for you to contend for the championship, maybe top 3. What is the goal now for the Brazilian track to try to finish strong in the season? What are you guys still aiming for? Of course, a win, but what else?
Yeah, I'd say, you know, try to win, make sure we optimize or maximize the points that we have. I am much more confident in Interlagos than I am at VIR. So looking forward to that track, one of my favorite tracks to race. Yeah, we're excited.
Looking forward to see you guys in basically 1 month time in Brazil, and wish you guys all the best. Congratulations on the win, and take that well-earned rest.
Thank you.
Well, that was your overall race winner, Hydro Race Geodesic Racing Black, Austin Young. Incredible performance by him. Still got a couple more drivers to talk to, of course. Trying to see if we've got anyone from your Porsche Cup field, but we've got Vince Peters that we're going to have a chat to in just a moment's time, Lorenzo. And, you know, I've always loved watching Vince actually race. He's got great skill, great patience most of the time, and he's worked traffic perfectly here today.
Yeah. I think the key was over here doing that traffic management. We always say that IVRA in all of these endurance races, I think, is managing the traffic, you know, appropriately, and that's what we want to know and get around these endurance races. It's not how you start; it's always how you finish.
Yeah, and that's basically rule number 1 when it comes to endurance racing. You know, the clock starts the same for everyone. Everyone ends up at different portions of the racetrack in the end. But should we have a chat to Vince Peters? Vinny, how was that race around what is a very tough VIR?
Well, it's always a real pleasure to drive this track. It's, in my opinion, the best track in USA. But yeah, I guess we had a really good strategy, just had a lot of penalties, unfortunately, and still won, so it makes it ever sweeter.
Talk us through the mindset of the race then with yourself and your teammate. Knowing that the first part of the race, of course, really intense when it came to the field being, you know, more closely separated, going through phases in the race when then you had, you know, the field starting to spread out, but lap traffic hitting every single lap. How hard is it to keep your rhythm going on?
Yeah, it's really hard also to get the tires into the right zone because every lap is so different. It's a roller coaster. Traffic is just so much harder than any other track here, and I'm glad we just survived. There were many incidents and it was close very often, but we managed.
next time out, we go to Interlagos, very different racetrack to this. Of course, you've got the elevation, you've got the humidity in terms of sim racing. Thankfully, you don't need to, train your neck or something, hanging all the weights off and all that sort of stuff. But compared to this track here today, what's your thoughts as we head into Interlagos next round?
Yeah, it's looking positive. Both Santeria and I are really quick at Interlagos. We won there last season. So we're hoping for the best. I think we can snatch or keep P2 in the championship, and that would be a nice way to close off with a win.
Well, thank you very much for talking to us. That was Vince Peters from Visceral Esports, number 997 car. Still a couple of people to talk to. We've got ourselves, well, your sport class. And again, that sport class, it's the largest of the field. Certain parts of it, I do feel bad for the drivers because they were pretty much running by themselves the large portions of the race. But we saw fantastic racing. We saw P5 going on right down to the checkered flag. We saw battles going on at the front of the field as well. And of course, it's Hydro Race Geodesic Racing Gold who won. By the way, I'm going to have to start putting a word limit on team names sometimes and an alliteration comment as well. I mean, I can say Clemfire, Clemswindo, Clemsilian Jogov, Clemsilio Go, which is the largest place name in the UK. But trying to say after that Hydro Race Geodesic Racing Gold can be a bit of a brat maker.
No, yeah, 100%. I wouldn't be able to say fast and cleanly both names. Let me just put it out loud. But what I like is the expertise they have in that McLaren car. I think they probably one of the best I've seen drive that McLaren. Both him, Justin Ram, and the entirety of the team. They're on that car, basically driving like it is their baby. Anything else? So they well-earned win and making the championship in the sport category. I think turned upside down.
Yeah, only two of the flamethrowers running here today, but one of them comes home at the very top of the standings. And you've got John Boatfleur talking to you right now.
Yeah, absolutely. John, first and foremost, talk about that race in terms of strategies and everything. You guys had the yellow flags. Did anything change in your guys' mindset when you had the yellow flags early on?
Hey guys, sorry, just had an audio issue. I just heard the very end of that.
All right, I'll try to repeat the question. Did you guys, well-earned win, and but coming into strategy plays, and you guys had a very good dominance on everybody else. Did you guys have to switch anything to make the strategy work when the yellow flags came out, or you guys stuck to the plan all the way to the end?
No, that second yellow was perfectly timed for us to box and get good halfway points and also make it to the end of the race. So we made that call, and most of the field did. So at the time, it was I think it was the right call.
Right, and I think more importantly for you guys in the standings, you guys are fighting tooth and nail against Impulse, not getting the best of luck in terms of the halfway points. I think this is the first time you actually got closer, if not won the halfway points. Just trying to remember. Now, going to Interlagos, what is the mindset, and how do you negotiate with the track that would be more beneficial for the AMG rather the length of the McLaren tires in a long stint?
Yeah, I think Interlagos would be a fun battle. I don't think we changed the mindset too much. I think it's just try and get solid points and let the chips fall how they may. Impulse have been really competitive all season, so try and stick close to them and lock up the championship. That's the goal.
Right on. And traffic, and just before we let you go, traffic management, was it easy for you guys to negotiate with all the LMPs and the 992 cars going around, especially in the hard corners?
That's a loaded question. It's tough just because of the LMP3s especially. There's just so much pace difference in the high-speed corners that you just have to be really decisive and hope that the other car is going to do the opposite of what you do. Other than that, the traffic wasn't too bad. If each team was patient, then it worked out pretty well. I think, as usual, the beginning of the race, everyone's really trying to push hard and get track position, and so we had those quick yellows, and then after that, it sort of settled down a little bit. So.
Yeah, 100%. But other than that, well-earned victory for you guys. Like I said, turns the championship upside down maybe, and I can't wait to see what you guys do in 1 month's time in Interlagos. Congratulations, John, and enjoy your rest.
All right, thanks, guys.
Well, good points made there. And that actually provides us a really interesting talking point before we talk to your winner in TCR, because the LMP3s, yeah, they've got fantastic speed through the medium to high speed corners. But then you go to the TCR class, you've got to remember, Lorenzo, that the entire way of actually racing is the opposite compared to all the other classes, because TCR's front wheel.
Yeah, and for GT4s versus TCRs, there is always that conversation when you come into corner entry. If you're actually overtaking someone, the TCRs normally have the upper end, the upper edge, because not only the rotation, but also they're more aerodynamic sound cars than the GT4s does. Just on whenever we re-accelerate the car, the GT4s have that superior edge on the TCR. So it's just managing that thing appropriately around the track, and that's why they have a lot of respect for one another coming into the corners.
Well, let's talk to your TCR race winner, shall we? Or one half of your TCR race winner from Impulse Racing, Miguel Freitas. What a victory, and it was hard fought, but you were able to have a great race overall. In the end, almost 15 seconds ahead of Brabham Esports.
Hello. Yeah, this was a crazy race, taking into account that we were with heavy damage on lap 8, and we ended up with this lead in the end. It was a crazy one, but yeah, it felt really good to bring the car across the line.
Talking about these TCR cars, around this track, you can assume that certain parts of it are a bit of a nightmare, especially the end part of Sector 1 as you head yourself up through the snake.
Yeah, it was very scary today because we go flat out through there and we cannot get too much away from the perfect line, and then with the LMPs and Porsche Cups going around us there, it's very scary, but yeah, it's also very fun and very rewarding when it goes right.
Lorenzo, over to you.
Yeah, I do have a question regarding the car choice, because you guys not only drive the Civic in this championship, but you guys drive it in the 24-hour series. How does it is to set up the car around tracks that are so much different in both schedules, and get that performance and make the car planted as it is around racetracks that should be the opposite?
No, so this car has some advantages in some tracks, and in others it's very tricky to drive. But yeah, it was the one overall that left all those drivers more confident for these two competitions. And yeah, in the end, we have some hard time working around setups every week. But yeah, when it works really well.
Well, next time out we're at Interlagos, very different racetrack to compare to today. I'm going to start that one again. Next time out, we're at Interlagos, which is a very different racetrack compared to today. This isn't live, is it? But what are your thoughts heading into the last round of the championship? And again, a track where it's very narrow, and this middle section of the racetrack can be really difficult if you're a TCR class car with lots of LMP3s, lots of Porsches around you, for example.
Yeah. I'm looking forward for that race. We hope we can also win it. We got some points out of Huizinfeld for the fight for P1 today, so yeah, hopefully we can do it again next round and see where we are in the end. But yeah, the track will be very tricky with all this traffic. But yeah, the first priority is to survive again and bring it home.
Thank you very much, Miguel Freitas from Impulse Racing. Well, that's almost the end of it for us here today. Before we go, Lorenzo, I have a very important question.
Right, send it.
Christian McCaffrey, is he going to be able to score a touchdown as a receiver and throw one as a quarterback? As a quarterback, as you know what I mean, throwing the ball.
Yeah, I think so. They're probably going to come with some funny strategies to try to beat KC tomorrow.
I'll tell you what, if it does, and someone should bet some money on that because of me, I'll have 10%. Thank you very much. But what a race we've had here today, Lorenzo. I mean, first of all, it's great being back in some good quality endurance racing. You know, I was around for Daytona a few weeks ago, but this is, you know, this is stuff that you grow. I think in my terms, you know, started off with, you know, your open wheelers, your fast races, your quick bum, 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 bum. You kind of grow up to be an endurance race commentator because you start to appreciate the nuances so much more over time. And today we've had 4 different classes, each with their own battles, their own difficulties. But what a great race.
What a great race, and what a combination I think VIR turned out to be. I had my reservations at the start because you have so much difference, like I said, in speeds, downforce, and everything else. I think it turned out just fine, and I predicted it to be a yellow flag heavy race. We only had 2, I think, all throughout these 4 or 5 hours of racing, which is really good. That for me is the biggest positive takeaway of all this, and the racing was just phenomenal, and I can't wait to see they bring maybe in future seasons in ClubSport. I think this fits the category just fine, and I love the racing from start to finish.
Yeah, in my early years of commentating, we'd always have a race here in December. And at the start, you looked at it and thought, ugh, a race at VIR, whatever. And it always turned out to be one of the most fun races of the year. Again, I'm really surprised we didn't have a caution at all in our portion of the broadcast. I mean, we almost did once or twice, but we got away with it. And next time out, Interlagos, you know, your former home track, it's still a great circuit. I mean, you know, corner names roll off the tongue. I know every part of the racetrack, including the bit that Kimi Räikkönen went to in 2009. It's so much fun as Interlagos, but a very different challenge, especially for the LMP3s.
No, especially they're gonna suffer, especially for divings. Around the second sector, you go through Laranjinha, which for many would be turn number 6, and after that is just trying to survive the dive bombs. Dive bombs are going to be the name through the middle sector and can cause every cause of mayhem. Actually, last time we went to an IVRA race, Will, I expected it to be heavy flagged in terms of yellow flags, but actually we went clean, no yellow flags in Interlagos. Hoping to see that again.
Just to let you know, we've got a couple of incidents still under review. The number 92 car, I think I just saw, has been given a 30-second penalty for an unsafe rejoin. Yeah, there's a lot of incidents still under review, so make sure to check out the IVRA website for the final standings. Once that's all confirmed, you can check out more about the series on there as well. It's a great, great series, is IVRA. Go to IVRAleague.com for more information. And with that, folks, it's time for us to say goodbye. This has been a RaceSpotTV presentation of the IVRA ClubSport series from Virginia International Raceway. I want to say a massive thank you to everyone that's watched the broadcast here this afternoon. Thank you to my co-commentator here today, Lorenzo Bonda. Also to Justin Prince and Dylan Coyle, who did the first portion of this broadcast, and our producer, Dustin Ollis, for all the great camera work he's done here today. Well, we've got more racing coming up this weekend. We've got Porsche, we've got NASCAR, we've got World GT Championship, IndyCar, and of course, in 1 week's time, it's our 10th birthday. We look forward to seeing you for more racing here on RaceSpotTV. Check out the latest sim racing news at racespot.news. Check out our shop at rstv.shop. And for more information about all the work we do, visit RaceSpotTV. From all of us here at RaceSpot, we say goodbye from Virginia International Raceway. My name's Will Vinson, and good night from VIR and the IVRA ClubSport Series.